Chapter 405. After paying some inferior grade spirit stones, the waiter would be able to provide a more complete version of the information he had heard. It turned out that this demon battlefield had already been closed for more than 100 years. This time, it had only reopened 2 years ago. After that, the number of cultivators coming to Boulder Island increased. From the waiter's words, Xianxia knew that the demon battlefield was rumored to be an ancient battlefield. During the ancient era, a startling war had happened there. The result of the war was a crushing defeat for the humans. Countless cultivators died at the hands of demons and demonic beasts. The last human martial emperor used his supreme strength to split the space of the battlefield, forming the demon battlefield. Countless human cultivators died there. The various secret treasures of the ancient cultivators were buried in the battlefield. Later on, during the Tianwu dynasty, someone used a formation to open a door to this space. He discovered that it had already become a small world. Countless demonic beasts and demons thrived there. All sorts of ancient secret treasures could be found everywhere. It was a place where fortuitous encounters and danger coexisted. There was still much more information that the waiter did not know. After all, he had never been to the demon battlefield before, so he had no way of knowing the details. After Xianxia gave the waiter another 10 inferior grade spirit stones, he sent him off. He thought to himself, "It looks like the information I obtained is not complete. I have to find a cultivator who has been to the demon battlefield before to understand the situation." Haha, brat, don't overthink. Since I agreed to go with you, why are you still worrying? Bai Lishi said with a laugh as he walked down the stairs and sat across from Xianxia. Xianxia raised the wine cup on the table and took a sip. He smiled helplessly and said, "I hope you could be relied on." Bai Lishi drank a large mouthful of wine and wiped off the alcohol on his lips. He said, "Don't ask about that messy information. Just look at the map I gave you. Don't enter the core region. Aside from demonic beasts and demons, just be on guard against human cultivators." I'll be honest with you. In the demon battlefield, most of the cultivators actually died at the hands of humans. Xiaoqian's heart sank. It seemed that the situation was much worse than he had imagined. Not only did he have to face unknown demonic beasts and demons, he also had to be on guard against sneak attacks from humans. This medial-grade secret treasure was much harder to obtain than he had imagined. For the next few days, Xiaoqian was active around the small city. There were many demonic beasts outside the city. This was a suitable place to practice martial techniques. Before he went to the demon battlefield, he would be able to maintain a state of excitement. 6 days passed very quickly. The originally bustling, small city became quiet. The large number of cultivators in the city quickly headed in one direction. When nearly all the cultivators in the Immortal Gathering Pavilion had left, Bai Lishi and Xianxia followed the crowd. Everywhere the cultivators passed, the demonic beasts blocking the way were cleared out. Their path was smooth and unobstructed. 6 hours later, the two of them stopped at the center of Boulder Island. It was already packed with people. A quick count showed that there were no less than 1,000 warriors. I heard that there was an inferior grade martial king who managed to obtain 9 peak inferior grade secret treasures by himself. He made a fortune at the desolate city auction. There was also a fellow who was very lucky. He killed a high-ranked blood demon and sold its demon core for more than 10,000 medial grade spirit stones. Several cultivators discussed excitedly. There were all sorts of tempting treasures in the demon battlefield. Their gazes filled with anticipation as they looked at the empty space in the center. Bai Lishi smiled coldly and said, "These people are really reckless. It would be good if half of the 1,000 people managed to come out." Xiaoqian sized up the crowd, looking for cultivators worth paying attention to. However, some of the more experienced cultivators hid themselves very well. It was hard to glean any useful information from them. Furthermore, there were some cultivators who kept talking with excitement in their eyes. With one look, it was clear that this was their first time in the demon battlefield. They did not know much about the situation on the other side. The full moon slowly moved in the air. Before countless people's expectant gazes, it finally arrived above them. Instantly, a gentle pillar of light soared into the sky from the empty space in the center. The space around the pillar of light started to twist. So, the cultivators leaped towards the pillar of light, one after another. Then, they disappeared from Xianxia's sight. This pillar of light should be the entrance to the demon battlefield. When most of the cultivators had left and Xianxia was about to enter, Bai Lixi's expression suddenly changed. He pulled Xianxia back and said, "Wait a moment." Xianxia felt suspicious and asked, "What's wrong?" Bai Lixi pointed in a direction and said, "Look over there." Xianxia looked in the direction Bai Lixi pointed. He saw 10-odd cultivators with extremely strong auras standing there. Unexpectedly, Xianxia could not figure out the strength of this group of people. "I nearly misjudged them. They're all half-step martial monarchs. It looks like they are here to hunt high-ranked demons. Such an operation is rather rare. I have to go over and take a look. You should go and get the medial-grade secret treasure yourself." A fervent look flashed in Bai Lixi's eyes as he whispered. Xianxia frowned slightly and asked, "Can you do it?" Bai Lixi smiled and said, "Thanks to you, I have already cultivated the firmament body tempering art to the 4th layer. My strength is more than twice what it was 3 months ago." Xianxia was mildly startled. This Bai Lixi is really a genius at cultivating the physical body. Unexpectedly, he managed to cultivate a heaven-ranked cultivation technique to the 4th layer in such a short time. You better pray for your luck. Don't die prematurely. Otherwise, the second half of my firmament body tempering art will be destroyed. I'll take my leave first. Seeing that the 10-odd people had entered, Bai Lixi laughed loudly and followed. Just as he was about to step into the pillar of light, he then turned around and reminded, "You must be careful. Don't be greedy. You must be careful of the humans behind you." Xianxia smiled faintly to indicate that he understood. After interacting with Bai Lixi for the past few days, Xianxia knew that although Bai Lixi was not a proper person and had a bad temper, he was not a serious person. However, in the end, he was not a treacherous person. He was very straightforward, which suited Xianxia's temperament. He took out a secret manual from the universe ring and quickly tossed it to Bai Lixi. When Bai Lixi heard the sound, he immediately turned around and caught the secret manual. When he saw its contents, he could not help but reveal an expression of joy. Just as Bai Lixi looked up and was about to say something, he discovered that Xianxia had already disappeared from where he was. Xianxia had taken the initiative to enter the pillar of light. He could not help but smile and say, "This brat is not too much of a scam." Naturally, the secret manual that Xianxia tossed to Bai Lixi was the second half of the firmament body tempering art. After observing it for such a long time, Xianxia was certain that Bai Lixi was not lying to him. Since that was the case, there was no need to drag things out. Although Xianxia liked to maximize his benefits, he always kept his promises. 1. After Xianxia entered the ring of light, a desolate world appeared before him. When he looked up, the sky was scarlet with thick red clouds drifting by. The ground was littered with rocks and weeds. Only some strange plants were sparsely scattered on the ground. The terrain of the space was extremely complicated. Xianxia scanned the surrounding 3 kilometers with his spiritual sense. Not only did he discover mounds, desolate mountains, stone forests, swamps, but he also discovered a jungle made of strange plants. It was extremely strange. Xianxia took out a map and started a search for his position. The pillar of light on Boulder Island would send the cultivators who entered to the periphery of the demon battlefield. Unless one had some special tools, no one would be able to control where they landed in the demon battlefield. After Xianxia put away the map, he finally confirmed his position. Then he looked around. Many cultivators gathered in groups of 2 or 3, looking around excitedly. There were also some experienced cultivators with cautious eyes. They kept their hands on their weapons at all times. Occasionally, a ferocious glint flashed in their eyes as they looked at the cultivators beside them. "Friend, are you alone? Let's team up." Just as Xianxia was about to depart, a hearty laughter came from behind him. He turned his head to look. And saw a short-haired cultivator in gray robes. He had a squarish face, looked to be in his 20s, and a saber hung at his waist. He was a superior grade martial king. He walked over to Xianxia with a smile on his face. A few cultivators of various cultivations followed behind him. However, they were all medial-grade martial kings at the very least. The short-haired cultivator introduced himself as if he was very familiar with Xianxia. I am Wei Tong. This is my first time coming to Boulder Island with a few friends. It looks like this is your first time entering the demon battlefield as well. How about we accompany each other? As he spoke, Wei Tong's gaze quickly swept over Xiaoqian's attire. His gaze lingered on Xiaoqian's shoes and robes for a while. When Wei Tong saw the black gloves on Xiaoqian's hands, a greedy look flashed in his eyes. However, he hid it very well. His smile remained very sincere. Xiaoqian smiled coldly to himself. When he saw the other party's expression, he said indifferently, "There is no need. I am already used to being alone." Wei Tong revealed a disappointed expression. He said, "That is a pity. If brother is interested, you can come and look for us at any time." Xiaoqian performed a cupped fist salute and turned to leave. He withdrew his aura and kept his right hand on his saber hilt, maintaining a high level of vigilance. After Xiaoqian left, a ferocious look flashed in the eyes of a cultivator behind Wei Tong. He asked suspiciously, "Big brother, why did you not make a move? He's a fat sheep. Unexpectedly, he has 3 secret treasures on him." "Indeed, big brother. He is just a peak inferior grade martial king. We can deal with him in a few moves. After we kill him, there will be no problems," another person said. Wei Tong said calmly, "How foolish. I do not know if he is a fat sheep or a ferocious wolf. With your eyes, be careful. You might not be able to eat the sheep. Instead, you might end up being eaten like weeds." This person's gaze was calm. His right hand was on his saber hilt. He maintained a distance from me, allowing me to advance or retreat. Based on this, it is clear that this person is extraordinarily vigilant. He is not that easy to kill. After saying this, Wei Tong watched Xiaoqian leave. He paused for a while before saying, "The most important thing is that although this person is only an inferior grade martial king, his killing chi is denser than mine. He is not a kind person. The secret treasures on him are probably stained with blood." Chapter 406. What about Big Brother? He is such a fat sheep. I can't bear to let him get away. Wei Tong said, "Even if you can't bear to, you have to. In this demon battlefield, there are plenty of fat sheep to slaughter. Don't offend someone you cannot afford to offend. Even 10 lives would not be enough. Let's go." Xiao. Blood dripped from the lunar shadow saber. A rank 7 demonic beast in front of Xiaoqian was chopped in half. After separating from Wei Tong and the others, Xiaoqian did not get far before he was attacked by demonic beasts. The demonic beasts here were very crafty and very patient. Several times, Xiaoqian had just killed a demonic beast and was about to catch his breath when a few demonic beasts suddenly appeared and launched a sneak attack. If not for Xiaoqian keeping his guard up at all times, he might have fallen for the demonic beast attacks. After digging out the demonic beast's demonic core, Xiaoqian thought suspiciously, "It is said that there are countless secret treasures in the demon battlefield. Why have I not seen a single one?" Bang! Bang! Just at this moment, intense sounds came from in front, together with the sound of the wind. Xiaoqian stopped and looked around. Then, he found a high ground and looked over. The sound came from about 2,000 meters ahead. He could no longer see it. Fortunately, Xiaoqian still had his spiritual sense and was not blind. 2 medial-grade martial kings were fighting an intense battle with an early rank 7 demonic beast in the distance. That demonic beast looked like a barbaric ox. There was a sharp horn on its head. Its entire body was covered in fiery red fur, like a burning flame. When it stepped on the ground, it shook continuously. The demonic beast looked very mighty. However, when the 2 martial kings worked together, it could not do anything. It was forced to retreat. After all, it was only an early rank 7 demonic beast. The attacks of the 2 martial kings were very sharp. Furthermore, they were not greedy and did not take any risks. They advanced and retreated rationally. The barbaric ox's defeat was only a matter of time. It is just killing demonic beasts. There is nothing to see, Xiaoqian said indifferently. Just as he was about to withdraw his spiritual sense, he he discovered something interesting. Wuxia. After the barbaric ox was killed, its belly was cut open by a sharp knife. A blood-stained secret treasure fell out. That secret treasure was a small bronze beast. It should have been carved from a demonic beast or spirit beast from the ancient era. Spiritual energy surrounded the secret treasure. Even though it was stained with blood, it was hard to hide. When Xianxia saw this scene, he felt incredulous. Killing demonic beasts for secret treasures. Could this be the same as the online games in my previous life? That's impossible. I have killed so many demonic beasts, but there are no secret treasures. Could it be that the drop rate is a problem? Xianxia could not figure it out no matter how he thought about it. The scene he saw confused him. His spiritual sense could not help but stop there. Xiao did not understand. Tian, Xiao, Xiao, brother Chun, not. To Tian Xiao to a Chun Xiao Ti do say. Chun it. To a complete secret treasure, even the lowest inferior grade secret treasure, was worth at least 1,000 medial grade spirit stones. If one was lucky, it could be sold for several thousand medial grade spirit stones. No matter what, this was a good item. It was something that could tempt most cultivators. Xiao continued to look at it with interest. Bang! As Xiao expected, after they confirmed it was a secret treasure, the two of them attacked each other at the same time. They started killing each other for a secret treasure. When Xiao saw this scene, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. It is just an inferior grade secret treasure. If they could trust each other, they would not end up like this. These two must have formed a temporary team. The two of them fought until their eyes turned red. They sent out all sorts of killing moves. They hated that they could not kill each other immediately. The battle was extremely intense. Soon, the two of them suffered significant injuries. No matter who won this battle, they would end up severely injured. After a while, just as the victor was about to be decided, a pool of blood suddenly appeared on the ground. Xiaoqin's expression changed. That was a demon of the blood demon world, a race of the demonic world. Xiaoqin had seen them in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's strange space before. They were also known as blood demons. They ate human hearts. Their methods were extremely bloody and cruel. Bang! The blood turned into a pale human figure. Its baleful aura soared into the sky. It attacked at lightning speed, its sharp nails piercing the hearts of the two cultivators. The two cultivators were at a critical juncture in their fight. They did not expect such a situation to happen. They cried out miserably as their hearts were grabbed by the other party. Ga, 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 Ga. That blood demon laughed a few times. It held the two bloody hearts in its hand and revealed a cruel smile on its pale face. Xiaoqin could not bear to see what happened next. The blood demon directly swallowed the two hearts and revealed an expression of enjoyment. Xiaoqin could sense with his spiritual sense that after the blood demon swallowed the hearts of the cultivators, the baleful aura on its body became denser. Pooh! Pooh! The blood demon casually kicked the two corpses on the ground, causing them to explode. Then, he waved his hand, and the secret treasure in the shape of a bronze beast flew into his hand. The blood demon revealed a mocking expression. Humans are indeed an inferior race. They can't even resist a small temptation. This is a tried and tested method. Ga, 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 Ga. Xiaoqin also felt that it was unfortunate. This blood demon should only be a low-rank blood demon. It should be no stronger than a medial-grade martial king. Two medial-grade martial kings could have easily killed Xiaoqin in a head-on clash. However, because of a secret treasure, they lost themselves and died without a complete corpse. That blood demon looked around. When he saw that there was no one around, he found an early rank 7 demonic beast. The baleful aura on the blood demon's body terrified the demonic beast. He easily subdued this demonic beast, cut open its skin, and stuffed the secret treasure back in. A scarlet light flashed on the blood demon's hand, and the wound on the demonic beast instantly healed. There were no visible problems. After everything that happened the night before, the low-rank blood demon released the demonic beast in satisfaction. He licked his lips and said with a greedy expression, "I wonder what my next prey will taste like." Human hearts are indeed delicious. Xiaoqian's expression changed slightly. He finally understood why the demonic beasts had secret treasures in their bodies. The secret treasures of the demon realm were naturally in the hands of the demon dwellers. When the humans wanted to kill them and obtain the secret treasures, the demon dwellers had already killed them. When the humans wanted to kill the demons and obtain the secret treasure, the demons treated the humans as their prey. Who could have a last laugh would depend on their own abilities. Xiaoqian looked at the hidden blood demon and said calmly, "Since I saw the secret treasure made of bronze beasts, I might as well take it." The blood clouds above Xiaoqian's head looked like they would never disperse. Only when a strong wind blew would they ripple. The sky was like a drawing board. However, there was only one color on this drawing board, scarlet. On flat ground, Xiaoqian moved very quickly. With one step, he could leap several hundred meters. Everywhere he passed, he left behind a long shockwave. When Xiaoqian met some demonic beasts along the way, he did his best to avoid them. If he could not avoid them, he would end the fight quickly. It took them an hour to cover the distance of more than 2,000 meters. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense and found the demonic beast that the blood demon had stuffed into the secret treasure. It was an early rank 7 purple python tiger demonic beast. It looked like a ferocious tiger. The purple python tiger demonic beast was 10 meters tall on all fours. Its fur was purple, and occasionally black chi came out of its pores. There was a purple python-like tail coiled on its back. The purple tail was as thick as an adult's arm. There was a bulge at the end of the purple tail that looked like a snake's head. An early rank 7 demonic beast was about as strong as a medial grade martial king. With Xiaoqian's current advancement, he could deal with it easily within 20 moves. However, when Xiaoqian thought about the low-ranked blood demon hiding behind it, he had to put on a good show to lure it out. Otherwise, it would be pointless to scare it away. Xiaoqian revealed himself and leaped into the air. He landed in front of the demonic beast and sent out a strand of energy. Xiaoqian did not infuse too much essence into the energy. The purple python tiger easily dodged it by tilting its body. A ferocious glint appeared in its eyes as it roared and pounced at Xiaoqian. The purple python tiger crossed the distance of 200 meters in one leap and arrived before Xiaoqian. It opened its jaws, revealing its 4 fangs. A cold light flashed as it bit at Xiaoqian's neck. Ooh! The purple python tiger's huge body created an intense wind as it soared into the air. This caused Xiaoqian's hair to flutter. Xiaoqian drew his saber, and a purple saber light flickered as he chopped at the purple python tiger's neck. The purple python tiger roared ferociously and smashed its right paw against the saber. Xiaoqian was forced back a few steps before he could stabilize himself. After knocking back Xiaoqian, the purple python tiger roared excitedly. It charged at Xiaoqian with a flourishing aura. Dang! 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 Every strike of the purple python tiger's 2 front paws sounded out. They carried tens of thousands of kilograms of force as they smashed at Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian brandished his huge saber in front of him to prevent the claws from grabbing him. It is quite strong. This claw probably has about 70 to 80 tons of force. However, this should not be the purple python tiger's killing move. I have to continue acting. As Xiaoqian retreated, he calmly analyzed the situation. In the blink of an eye, he had exchanged more than 100 moves with the purple python tiger. When the purple python tiger saw that it could not knock Xiaoqian to the ground, it became enraged. It opened its mouth and spat out a black energy wave at Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian's expression turned grave. His saber flickered with a purple light as he chopped the energy wave in half. Wuxia! The moment the energy wave scattered, a purple snake head shot at Xiaoqian at lightning speed. The purple python tiger's purple tail was actually a purple python. This startled Xiaoqian, causing him to quickly retreat. However, this purple python was simply too fast. As Xiaoqian retreated, it wrapped itself around his ankle. Chi! Chi! The snake coiled around Xiaoqian a few times. Then, it opened its mouth and bit down ferociously. When Xiaoqian saw the snake's venomous fangs, Even if he did not get injured, he would be poisoned. Xiaoqian's left hand shot out at lightning speed and clamped down on the snake's mouth. Xiaoqian exerted force on his arm as he used 2 fingers to clamp down on the snake's mouth. The huge force prevented the snake's mouth from opening. Just as Xiaoqian and the purple python fought, the purple python tiger's huge body crashed into Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian suffered a heavy blow to his chest and immediately fell over. This is about the end of the act. If this goes on, this beast will really eat me up, Xiaoqian thought to himself as he watched the purple python tiger open its mouth to attack his neck. Bang! A crisp sound rang out. Xiaoqian increased the force in his left hand and crushed the snake head. Then, he fiercely punched the purple python tiger's chest. Chapter 407. Xianxia. With the dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulating at full power, this punch contained 150 tons of force. The force of the punch permeated the purple python tiger's internal organs and instantly shattered them. Just as the purple python tiger's huge body pressed down, Xiaoqian somersaulted and dodged it. There was a loud bang, and the purple python tiger's corpse fell heavily to the ground. The clothes on Xiaoqian's chest had already been torn by the purple python tiger's attack. His long hair was messy, and he was covered in dust. Xiaoqian cut a sorry figure. When the low-ranked blood demon hidden in the darkness saw this, it relaxed. It stuck out its tongue and licked its lips. A greedy look appeared in its eyes. Xiaoqian stretched out his body and took out a sharp saber from his universe ring. Then, he cut open the purple python tiger's belly. Blood immediately spurted out, along with a small, exquisite bronze statue. Xiaoqian stretched his hand out, and a suction force pulled the bronze statue over. It floated above Xiaoqian's palm. He stabbed the lunar shadow saber into the ground beside him. Then, Xiaoqian took out an old cloth and slowly wiped the blood off the bronze statue. An incredibly lively and lifelike statue appeared before Xiaoqian. When Xiaoqian saw the statue's appearance, he found it familiar. Suddenly, he remembered seeing it in the Firely Sect's Secret Treasures book. The secret treasures from the ancient era were all famous. Those that were not superior-grade secret treasures would not appear in the book. However, based on the aura of this bronze statue, it was clear that it was not the original. It should be a fake. See. An extremely weak sound came from behind Xiaoqian. If one did not pay close attention, one would not be able to hear it. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Xiaoqian's lips curled up in a smile. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the lunar shadow saber. Then, he turned around and stabbed the saber into the ground. The tip of the saber struck the blood. Xiaoqian used some force, and purple electricity crackled and flickered on the snow-white saber. There was a miserable shriek as the blood turned into a human figure. The lunar shadow saber pinned the other party's body to the ground. Pure and tyrannical lightning-attributed essence. The blood demon's body was convulsing nonstop, unable to resist at all. The blood demon's body did not have the slightest ability to resist. Don't kill me. I still have many secret treasures. As long as you let me go, I will give them all to you, Blood Demon said, trembling in pain. His heart was filled with extreme fear. He had thought that this person had fallen for his trap, and that his strength was only SOSO. He did not expect that this sudden attack would not even give him a chance to dodge. Xiaoqian, who had personally seen this blood demon devour human hearts, did not believe the words of this blood demon at all. Such a cunning demon dweller would definitely suffer a great loss if he coveted some small advantage. Xiaoqian unsheathed his blade, and purple flames shot out from his right eye. He was prepared to burn this blood demon to death. As the purple flames burned, the blood demon's miserable shriek lasted for a while before it went silent. After a while, it turned into a pile of ashes. Xiaoqian used the tip of his saber to poke at the ashes a few times. A scarlet demon core appeared. The demon core contained a horrifying, baleful aura. If one could absorb it, it could greatly increase a cultivator's killing chi. At the same time, it could temper a cultivator's mental energy. This thing had always been in short supply. However, The demon core of a low-rank blood demon did not have much value. The baleful aura it contained was useless against a martial king. Xiao Chun casually tossed the demon core into the universe ring. Then, he took out the book that introduced secret treasures and started reading it. Soon, he found the source of the bronze statue. The bronze statue was a sculpture of an ancient mutated beast. This mutated beast was called Flame, the strongest fire-attributed mutated beast in the world. It consumed flames as food. In this world, there was no flame that it could not consume. The more flames it consumed, the stronger the might of the flames it spat out. Using the flame beast as the model, the ancient cultivators created a secret treasure. It could also consume all sorts of flames in the world. After it merged, it could spit out an even more powerful flame. Although it could not compare to a true flame beast, it was not far off. Its might could not be underestimated. It was a peak superior grade secret treasure. After Xiao Chun read the introduction, he toyed with the ordinary-looking bronze statue in his hand. It had a flickering spiritual light. He said, "A superior grade secret treasure radiates light into the sky. Its spiritual energy can spread for 5 kilometers. It looks like this flame beast bronze statue is very simple. It is indeed a fake." Xiao Chun erased the imprint on the flame beast bronze statue and placed his own imprint on it. Then, he prepared to use the purple thunder true fire to test the might of this flame beast. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the distance. It was like a sudden clap of thunder. It was so loud that it hurt one's eardrums. Xiao Chun looked up and saw a huge whirlpool in the scarlet clouds in the distant sky. Countless scarlet bolts of lightning appeared out of nowhere. A tyrannical aura soared into the sky from the ground, shattering the scarlet clouds in the sky. So. Many cultivators in the demon battlefield felt this aura and looked up. A few cultivators could not resist their curiosity and quickly flew over. When Xiao Chun felt the fluctuating energy in the air, he muttered, "What a strong aura! It should be as strong as a martial monarch. Is this the target of those half-step martial monarchs?" An intense curiosity arose in Xiao Chun's heart. He wanted to check it out. However, he managed to overcome his curiosity in the end. Even the most ordinary half-step martial monarch would be able to deal with Xiao Chun in a few moves. It would be too naive to try and take advantage of them. Furthermore, there was a demon as strong as a martial monarch in the middle. If Xiao Chun was not afraid of death, he could join in the fun. Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze and maintained his vigilance as he continued forward. Along the way, he ran into some crafty demons. Some tossed their secret treasures on the ground and used the aura of the secret treasure to attract the cultivator's attention before launching a sneak attack. Some disguised themselves as humans to get close to Xiao Chun and wait for an opportunity to make a move. Xiao Chun saw through all these tricks. Along the way to the medial grade secret treasure, he obtained 3 or 4 inferior grade secret treasures. Xiao Chun stopped in front of a messy stone forest. He muttered, "I have finally reached this place. This place is indeed at the periphery of the demon battlefield. I hope Lishi did not lie to me." The messy stone forest covered an area of a kilometer squared. There were strange rocks everywhere. Each rock was at least 10 meters tall, standing upright on the flat ground. The atmosphere in the forest was very strange. It was very quiet. When the wind blew, the faint smell of blood wafted in the air. Xiao Chun scanned the forest with his spiritual sense and soon discovered the medial grade secret treasure that Lishi mentioned. A pair of flashing black boots lay quietly on a stone pillar in the middle of the messy stone forest. When Xiao Chun probed it with his spiritual sense, the boots flickered with a dense spiritual light, giving off an overwhelming spiritual energy. The spiritual energy contained in these boots was much stronger than that of a regular peak inferior grade secret treasure. This was at least an early medial grade secret treasure. Indeed, Lishi did not lie to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun rejoiced. Coincidentally, the wind-walked shoes on his feet could no longer keep up with his cultivation. Now, they could only increase his movement speed by 10%. Xiaoqin's overall movement speed could not break Mach 2. It remained stuck at a bottleneck. However, based on Xiaoqin's experience along the way, he often encountered demons tossing their secret treasures on the ground to attract the attention of cultivators. Then, they would take the opportunity to kill them. This place should be no exception. If there were no danger, the secret treasures would have been snatched away long ago. Xiaoqin scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense again, but did not discover any demons. This was within his expectations, but did not mean that there was no danger. The ability of demons to hide their auras was much higher than that of regular human cultivators. Unless one personally tracked the other party, it would be very difficult to sense a demon with one's spiritual sense. Since this demon could take out a medial-grade secret treasure, its rank was definitely not low. The low-rank blood demons that Xiaoqin killed easily could not compare to it. I have to think of a way. As he stood outside the stone forest, Xiaoqin did not rush in. He revealed a contemplative look. Enemies hidden in the dark were always the scariest. This was because one could not predict where they would come from or how strong they were. Xiaoqin casually waved his hand and pulled over 7 or 8 rocks of similar sizes. This stone forest did not lack rocks. Xiaoqin sent out a few strands of essence and gently lifted up these rocks. Then he held 2 fingers together and condensed an incredibly sharp saber chi. His 2 fingers danced in the air, and just like that, he started carving in the air. Stone chips fell off, and soon, an exquisite stone eagle sculpture appeared. Xiaoqin's fingers did not stop moving as he continued to carve. Soon, 8 stone sculptures appeared around him, floating quietly in the air. Life bestowal spell. Xiaoqin shouted and pointed to the front. The 8 stone eagles in the air all came to life. Puda, Puda. The goshawk, which had a wingspan of a meter, stirred up whirlwinds on the ground and shot toward the stone forest like an arrow that was released from a bow. With Xiaoqin's current cultivation and the aid of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 6th layer, he was already very familiar with the life bestowal spell. He had no difficulty communicating with the 8 eagles at the same time. Just as they were about to get close to the secret treasure, 3 red lights flashed, and the 3 goshawks at the front were directly blasted into a pile of debris. After all, they were just stone sculptures made of ordinary stones. They did not have high combat prowess. At the same time, a blood demon in red robes appeared on a stone pillar. He had a pale complexion and a sullen gaze. Pa! 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 The red-robed blood demon flicked his hands and sent out a few strands of scarlet energy, trying to shatter the remaining 5 eagles. A middle-rank blood demon was as strong as a superior grade martial king who comprehended a state. He would be difficult to deal with. However, he was still within the limits of what Xiaoqin could handle. To be on the safe side, Xiaoqin had to test him to see if he had any companions. With a flip of his hand, Xiaoqin sucked in 10 odd stones in one breath. His gaze was calm as he moved his hands at the same time. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Stone chips fell from the ground. Xiaoqin pushed his concentration and movements to their limits. In 3 breaths, he completed the stone sculpture. Boom! The 10 odd large eagles soared into the air and quickly flew towards the stone pillar in the middle. They spread their wings and connected them together. In an instant, the dozen or so flies covered a large area of the sky. Chapter 408. Clearly, one blood demon would not be able to destroy so many eagles in an instant. At that time, Xiaoqin could take the opportunity to control the eagles and snatch away the secret treasures. Unless there are other blood demons, Xiaoqin muttered to himself, a cautious look in his eyes. Boom! 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 The eagles that swooped down at the secret treasures were blasted into dust one after another. Xiaoqin focused his spiritual sense on one of the eagles and nimbly dodged the attacks. Nimbly dodging the attacks, it seized an opportunity and hooked the pair of shoes with its talons before retreating with lightning speed. Bang! This eagle did not fly very high before it was blasted into dust by a blood arrow. The shoes slowly fell to the ground. Another blood demon appeared on the stone pillar. This one wore blue robes. and its aura was no weaker than the first blood demon's. Unexpectedly, it was also a middle-rank blood demon. 2 middle-rank blood demons. This is going to be problematic, Xianxia thought to himself. No matter what, I have to give it a try. Medial-grade secret treasures are not that easy to come across. A fierce purple flame burned in Xiaoqian's right eye. Then it quickly condensed and compressed. Soon, the boundless purple flame turned into a rhombus-shaped purple light. With a thought from Xiaoqian, the purple light quickly elongated. Xiao! The purple arrow turned into a purple arrow and shot at the second middle-rank blood demon. The purple arrow moved like a beam of light, tearing through the obstruction of space. Its speed instantly reached Mach 3. Before the blue-robed blood demon could react, a bloody hole appeared in its shoulder. At the same time the purple flames shot out, Xiaoqian activated the windwalk shoes on his feet. He moved at lightning speed on the rocks. Finally, just as the secret treasure was about to fall, he grabbed the pair of black shoes. When the 2 blood demons saw that Xiaoqian had obtained the secret treasures, they did not show any surprise on their faces. It was as if everything was within their expectations. The blood demon that was struck by the purple thunder, true fire, licked his lips. He had a malevolent expression as he smiled. Another fat sheep has come knocking. What a dense killing chi. I like it. This time, no matter what, you cannot snatch it from me. The other blood demon stared coldly at Xiaoqian. He smiled gently and said, "Let's see how capable you are. If you can't eat it, I don't mind helping you." Ga. The blue-robed blood demon laughed strangely, and the wound on his shoulder squirmed. He laughed and said, "I can't eat it? What a joke. Finish off this brat in 10 moves." Strange, these 2 blood demons seemed to be waiting for him to fall into their trap. The arrow shot by the purple thunder true fire might have been purposely shot by the other party to lure him in. A thoughtful look appeared in Xiaoqian's eyes. He placed the secret treasure in his universe ring and prepared to leave this place first. No matter what, it was too dangerous to face 2 middle-ranked blood demons at the same time. Thinking of this, Xiaoqian pushed off the ground and turned around to retreat. Don't leave, human. No one has ever escaped from this stone forest. Ga. The blood demon laughed strangely and chased after Xiaoqian. When Xiaoqian heard this, he was slightly stunned. A few tall rocks appeared in front of him and blocked his path. Break! Xiaoqian instantly drew the lunar shadow saber, and a sharp saber chi chopped the rocks in half. However, before he could relax, the strange rocks actually merged back together. Bang! 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 Xiaoqian continuously attacked with his saber. The purple chi whirlpool in his body spun rapidly. The lunar shadow saber flickered with electric light as he hacked down with a state of thunder infused in it. The stone, which had just been reassembled, was instantly smashed into pieces by the surging power. Zzz. A strange energy spread out, turning the rocks into countless shards flying in all directions. Once again, they were sucked over. Soon, they turned back into a huge rock, blocking Xiaoqian's path. Just as Xiaoqian was about to try a few more times, he suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura behind him. The middle-ranked blood demon's blood arrow was approaching. Ga. Stop running, human. Stay here. I will definitely not let you feel pain. Xiaoqian tilted his body slightly and dodged this attack. Then, he leaped over the rocks blocking his path and continued flying forward. When Xiaoqian looked up, he discovered something strange. The path he took seemed to have changed. The direction of the entire stone forest seemed to have changed. Xiaoqian was clearly heading back. However, he did not know which direction it led to. This was very shocking. Since the direction on the ground was messed up, I'll just go by the sky. Xiaoqian executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and quickly soared into the sky. Bang! After flying for only 100 meters, an invisible barrier appeared above Xiaoqian's head. His head smashed into it. Xiaoqian had no choice but to land on a stone pillar on the ground. When he looked up, the direction he had just determined was now messed up again. The entire space of the stone forest seemed to be in complete chaos. It changed at every moment, making it impossible to walk out normally. The blue-robed blood demon chased after Xianxia. He revealed a playful smile on his pale face. He said in a hoarse voice, "Give up. The natural laws of this stone forest change at every moment. If you do not live here for at least 100 years, you will not be able to walk out." Xiaoqian's back faced the blue-robed blood demon. He looked to the front, thinking about some problems. It was like he did not hear what the blue-robed blood demon said. "Brat, are you scared, silly? Are you going to end yourself? Or do I have to do it myself?" "Ga, Ga, Ga." The blue-robed blood demon laughed strangely when he saw the silent Xiaoqian. "Never mind. Since I can't leave for now, there is no need to overthink. Whether Bai Lishi lied to me or not is not something I need to worry about now." Xiaoqian gently pulled off the blue strip of cloth on his forehead. Then he slowly turned around. The red mark on his forehead made his fair complexion look very bewitching. When the blue-robed blood demon saw Xiaoqian's appearance, he was slightly stunned. He felt that something was wrong, but he could not pinpoint what was wrong. "Since you want me to stay, I will grant your wish. I will not leave." Xiaoqian's lips curled up, revealing a sinister smile on his bewitching face. "Trying to scare me? You are just an insignificant, inferior-grade martial king. You are seeking death." The blue-robed blood demon shouted ferociously. He moved his 10 fingers and instantly shot out countless blood arrows. The blood arrows contained an intense, baleful aura. With one glance, it looked like countless evil spirits crawled out of hell and launched themselves at you. As they wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves, there seemed to be all sorts of illusions around your ears. If one did not have a strong will, they would collapse on the spot under these illusions. A bright light flashed in Xiaoqian's eyes, and all the illusions and the evil spirits of hell vanished. Thunderclouds filled the sky. Xiaoqian held his lunar shadow saber as he stood on a huge rock. As thunder roared, saber lights danced around continuously. Dang, 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 dang. The blood arrows seemed very solid. When Xiaoqian's saber lights clashed, they gave off a melodious sound. Sparks flew everywhere on the saber. Xiaoqian's saber light was so dense that not even wind could pass through. The blood arrows were all knocked away. When the blood arrows landed on the huge rocks, they immediately created finger-sized holes. After a while, all the blood infused into the huge rock. The huge rock instantly shattered. This showed how strong the blood arrows were. However, Xiaoqian's saber lights did not make any progress. No matter how fast he was or how violent he did not move. With my saber in hand, thunder roared, but I did not move. When the blue-robed blood demon saw that the illusions and blood arrows were useless against Xiaoqian, not even giving him any trouble, he revealed a trace of shock in his eyes. That illusion of his was not an ordinary illusion. The number of demonic beasts and humans he had killed over the past few hundred years could be counted as tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of them. Regular superior-grade martial kings would not be able to struggle free of the baleful aura formed by the illusions. Even if they managed to struggle free, their minds would turn blurry for a while. However, nothing happened to Xiaoqian. His martial techniques were not messed up at all. This brat was somewhat difficult to deal with. The blue-robed blood demon's gaze turned cautious. He looked at his companions in the distance, wanting to call them over to help. However, he resisted the urge. If he could not deal with an inferior-grade martial king, he would be exploited by that fellow in the future. The blue-robed blood demon's gaze turned ferocious once again. He gave up on seeking help from his companions. The blue-robed blood demon roared ferociously and condensed a red ball of light in his hand. The surface of the ball of light was mottled. Occasionally, the cries of resentful spirits came from it. Fragmented blood wave. A faint radiance appeared in the surroundings of the scarlet ball of light. It flew towards Xiaoqian at high speed and slowly rotated in the air. In the end, it formed a horrifying scarlet whirlpool. It even tore the air apart. Xiaoqian focused his gaze. He did not advance. Instead, he retreated. He gathered all his essence on the tip of his saber. Then, He held the lunar shadow saber in his right hand and spun it counterclockwise. See. A whirlpool appeared on the tip of the saber in the opposite direction of the fragmented blood wave. Purple electric light flickered in the whirlpool, crackling nonstop. Boom! The two whirlpools clashed with each other. A huge energy shock wave spread out in all directions. The boulders in the surroundings were crushed into powder. Instantly, a large cloud of dust filled the air. The blue-robed blood demon retreated 10 meters before he could stabilize himself. However, Xianxia did not move back. He shouted and charged forward with the lunar shadow saber in hand. Rushing thunder chop, Xianxia leaped into the air and descended from the sky. He carried a surging momentum as he hacked down at the blue-robed blood demon. The saber gave off an intense cold light. Electricity flickered on it, making one tremble in fear. The blue-robed blood demon crossed his hands and formed a scarlet barrier, trying to block Xianxia's move. However, although Xianxia's state of thunder was only its small perfection, it was much stronger than the great perfection state of a regular cultivator because of the purple thunder divine incantation, a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. How could the blue-robed blood demon block this move? Bang! The scarlet barrier only lasted for a moment before it shattered. The blue-robed blood demon's figure was knocked back by the surging energy. In an instant, he shattered countless boulders. When the red-robed blood demon saw this scene from a kilometer away, he mocked. It looks like you can't take it. Do you need help? That's none of your business. The blue-robed blood demon retorted. As he looked at Xianxia flying over, he said angrily, "Today, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. I will let you have a taste of being eaten alive by a blood demon." Chain fragmented blood wave. When the flower's shadow landed, 9 red balls of light appeared beside the blue-robed blood demon. The balls of light circled around the blue-robed blood demon. The cries of countless aggrieved spirits came from them. Chapter 409. The aggrieved spirits wailed together. Immediately, a scene of hell appeared before Xianxia's eyes. Mountains of sabers and seas of flames filled the air. Horrifying scenes of human monarchs appeared before him. The blood demon wanted to disrupt Xianxia's state of mind, stirring up his mental energy and throwing his mind into chaos. Xianxia smiled faintly. In terms of mental attacks, only a martial monarch could threaten him. The mental attacks of this blue-robed blood demon were nothing to him. They were like floating clouds to Xianxia. A few strands of spiritual sense turned into countless sharp blades and instantly chopped the various mysterious phenomena into nothingness. Ha ha ha. So what if your mental energy is strong? My 9-ring fragmenting blood wave is already complete. No one can save you today. The blue-robed blood demon laughed loudly. 9 scarlet balls of light flew at Xianxia. The balls of light spun quickly and soon formed 9 huge scarlet whirlpools in the air. Then, the 9 scarlet whirlpools connected and formed an incredibly huge whirlpool. A scarlet light filled Xianxia's vision. Aside from this strange scarlet whirlpool, there was nothing else in front of Xianxia. It gave him a feeling that he could not block it. ZZ. The scarlet light in the whirlpool was like tentacles extending in the air, tearing through the air. Everywhere it passed, all the huge rocks shattered. It even pierced through the air. Retreat. Xianxia decisively retreated. He pushed off the huge rock and retreated several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. GA. Where can you retreat to? The longer you retreat, the stronger my chain fragmenting blood wave will be. You will die even more miserably. The blue-robed blood demon's maniacal laughter came from behind the scarlet whirlpool that covered the sky. Xianxia's expression remained calm. His heart was as calm as the waves in an ancient well. He pushed off the ground twice and retreated another kilometer at lightning speed. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated quickly in Xianxia's body. He pointed his saber at the sky, and thunder roared. He circulated the state of thunder to its limits. An 100-meter-wide electric whirlpool appeared in the sky. Rumble. The sound of galloping horses could be heard amidst the rumbling of thunder in the sky. The sound of the galloping horses mixed with the rumbling of thunder, and the sky seemed to tremble. Rushing thunder roar, thousand army break. The lunar shadow saber drew on the strong force in the air. Seeing the scarlet whirlpool surging towards him, Xianxia calmly swung his saber. Within the whirlpool, a golden lightning knight holding a spear soared into the sky. It covered a distance of 1 kilometer in an instant, and the golden spear struck the center of the scarlet whirlpool. Break! The golden lightning knight flicked his right hand and thrust his spear forward, leaving a long trail of golden light behind him. Light exploded like thunder. The blood-colored vortex began to shatter unceasingly. After a while, the golden lightning knight shouted again, and the scarlet whirlpool that covered the sky was completely broken. The warhorse made of lightning let out a neigh and crashed into the blue-robed blood demon while carrying the knight. Wuxia. The spear broke through the blue-robed blood demon's defense and stabbed a bowl-sized hole in his chest. The blue-robed blood demon's complexion paled as he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. The blue-robed blood demon held the spear made of lightning with both hands. However, the golden lightning paralyzed him. His body could not help but twitch. "Save me! Quickly save me!" The blue-robed blood demon pleaded as he looked at the red-robed blood demon in the distance. The red-robed blood demon's lips curled up in a cold smile. He did not seem to care at all. When the lightning knights dispersed, the blue-robed blood demon could not be more dead. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. Xianxia walked forward expressionlessly. He poked the blue-robed blood demon's corpse a few times with his saber, digging out his demon core. Then, he pulled gently, wanting to grab the middle-ranked blood demon's demon core. Wuxia. Just at this moment, a sharp scarlet light shot toward Xianxia. Its speed was comparable to the speed of Xianxia's saber, reaching 3 times the speed of sound. Xianxia was startled. He gave up on the demon core and left deep footprints on the ground as he retreated several hundred meters. Feeling a slight chill on his chest, Xianxia looked down. There were 5 claw marks on his clear wind robes. The inner armor was torn, nearly injuring his flesh. What a strong, explosive force, Xianxia thought to himself as he looked at the red-robed blood demon in front of him. The red-robed blood demon grabbed the demon core and revealed a wide smile on his pale face. He looked at Xianxia and said gently, "I really have to thank you. I have been waiting for this for several decades. You have helped me greatly. Later, I will eat your heart to repay you." Ga. The red-robed blood demon placed the demon core in his mouth and chewed it with relish. He revealed an expression of enjoyment on his face. It looked extremely cruel. Ga. Do you feel that I have become stronger? After I eat your heart, I will break through to become a high-ranked blood demon. The red-robed blood demon laughed strangely. He did not mind the guilt of eating his companion. He seemed to have a clear conscience. Xianxia could feel the red-robed blood demon's aura growing stronger. In the end, it actually increased by 20%, reaching the peak superior grade Martial King realm. Seeing the silent Xianxia, the red-robed blood demon slowly walked forward. He smiled faintly and said, "Why are you not saying anything? That move earlier exhausted a lot of your essence, right? I'm guessing that you have less than 30% left. Do you want me to give you some more time?" "Ha!" The red-robed blood demon said he wanted to give Xianxia more time. However, right after he spoke, he sent out a palm strike. The strong, baleful aura kicked up a strong wind. The sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling came from the wind. When the red light shone, even the formless wind turned scarlet. The red mark on Xianxia's forehead started to flicker with a bright red light. The state of massacre started to surge, and the snow-white lunar shadow saber started to alternate between purple and red. Xianxia did not move at all. He did his best to maintain his calm. The saber light danced around continuously, scattering the palm wind the red-robed blood demon sent back. The red-robed blood demon's explosive power was very startling. He could move at Mach 3 in an instant. However, the red-robed blood demon could only move at Mach 2. The only thing that Xianxia could rely on was his attack speed. With the aid of the black gloves, Xianxia could move at Mach 3 when using drawing the saber. Hence, Xianxia could not move. Once he moved, he would be at a disadvantage. Xianxia was very clear on what a difference in movement speed of Mach 3 meant. This meant that Xianxia's attacks would not be able to knock down the red-robed blood demon. However, the red-robed blood demon could advance and retreat as he pleased. Once he met with danger, he could retreat quickly. Dang! 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 A strong wind blew by Xianxia's ears. The ghostly cries and wolf howls were like demonic music, lingering in his mind. Occasionally, the red-robed blood demon's strange laughter could be heard. Maintaining his state of mind, Xianxia was as steady as a boulder. It was like his feet were fixed to the top of a huge rock. No matter how unpredictable the red-robed blood demon sent out sharp palm winds, Xianxia did not budge. The lunar shadow saber danced around in all directions. Xianxia made use of drawing the saber with every saber strike. Aside from essence, most of it was mental exhaustion. Tiring, extremely tiring. However, Xianxia had to do his best to persevere and find an opportunity to counterattack. Otherwise, only death awaited him. There was no other way. He had nowhere to retreat to. Interesting. You know that your movement speed is not as fast as mine, so you do not dare to move, afraid that I will control your rhythm. You're using your strong attack speed to block my attacks. However, how long do you think you can last? 20 minutes? 10 minutes? Or 5 minutes? The red-robed blood demon took a few steps back at lightning speed. A playful smile appeared on his pale face. After attacking for a long time without success, the red-robed blood demon started to use psychological warfare to lower Xianxia's morale. Xianxia pointed his saber at the red-robed blood demon and revealed a faint smile on his fair face. He said, "You can give it a try. Let's see if I fall first or if I grasp your rhythm first." Haha. In that case, let's continue playing. The red-robed blood demon laughed strangely. Then, he turned into a beam of red light and charged at Xianxia again. Boom! 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 The horrifying red light contained a boundless, baleful aura. The red-robed blood demon executed all sorts of killing moves. He attacked Xianxia from the front, left, and right. When the two's intense attacks clashed, the surrounding air rippled like water. The strong energy seemed like it would tear space apart. The red-robed blood demon originally had the strength of a superior grade martial king. After he absorbed the blue-robed blood demon's demon core, his strength increased explosively. Xianxia merged the two states to their limits. He did not dare to be careless as he broke every killing move of his opponent. After another hour, the red-robed blood demon still could not take down Xianxia. He revealed an impatient expression on his pale face as he retreated again. Xianxia remained calm. He said indifferently, "Is that all you are capable of? In that case, you might have to stay behind today." The red-robed blood demon snorted coldly and said, "Even at death's door, you are still so stubborn. I will make sure you beg for mercy later." A ruthless look flashed in the red-robed blood demon's eyes. He pressed his palms together and quickly formed hand seals. Rings of red light slowly spread out from his palms. A horrifying energy slowly gathered on the hand seals. The red light became increasingly brighter. It was bright red, like blood pulsing. It looked very strange. Great blood demon imprint. The red-robed blood demon roared ferociously. When the red light reached its peak, he stopped forming hand seals. Then, he used an overwhelming force to press down on Xianxia. The great blood demon was like a tall mountain descending from the sky with boundless energy. Its aura was overwhelming, causing one to tremble in fear and find it hard to breathe. However, Xiaoqian's expression did not change much. Instead, he felt excited. He was not afraid of clashing head-on with the red-robed blood demon. He was only afraid of the red-robed blood demon clinging to him. When the situation turned bad, he would retreat. If that happened a few times, Xiaoqian might not be able to leave this stone forest immediately. No matter how mentally strong he was, he would collapse. Xiao Chun had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. As long as he could drag this out until the red-robed blood demon clashed head-on with him and gave up his advantage in speed, he was confident of finishing him off in 3 moves. Xiao Chun placed the saber in front of his nose. His left hand moved up and down the tip of the saber, slowly moving it up and down. When his finger brushed past the tip of the saber, a purple and red fog sunflower bud suddenly appeared on the stone pillar under Xiao Chen's feet. When the great blood demon imprint struck him, it completely enveloped him. Chapter 410. Bang! There was a loud sound, and the huge rock under Xiao Chen's feet instantly turned into dust. The purple and red Wuxia flower bud fell to the ground. The huge rock quickly reformed behind the Wuxia flower bud and landed firmly on the ground. Inside the flower bud, Xiao Chen could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood. His internal organs churned violently, and the strands of energy on the inner vest trembled violently. The energy threads on the inner vest broke one by one. The might of this great blood demon imprint far surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. Despite the protection of the flower bud and the inner vest, it still inflicted such severe internal injuries. Without these 2 layers of protection, Xiao Chen's internal organs would have shattered. The red-robed blood demon floated quietly in the air. When he saw the undamaged flower bud, he revealed an astonished expression on his sullen face. The red-robed blood demon was very clear on the might of the great blood demon imprint. Although he had only cultivated the first layer, he had absorbed the blue-robed blood demon's energy. Even a high-ranked blood demon would suffer significant internal injuries after receiving the full might of this great blood demon imprint. I don't believe that you can block this move. What the hell is this? Break for me. The red-robed blood demon shouted angrily and formed a claw with his fingers. Then, he quickly clawed at the flower bud. Bang! Just as the red-robed blood demon was about to touch the flower bud, it exploded. A horrifying shockwave spread out and swept away the red-robed blood demon. The red-robed blood demon flew back 100 meters with an extremely pained expression before he managed to stabilize himself. A strong wind blew, and petals filled the sky of the stone forest. Xiao Chun leaped out and pierced through the petals, charging at the red-robed blood demon. The purple and red petals gave off beams of spiritual light invisible to the naked eye. When the spiritual light entered Xiao Chen's body, Xiao Chen's speed immediately increased to Mach 3. At this moment, Xiao Chen no longer held back like before. He brandished his saber and sent a sharp saber light at the red-robed blood demon with a boundless saber intent. Xiao Chun launched an unending barrage of attacks with the momentum of rushing thunder, pushing the red-robed blood demon back. The red-robed blood demon blocked Xiao Chen's attacks. The more he fought, the more astonished he became. The speed he was so proud of was actually unable to shake off Xiao Chen's attacks. He wanted to gather his strength and retreat, but he found that the move just now had consumed too much of his strength. He did not have much left. There was no chance for him to escape from Xiao Chen's attack. Despicable human. Do you think you can trap me like this? Blood Shadow Clone Technique. The red-robed blood demon cursed. A red light flickered on his body, and he split into 3. However, he did not attack Xiao Chun. Instead, he ran in different directions. He wanted to escape first. He firmly believed that as long as he left this place and completely digested the blue-robed blood devil's power, Xiao Chun, who could not escape from the stone forest, would be his meal sooner or later. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "Clone technique? It seems like I know it as well." Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. Xiao Chen's figure trembled, and he immediately split into 9 figures. Then, the 9 figures trembled again, and a total of 81 figures appeared in the air. Again, Xiao Chun clenched his teeth and risked exhausting his essence. The 81 figures trembled at the same time. He split into 9 again. Instantly, 729 figures appeared in the air, densely packed together. The air was filled with Xiao Chen's figures. It was not easy to wait for this fellow to exhaust most of his energy. If Xiao Chun allowed him to leave the stone forest, then Xiao Chun would lose the chance to catch him. Furthermore, with this experience, Xiao Chun would definitely not choose to clash head-on with Xiao Chun again. So, no matter what, Xiao Chun could not let him leave. There was only one chance. He absolutely could not miss it. When the red-robed blood demon saw that his surroundings were filled with Xiao Chun's figures, he finally revealed a horrified expression for the first time. Each of his 3 clones was surrounded by hundreds of Xiao Chuns. At this moment, they looked incredibly insignificant. With the aid of the fog sunflower petals, each of the clones was no slower than the red-robed blood demon. There was no chance for him to break through. The red-robed blood demon's path of retreat was completely sealed. "Merge!" the red-robed blood demon shouted. The other 2 clones turned into clumps of red light and returned to his main body. A ruthless look flashed in his eyes. The red-robed blood demon's entire body gave off a bright red light, and a dazzling scarlet light appeared in his eyes. A baleful aura spread out from his body like smoke. The red-robed blood demon unleashed all sorts of killing moves without caring about the exhaustion. A scarlet light flashed, and a strong wind howled. He quickly broke out of the encirclement. Several of Xiao Chun's clones shattered into pieces. This red-robed blood demon had gone completely berserk. Trying to leave? It's too late. Wuxia transforms to Qi. The lunar shadow saber hummed, and the hundreds of Xiao Chun's figures in the stone forest brandished their sabers at the same time, executing the Wuxia transforms to Qi of the Wuxia saber technique. Instantly, hundreds of ancient divine Wuxia trees appeared in the air. Then, the Wuxia trees scattered and turned into boundless saber Qi. Dang! 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 In this small space, the alternating purple and red saber Qi were like a torrential storm. The red-robed blood demon, locked onto by Xiao Chun, had no way of dodging. The principle was very simple. In a torrential storm, even if one held an umbrella, one would still get wet. Furthermore, the thousands of saber Qi in the air were even more ferocious than a torrential storm. No matter how fast the red-robed blood demon was, he could not dodge all of them. Xiao! Xiao! In the blink of an eye, the red-robed blood demon's clothes were tattered by the saber Qi. Blood flowed all over his body. His flesh was lacerated, and countless wounds covered his body. He looked very miserable. "Merge!" Xiao Chun shouted, and the hundreds of figures turned into countless beams of light, gathering on Xiao Chun's body. When all the beams of light gathered, Xiao Chun leaped up and thrust his saber in the air. He easily tore apart the defensive Qi barrier that the red-robed blood demon laid. Now that the red-robed blood demon was severely injured, how could he block Xiao Chun's lightning-fast saber strike infused with the state of massacre and the state of thunder? Wuxia! The tip of Xiao Chun's saber stabbed deeply into the red-robed blood demon's chest, creating a fist-sized wound. The red-robed blood demon was in so much pain that he wished he were dead. Blood leaked out of his eyes as he said in a crazed manner, "Even if I die, I will drag you down with me, you lowly, vile human." Energy gathered in the red-robed blood demon's entire body. His skin started to swell continuously. At the critical moment, the red-robed blood demon actually thought of self-detonation. Xiao Chun thrust his saber forward again. His expression was calm as he said, "Do you think that you still have a chance?" Wuxia blossoms. Xiao Chun drew his saber, sending out a long blood arrow. Flower petals filled the air and formed a huge whirlpool, heading for the red-robed blood demon's wound. Bang! A huge force surged over. The red-robed blood demon's body smashed through several huge rocks before he stopped. His continuously swelling body instantly shriveled up. A tree trunk grew out of his wound. Then, countless branches extended from the tree trunk. Soon, a luxuriant Wuxia tree grew at a visible pace. A tall, towering Wuxia tree appeared out of nowhere. Many purplish-red Wuxia flowers bloomed on the branches. This time, Xiao Chun did not have any misgivings at all. The Wuxia tree's growth was extremely wild. When the Wuxia tree bloomed, all the life force in the red-robed blood demon's body was sucked dry, turning him into a dried corpse. Explode. Xianxia formed a hand seal with his left hand and controlled the mysterious energy in the air. He shouted, and the Wuxia tree instantly exploded. The red-robed blood demon's body could not be any more dead. No matter how strong the red-robed blood demon's life force was, there was no exception. The instant the red-robed blood demon's body exploded, thousands of beams of red light, made of baleful aura, quickly flew towards Xiaoqian's forehead. In Xiaoqian's sea of consciousness, the Scarlet Throne greedily absorbed this baleful aura. It trembled in excitement, and the entire sea of consciousness surged. The red-robed blood demon's baleful aura far surpassed Xiaoqian's expectations. His body also grew excited uncontrollably. A red light appeared in his eyes, making him look very sinister. The low-rank blood demons that he killed in the past could not compare at all. With just a thought, he could easily kill them with his spiritual sense. That feeling of sinking into depravity gave him a thrill. Even though that blue-robed blood demon was a middle-ranked blood demon, Xiaoqian only needed a few breaths of time to easily destroy that desire. However, this time, the feeling was very intense. All the cells, skin, and blood in Xiaoqian's body surged. His mind was filled with the power of massacre. Xiaoqian wanted to destroy this intoxicating feeling a few times, but he gave up at the last moment. That feeling of his entire body surging made him sink in, unable to extricate himself. Even though Xiaoqian knew that it was not good and would drive him crazy, he could not do it. He was afraid that he would lose this feeling if he destroyed it. Just as he was about to lose himself, Xiaoqian placed the tip of his tongue between his teeth and bit down hard. Immediately, he bit off a small piece of flesh on the tip of his tongue. The intense pain caused Xiaoqian to regain some clarity. The pain on the tip of his tongue did not last for long. Xiaoqian revealed a resolute expression. Just as the pain was about to disappear, he used his spiritual sense to turn into a sharp blade and cut off the intoxicating feeling in his sea of consciousness. Xiaoqian only managed to sever this feeling after a total of 5 minutes. Cold sweat poured down Xiaoqian's back. He felt like he was about to collapse. Xiaoqian was mentally fatigued. This action had actually exhausted half of his mental energy. The red-robed blood demon was originally very strong. He was already a peak middle-ranked blood demon. After he swallowed his companion, he could be considered a high-ranked blood demon. Not only did the baleful aura it contained increase in quantity, but it also increased in quality. It was not something that low-ranked blood demons could compare to. Furthermore, the baleful aura of such demons was much stronger than that of human cultivators of the same cultivation level. The unique brutality, bloodthirst, massacre, and other negative emotions of demons were much stronger than those of humans. Xiaoqian leaned against a huge rock. His eyes had already regained their clarity. He said softly, "It looks like I have to pay special attention to absorbing the baleful aura of demons in the future. This is not on the same level as a cultivator." The crisis this time had a lot to do with Xiaoqian not being mentally prepared. If Xiaoqian had been prepared, given his mental state, even if he could not digest this baleful aura quickly, he would not have been in danger of sinking into oblivion. After resting for a while, Xiaoqian recovered most of his spirit. He stood up and said, "After absorbing so much baleful aura, the state of massacre should have become stronger." Xiaoqian gently flicked his finger, and a saber chi infused with the state of massacre shot out. Chapter 411. Wang. The red saber chi instantly pierced through the huge rock in front, leaving behind a finger-sized hole. After that, it did not lose any momentum. It pierced through another 100 rocks and flew for a kilometer before stopping. When Xiaoqian saw this, he revealed an astonished expression. He had not even used a tenth of his strength in this attack. However, the effect was startling. If it had been pure lightning-attributed essence, Xiaoqian's attack would have been able to shatter 10 huge rocks at most. It was shattering and not piercing. This was because lightning-attributed energy was too berserk. Without the state of massacre, it could easily scatter. That was to say, after Xiao Chun infused the state of massacre, the might of this strand of saber chi more than tripled. Furthermore, it was denser and sharper. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. The power of the Scarlet Throne was simply incredible, even horrifying. Xiao Chun had not cultivated any killing cultivation techniques or martial techniques. Logically speaking, he should not have been able to comprehend the state of massacre. However, right now, he only had one throne. Xiao Chen's state of massacre was much stronger than that of cultivators who cultivated the killing Tao. The secret treasure that the ancient evil king left behind contained too many secrets. With Xiao Chen's current strength, it would be difficult to unravel them. Xiao Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about this problem. All he had to do was ensure that he did not sink into it. When he was strong enough, all the secrets would naturally be unraveled. After Xiao Chun used his spiritual sense to search for the demon core of the red-robed blood demon, his figure flashed. A demon core that could rival that of a high-ranked blood demon was already something good. Cultivators who wanted to temper their mental energy would spend a lot of money to purchase it. When Xiao Chun landed, he waved his hand and sucked the demon core in front of him into his palm. Then, he revealed a faint smile. Now that he had dealt with his target, it was time to look at the spoils of war. Xiao Chun took out a pair of black boots from the universe ring, a true medial-grade secret treasure. When an inferior-grade secret treasure reached Martial King, its effects would gradually weaken. However, when a medial-grade secret treasure reached Martial Monarch, it could still be barely used. With this pair of boots, Xiao Chun would not have to worry about similar secret treasures for a long time. The spiritual imprint left in a medial-grade secret treasure was much stronger than an inferior-grade secret treasure. Xiao Chun spent a lot of effort before he managed to imprint his own spiritual imprint on it. The owner of this pair of boots had completely become him. He had to give these boots a name. The boots weren't much different from ordinary shoes. They were standard, but the color was a lot darker. Coupled with the spiritual aura, they looked very extraordinary. Xiao Chun used his hand to gently touch the surface of the boots. He could feel the fine lines on the boots. Following the touch of his finger, the lines on the boots slowly released a faint radiance. When the light completely lit up, it turned out to be a black-winged blood flame eagle with its wings spread open, covering its entire body. It spread its wings as if it was about to take flight, looking extremely realistic. The bloody flame eagle was said to be one of the fastest flying spirit beasts in the ancient era. The bloody flame eagle with its black wings was the king of this type of spirit beasts. However, it was already extinct on the continent. There had not been a black-winged blood flame eagle for several thousand years already. Xiao Chun muttered, "Since there is a black-winged blood flame eagle carved on it, let's call them blood flame shoes." After changing into the blood flame shoes, Xiao Chun stomped on the ground a few times and started to adapt to the might of this medial-grade secret treasure. By relying on the blue dragon cloud soaring art, Xiao Chun could reach Mach 2. With the aid of the Windwalk shoes, he could reach Mach 3. Xiao Chun wondered how fast the blood flame shoes could raise his speed. He felt anticipation as he quickly circulated the blue dragon cloud soaring art. Xiao Chun's figure shot forward at lightning speed, heading for a huge rock 200 meters in front and crashing into it. What a fast speed! Xiao Chun was startled. If he crashed into it, he would be very embarrassed. He pushed off the ground and quickly changed his direction. Xiao Chun weaved through the rock forest, making many turns. After the initial panic, Xiao Chun finally got used to the bloody flame eagle speed. After that, Xiao Chun unleashed his full strength and circulated the blue dragon cloud soaring art to the limit without caring about the expenditure of essence. He wanted to test the limits of the blood flame shoes. Xiao Chun moved in and out of the rock forest. In this extremely complicated environment, he tested the blood flame shoes and his reaction speed at the same time. After a long time, Xiao Chun stopped. He revealed an excited smile and said, "This speed is at least Mach 3. 5. It is at least 30% faster than before." This medial-grade secret treasure truly lives up to its name. Xianxia could not help but be excited. In a martial king realm, unless one had a special fortuitous encounter or was a cultivator of the wind attribute, the peak speed was Mach 4. The peak speed was 4 times the speed of sound. For most people in the martial king realm, 4 times the speed of sound was an insurmountable hurdle. Furthermore, with Mach 3, 5, even if Xianxia met a peak half-step martial monarch, he had a 50% chance of escaping. His chances of survival had increased significantly. What made Xianxia feel somewhat unfortunate was that the blood flame shoes seemed to be able to accomplish all this easily. That was to say, if his base movement speed was higher, his overall movement speed could increase even more. The Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art was a heaven-ranked movement technique. Xiaoqian's current speed was already top-notch among cultivators of the same cultivation realm. Xiaoqian had practiced it to small perfection long ago. However, from then on, he could not advance any further. He could no longer surpass it. This was the hard requirement of a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Before one's cultivation reached a certain level, there were no shortcuts to continue practicing it. According to the records in the books, after the Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art reached consummation, one could roam the world and summon 18 blue dragons to control. With the help of the Blue Dragon, one could break through the obstacles of the sky and soar into the world beyond. One could travel to the boundless depths of the sea, roaming freely in the depths of this world. It was clear that Xiaoqian had only scratched the surface of this movement technique. There was no way for him to improve it further. It was a pity for the blood flame shoes. When Xiaoqian saw the blood flame shoes carved on the black boots, he felt curious. Secret treasures would not have anything unnecessary. The materials needed to forge secret treasures were extremely rare. No refiner would be so extravagant as to do that. Hence, the black-winged blood flame eagle's patterns were definitely not just for decoration. I have to give it a try, Xiaoqian thought to himself. He slowly circulated his essence to the soles of his feet. Using the soles of the boots, Xiaoqian slowly sent his essence to the indented patterns. The moment his essence touched the patterns, the remaining half of the essence liquid in the purple chi whirlpool in Xiaoqian's body surged up, quickly draining it. Boom! The patterns on Xiaoqian's boots lit up at the same time, giving off a resplendent light. Then, 2 ear-piercing bird cries rang out. The black-winged blood flame eagle in the boots seemed to come to life, spreading its wings and flying off. Before Xiaoqian could react, he was lifted up by a strong force. That strong force dragged Xiaoqian's body forward. He was like an out-of-control train crashing into a boulder in front. Bang! 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 Xiaoqian's body smashed a boulder into dust. Then, a second, a third, a fourth, all the boulders within 500 meters of Xiaoqian were smashed into pieces. The sudden turn of events did not give Xiaoqian a chance to use his essence to protect his body as he crashed into the boulders. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. From the moment Xiaoqian infused his essence into the black-winged blood flame eagle's patterns to the moment he smashed through all the boulders in his way, not even half a blink of an eye had passed. Xiaoqian lay on the ground in a sorry state with a swollen face. He felt like all the bones in his body had fallen apart. The intense pain caused him to moan involuntarily. It was simply too painful. This feeling was like an ordinary person ramming their face against a wall. Furthermore, what Xiaoqian crashed into was not a wall. Instead, it was a boulder comparable to a small hill, much harder than a wall. Furthermore, Xiaoqian had not crashed into it while he was stationary. He had crashed into it while running at high speed. Just thinking about how the boulders had all been smashed into dust, one could imagine how fast Xiaoqian had been. Even though Xiaoqian had cultivated the dragon tendon tiger bone and had not suffered any substantial damage, the pain was still significant. Xiaoqian lay on the ground for half an hour before he managed to catch his breath. Although he appeared depressed, he was even more pleasantly surprised. Unexpectedly, there is a secret technique hidden on these blood flame shoes. It can allow me to break through Mach 4 in an instant. Although it is only 500 meters away, It can definitely give the enemy a pleasant surprise. Unfortunately, the only flaw was that it exhausted too much essence. After executing it once, Xiao Chun had exhausted a quarter of his essence. Never mind, I'm already very satisfied with this. I have profited greatly this time. It looks like the Blood Flame shoes are a peak medial grade secret treasure. Xiao Chun revealed a faint smile on his bruised face. However, he quickly withdrew it. The most pressing problem now was how to leave this strange place. If it was as the blue-robed blood demon said, he would have to stay here for 100 years before he could leave. If they had to stay for 100 years before they could leave, it would be really troublesome. Humans did not have a lifespan as long as demons. White Robe Rat, are you there? If you are, say something. Speak louder. Just as Xiao Chun was thinking, a vigorous voice suddenly resounded in the stone forest. A bewildered expression flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Why is Bai Lishi here? Are you there? If you are, say something. Damn it, are you really dead? Bai Lishi's coarse voice resounded again. Xiao Chun hesitated for a while before finally replying loudly. Right after Xiao Chun spoke, there was no reply from Bai Lishi's side. Just as Xiao Chun was feeling suspicious, a loud rumble came from above. A black dot quickly descended towards him. The black dot quickly grew larger in Xiao Chen's eyes. It was Bai Lishi holding a huge axe. He had increased the size of his axe by more than 10 times, breaking through the barrier of space and chopping down at Xiao Chun. Bai Lishi moved as fast as lightning. Xiao Chun quickly dodged. Bang! The huge axe struck the ground where he was originally standing, creating a long crack. Xiao Chun sucked in a breath of cold air. If this had struck his head, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. A look of rage flashed in his eyes. Bai Lishi wants to kill me? Brat, stop overthinking. Quickly jump onto the axe. I will get you out. Chapter 412. Bai Lishi's anxious voice rang out. Xiao Chun thought quickly and quickly made a decision. Then he jumped onto the axe. Xiao! The huge axe rose from the ground and flew up, carrying Xiao Chun forward. Under Bai Lishi's control, the huge axe carried Xiao Chun through the air. After Xiao Chun left the chaotic stone forest, he jumped off the huge axe. Bai Lishi waved his hand, and the huge axe returned to him. When Bai Lishi saw Xiao Chun's expression, he immediately smiled and said, Brat, what's wrong with you? Did you smash your face into a wall? Xiao Chun felt embarrassed. Bai Lishi's words were spot on. However, Xiao Chun could not admit to this even if he was beaten to death. Didn't you go to chase after that group of half-step martial monarchs? Why are you here? Xiao Chun changed the topic. Bai Lishi said somewhat embarrassedly, Sorry, I did indeed lie to you. Many people know that there is a medial grade secret treasure in this chaotic stone forest. However, aside from a few rookies, no one dares to barge in. I'm sure you understand the reason. Xiao Chun revealed an expression of understanding. Actually, he already guessed this. He said indifferently, I know what you mean. There is no need to say anything more. Since you obtained the firmament body tempering art, and I obtained the medial grade secret treasure, you drag me out. Consider it written off. I will not seek trouble for you anymore. When Bai Lishi heard this, he quickly said, White-robed brat, you have misunderstood me this time. Although I did intend to use the messy stone forest to trick you, I realized on the way that you are a good match for my temper, especially when you gave me the secret manual in the end. At that time, I intended to tell you the truth. However, you ran too fast. I could not even call out to you in time. The moment I entered, I rushed over here. Along the way, I ran into some trouble. I did not expect to be too late. However, I managed to drag you out. Xiao Chun remained silent. There were no flaws in Bai Lishi's words. Bai Lishi had treated him fairly. Xiao Chun was not a narrow-minded person. When he thought about how badly he had cheated Bai Lishi in the past, it was reasonable for Bai Lishi to do the same to him. No matter what, the other party had still pulled him out. Thinking of this, Xiao Chun said, All right, I'll trust you this once. Tell me about the stone forest behind us. What's the situation like? Why is it so strange? When Bai Lishi saw that Xiao Chun did not blame him, he felt relieved. He replied, I don't know either. In any case, it is very strange. Once, a half-step martial monarch entered and could not come out. In the end, 2 demons pestered him to death. You're quite capable to be able to kill that demon, Bai Lishi said in shock. After a pause, he took out a small book and said, "This is for you." Xiaoqin took it and asked, "What is it?" Bai Lishi smiled and said, "Naturally, it is good stuff. These are my experiences in cultivating the physical body over the past few decades. Take a look. It is not that old by his boasting, but after visiting so many places in the continent, I have not seen anyone with a stronger physical body than me." Bai Lishi's experiences in cultivating were really good stuff. His talent for cultivation was indisputable. Otherwise, he would not have been able to cultivate a heaven-ranked cultivation technique to the 4th layer within 2 months. Xiao Chun casually flipped through the small book and placed it in the universe ring. He said, "Thank you. Coincidentally, my cultivation of the physical body has reached a bottleneck." Bai Lishi waved his hand and said, "There is no need to thank me. Consider my apology for what I did to you earlier. I'll be leaving first." This time, that group of people provoked something powerful. About 5 kilometers away, Xiao Chun felt an aura that rivaled that of a martial monarch. That aura did not disperse. Instead, it grew even more berserk. That was the place Bai Lishi was referring to. 10-odd peak half-step martial monarchs against a martial monarch blood demon. A battle of this level was not something that could be resolved in a short time. If it dragged on, it might even last 1 or 2 days. It was not strange that it had not ended yet. As Xiao Chun watched Bai Lishi leave, he felt an urge to go and see what was going on. Xiao Chun did not fear anyone below half-step martial monarch. However, if he ran into a half-step martial monarch, Xiao Chun would not have any chance of victory. Xiao Chun would not have more than a 10% chance of escaping. Hence, Xiao Chun decided not to join in on the excitement. However, now that he had the blood flame shoes, Xiao Chun had a 50% chance of escaping unscathed from a half-step martial monarch. He might as well join in on the excitement. That blood demon might be a peak high-rank blood demon. Not only would it have a valuable superior grade demon core, but would also have a large number of secret treasures. Xiao Chen's gaze slowly turned resolute. He grasped the saber hilt with his right hand and said softly, "I should prepare well. Actually, there is still a high chance of success." Snatching something from a half-step martial monarch would be like snatching food from the jaws of a tiger. Just the blood flame shoes alone would not be enough. Xiao Chun thought for a while and took out a 1-meter-long, thumb-thick tree branch with overwhelming spiritual energy from the universe ring. This was the branch of the Wutong tree that Xiao Chun had bought at the Heaven Ascending platform. The Wutong tree was a spirit tree second only to the 3 divine trees. Naturally, this branch of the Wutong tree contained overwhelming spiritual energy. It was a bona fide spirit tree and was suitable for the life bestowal spell. Xiao Chun used a carving knife to cut off half of the branch and place the other half in the universe ring. Then, he started to think about what kind of strong weapon to carve. Naturally, the strongest ones that Xiao Chun had seen were the Supreme Elder of the Supreme Sky Sect and Bai's father. However, Xiao Chun hesitated on carving a martial sage for the life bestowal spell. Firstly, the martial sage was too strong. He feared that the Wutong tree would not be able to withstand it. Secondly, if he could not carve out any charm, it would greatly reduce his strength. Secondly, the martial sage had already obtained some heavenly Tao energy. Xiao Chun was afraid that if he used the statues of these people, it might alert the other party. That would not be good. It was better to use Yingyu's statue. Yingyu was now a half-step martial monarch. She was very familiar with carving and would be able to grasp the charm of a statue. After making up his mind, Xiao Chun cut off a quarter of the half-meter-long spirit tree. Then, he took out a carving knife and started to seriously carve Yingyu's statue. Shwa! Shwa! Wood chips fell off slowly. After 1 hour, Xiao Chun carved a statue of Yingyu wearing battle armor. On the statue, Yingyu revealed a faint smile on her beautiful face. She held a spear in her hand, which looked like it would fly out at any moment. Naturally, a statue used for combat could not be as crude as those single-use statues. Xiaoqin used 10 minutes to work on it before he was satisfied. Xiaoqin dripped his blood into the statue. Now, he had completed the life bestowal spell. With the remaining spirit tree, he could carve 3 more statues. Xiaoqin thought for a while before carving a statue of himself. Then, he dripped his blood into the statue. All of this took another 2 hours. Although it took a long time, Xiaoqin felt that it was all worth it. He had never fought with a half-step martial monarch before. He could never underestimate his opponent. No matter how much preparation he made, it was never too much. Although Xiaoqin had trump cards that could fight against half-step martial monarchs, he could only use them once. It was best not to use them. Boom! 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 Loud sounds came from the distance again. As the wind blew, there seemed to be all sorts of ghostly wails and wolf howls mixed in. It was extremely horrifying. It is time to depart. Xiaoqin pushed off the ground and headed for the center of the battlefield, his figure flashing as he flew. On the flat ground, Xiaoqin moved like a roaming dragon. From a distance, he looked like a dragon soaring above the ground. As Xiaoqin got closer to the battlefield, the overwhelming, baleful aura of the peak high-rank blood demon became clearer. Xiaoqin even felt a faint pressure on his mind. When Xiaoqin was 2 kilometers away from the center of the battlefield, he stopped. Countless cultivators around him had fallen long ago. Xiaoqin moved his feet quietly and hid himself in a corner that would not attract attention. Who? Dust filled the air in front of Xiaoqin. A strong wind blew, kicking up sand and rocks. When Xiaoqin looked up, his vision was blurry. He could not see the situation clearly. Xiaoqin could only vaguely see some figures moving in the air with a bright light. Horrifying energy fluctuations came from them. Ferocious roars resounded endlessly. Occasionally, flames, frost, rain, and thunder flashed. These were the different states of 10-odd half-step martial monarchs bringing out their limits. After fighting for such a long time, there will definitely be casualties. I think I heard a human scream earlier. Indeed, me too. Our opponent is a peak high-rank blood demon. Normally, they only appear in the core region of the demon battlefield. This time, one appeared in the inner area. This is really strange. A peak high-rank blood demon is as strong as an inferior grade martial monarch. These people are only half-step martial monarchs. The difference is too great. They will definitely be injured. A few bold and skilled people wanted to go in and watch the excitement. If they were lucky, they might even find the corpse of a half-step martial monarch. If that happened, everything would be worth it. Bang! 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 After entering 100 meters, miserable cries resounded. These people's bodies bounced back. When these people entered, their bodies were still intact. Now they were in a sorry state. Some of them had been electrocuted into charcoal. Some had their upper bodies like icicles while their lower bodies were charred into mush. Clearly, they had been struck by the power of ice and fire. There was also a stone pillar. After it fell to the ground, it instantly broke into pieces of mud. The many cultivators watching could not help but be shocked. Although they knew that these people would not have a good ending, they had not expected such a miserable ending. Xiaoqin also revealed a horrified expression. Earlier, he had clearly seen the situation inside with his spiritual sense. When these superior grade martial kings entered 100 meters, they were immediately discovered by the half-step martial monarchs inside. The 10-odd half-step martial monarchs had a tacit understanding. Half of them blocked the attacks of the blood demons while the others attacked together, sending out all sorts of horrifying killing moves. These superior grade martial kings could not resist at all before they were blasted back. What happened next was what everyone saw. It looked like these half-step martial monarchs were all very cunning. They would not allow others to interfere with their prey. If you want to take advantage of the situation, there's no way. Chapter 4:13. In the center of the battlefield, Xiaoqin's spiritual sense saw the corpse of a half-step martial monarch. It looked like the miserable cries that those people had heard earlier were true. Xiaoqin looked up and saw a few cultivators standing in the air as well. There were more than 100 of them. These people had calm gazes and withdrawn auras. They did not move at all. They stared at the battlefield. The dust in the air did not seem to obstruct their vision. Martial kings could indeed fly. However, if they wanted to stay in the air for a long time, they would exhaust a significant amount of essence. From this, it could be seen that the cultivators hovering in the air had a much higher cultivation than those on the ground. It was clear that if the battle ended, it would be faster to dive down from the sky than to charge down from the ground. The martial kings on the ground also wanted to stay in the air for a long time. However, they could not withstand the exhaustion of essence. This was the difference. Xiao Chun continued looking around, searching for Bai Lishi. Finally, he found him a kilometer to the northeast. A few cultivators with strong auras stood around Bai Lishi. Bai Lishi was currently conversing with these people in a soft voice. It looked like he had found his companions and was preparing to move together. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiao Chun casually found a rock and quickly carved an eagle. Then, he used the life bestowal spell. Ooh! An eagle appeared under Xiao Chun's feet and slowly carried him into the air. Without a doubt, the sky was the most suitable place to move. When the cultivators at the side heard the commotion and sensed Xiao Chun's cultivation, they could not help but laugh. This brat overestimates himself. It is not that easy to stay in the air. If we could go up, we would have done so long ago. He really does not know his limits. Does he think that no one can do anything to him just because he has a spirit pet? Let's just watch the excitement. After all, the battle over there will still be some time before it ends. Let's just treat it as some entertainment. The cultivators all had faint mockery on their faces. As they watched Xiao Chun fly higher, their gazes filled with anticipation. There were even some who had murderous glints in their eyes, hoping that Xiao Chun would be seriously injured so that they could take advantage of the situation. When Xiao Chun heard this, he was startled. It looked like he thought differently. Aside from the fact that they could not afford to expend their essence, there were other reasons why these cultivators did not go into the air. Whatever the case, I will deal with it when it comes. I do not fear anyone below half-step martial monarch. Even if I am not a match for some peak superior grade martial kings, I will be able to retreat easily. Brat, is this a place for you to stay? Scram. Xiao Chun had just stopped when a bald cultivator flew over from 100 meters away. Hearing the bald cultivator's voice, the other cultivators in the air all looked over. Their gazes were filled with interest. Ha ha ha, that brat is dead for sure. He actually chose Shi Feng's territory. That fellow is famous for his ferocity. It looks like he is a rookie. Shi Feng is quite famous in the southern region of the ancient desolate land. When the cultivators on the ground saw Xiao Chun fly over to the bald cultivator's side, they all laughed loudly. Xiao Chun stood on the eagle and held the lunar shadow saber in his hand. As he looked at the bald cultivator in front of him, his gaze was extremely calm. Although the area in the air looked vast, all the good spots were occupied. If Xiao Chun wanted to find a good spot, he had to knock one of them down. At the same time, he had to display his strength to deter them. This would deter the other cultivators from acting rashly. As for the person in front of Xiao Chun, not only did he have a good spot, but he was also the best target for Xiao Chun to establish his might on. The bald cultivator, Shi Feng, had a sinister expression. He held a large saber in his hand and emitted killing chi. When Shi Feng saw that Xiao Chun did not say anything, the killing intent in his eyes intensified. He said coldly, "I'll say it again. This is my territory. Scram immediately." When the other peak's superior grade martial kings in the air felt Shi Feng's killing chi, they thought to themselves, this brat on the eagle is going to die. There were several hundred cultivators here. However, only 100 of them qualified to be in the air. For Shi Feng to be able to snatch a spot, his strength was clearly not something a regular superior grade martial king could compare to. It would be too easy to deal with an inferior grade martial king. Shi Feng's expression turned sullen. His killing chi seemed solid as it spread throughout his body. A murderous intent appeared in his eyes as he stared at Xiao Chun. "I gave you a chance, but you did not cherish it. In that case, die." When Shi Feng saw that Xiao Chun had no intention of retreating, he roared ferociously and pushed off the air. His figure flashed in the air, leaving behind afterimages. Berserk Dragon burst. A flame soared up from the saber and turned into a sky azure dragon. It coiled around the saber and roared ferociously. Unexpectedly, it gave off the might of a sky azure dragon. What a strong berserk dragon burst! Shifeng's understanding of the state of fire has deepened. Unexpectedly, he can infuse the dragon might in his body into his saber technique. This move is as strong as a peak Earth-ranked martial technique. That white-robed brat will not be able to block it. Let's go quickly and prepare to collect his corpse. A few quick-witted cultivators moved quickly and arrived behind the battle between Xiao Chun and Shifeng. No one wanted to fall behind. Dragon might, Xiao Chun thought to himself. Indeed, it was as he guessed. This Shifeng's martial technique was based on dragon might. That would be easy to deal with. If it were another peak superior grade martial king, Xiao Chun might not be able to take them down even after spending a long time. However, this Shifeng's blue dragon martial spirit was an ancient holy beast, the ancestor of all dragons. Using dragon might before him was akin to seeking death. Xiao Chun held the lunar shadow saber in his left hand and stood on the eagle with a calm expression. Just as the berserk sky dragon was about to charge over, when the berserk sky azure dragon was about to charge over, Xiao Chun stretched out his right hand and clenched his fist. With a thought, the blue dragon tattoo on his right arm seemed to come to life, moving slowly on the surface of his skin. Boom! That berserk flaming sky azure dragon started to sway violently. The entire saber trembled. Shifeng felt the dragon might in his body suddenly react to something. It was an extremely terrifying thing. It ran amok in his body. No matter how he tried to control it, he could not calm it down. Xiao Chun shouted and moved his palm forward. The blue dragon moving around his arm gave off a formless dragon roar. Bang! Bang! There were two crisp sounds, and the flaming sky azure dragon around the saber shattered. The saber also broke into pieces and fell to the ground. Shifeng vomited a mouthful of blood. His body was like a broken kite as he fell straight to the ground. Shifeng's complexion was frighteningly pale. The dragon might that he had cultivated for decades actually scattered in an instant. Without a year or so of recuperation, he would not be able to recover to his previous state. Shifeng crawled up from the ground and revealed an indescribable horrified expression. He looked at Xiao Chun with eyes filled with horror. Then, without saying anything, he fled. Shifeng's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Strong winds howled, dust filled the air, and thunder roared. The horrifying energy did not stop for even a moment. However, all the cultivators within 2 kilometers of the battlefield gaped. They were speechless. The place was incredibly silent. How can this be? This white-robed brat actually broke a peak Earth-ranked martial technique with one palm strike. Furthermore, that palm strike did not seem to contain any might. Just a simple palm strike like that scared off a peak superior grade martial king. How strong exactly was this white-robed brat? However, the crux of the problem was that although Xiao Chun's aura was dense, he was indeed only an inferior grade martial king. Even if Xiao Chun cultivated a peak cultivation technique and had natural treasures to nourish himself, he would only be equal to Shifeng. It was impossible for him to scare off Shifeng with one palm strike. All sorts of questions filled the crowd's minds. They could not find an answer no matter how hard they thought about it. The people waiting to see Xiao Chun make a fool of himself were even more horrified. Even Shifeng was not a match for him. Did that mean they were even less of a match for him? Xiao Chun withdrew his palm and looked at the cultivators preparing to pick up his corpse. He smiled faintly and sent out a palm strike. Retreat. A few strong winds blew, startling the 8 peak medial grade martial kings and causing them to scatter quickly. What a joke. This was a palm strike that could easily defeat Shifeng. How could they dare to take it head on? However, after a while, the horrifying strength they expected did not arrive. Nothing happened. Xiao Chun withdrew his right hand, and the purple thunder true fire in his eyes slowly gathered. He looked at the crowd on the ground and smiled faintly. Sorry, it was just a joke. I did not expect you to be so cowardly to come and pick up my corpse. So it was just a joke. The 8 people on the ground heaved a sigh of relief. Although they were angry, They did not dare to be as unbridled as before. Wuxia. Just at this moment, Xianxia suddenly attacked again. A purple arrow shot out from his right eye. The hair on the head of a medial-grade martial king started burning for no reason. How hot? My hair! My hair! That person was startled. He started to slap his head, trying to extinguish the flame. However, the other 7 sucked in a breath of cold air. They felt a lingering fear. There was only a thin line separating the hair from the forehead. What did this mean? They looked at the white-robed youth on the eagle again. He still had a calm expression and a faint smile on his face. He looked very relaxed and at ease. The 7 of them did not say anything and quickly fled this place. If this person was unhappy, that strange purple flame would not be hitting their hair. They thought about how they had mocked him earlier and even harbored malicious intentions. They wanted to make a move on him while he was severely injured. How could they dare to remain here? The moment Xianxia used this move, many cultivators could clearly see that it was an extremely fast flame arrow. It was different from the strange palm strike earlier. This allowed them to clearly sense his strength. This youth was indeed qualified to stand in the air. Everyone withdrew their gazes and continued to look at the center of the battlefield. However, in their hearts, they all placed Xianxia on the dangerous list. Chapter 414. Bai Lishi smiled faintly and said, "This brat is always full of surprises." Bai Lishi, do you know that youth? One of Bai Lishi's companions asked. Bai Lishi's smile did not change. He nodded gently and said, "I do. He is the white-robed bladesman. Let's not keep an eye on the battlefield and follow behind this brat. I guarantee that we will not be in any danger and gain some benefits." "Is that true?" Bai Lishi laughed loudly and said, "It is up to you whether you believe me or not. I will only say one thing. The biggest winner of Qianren Island is this brat. Even the bloody bladesman and slaughterer of 1,000 did not obtain as many benefits as he did." The people behind him whispered to each other. They had disapproving expressions on their faces. Clearly, they did not believe Bai Lishi's words. However, Bai Lishi laughed loudly and ignored the expressions of these people. No matter what they thought, he had already made up his mind. The battle in the arena was still incomparably intense. The energy whirlpools stirred up violent gales that never stopped. Everyone was anxiously waiting for the moment when the battle would end. Just at this moment, another miserable shriek came from a battlefield. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Another half-step martial monarch had died. The peak superior grade blood demons are indeed horrifying. Unexpectedly, 2 of the half-step martial monarchs who normally roam around died today. These half-step martial monarchs are really not afraid of death. When they saw a peak superior grade blood demon, they should have left quickly. It would be a pity if they died. What do you know? Half-step martial monarchs are not true martial monarchs. In order to become a martial monarch, aside from the various barriers and essence, the most important thing is to open the sea of consciousness and strengthen their mental energy. If their mental energy does not reach a certain level, they will never be able to break through the barrier to martial monarch. Several of them are reaching the end of their lifespans. If they do not stake it all, they will not have another chance. After the death of another half-step martial monarch, the battlefield, which had been silent for a while, resounded with discussions again. Secret manuals for tempering mental energy are the rarest secret manuals in the continent. There are not many of them. If you want to quickly strengthen your mental strength, you can only rely on external objects. This Blood Devil's Monster Core is a kind of external object that can train mental strength. Peak superior grade blood demons normally only appear in the core zone of the demon battlefield. That is a place that even martial monarchs do not dare to casually enter. Now, they can run into a peak superior grade blood demon in the inner area. Do you think they will give up? When the cultivator who questioned Xianxia earlier heard this, he finally understood why this group of half-step martial monarchs and above were fighting so hard. When Xianxia heard this, he fell in a deep thought. My time is almost up. If I don't give it my all, I really won't have a chance. Hence, even though they knew that it was very dangerous, even if they eliminated the blood demons and faced many cultivators with ill intentions, these half-step martial monarchs had no other choice but to fight to the end. As time went by, another 3 half-step martial monarchs died. The number of people on the other side decreased from 18 to 13. After fighting for such a long time, the aura of the peak's superior gray blood demon had weakened significantly. Its initial berserk aura soared into the sky. Even people 10 kilometers away could feel its aura. Now, the crowd at the 2-kilometer mark no longer felt any pressure. The sun set in the west, and the blood demon's time was almost up. In the end, a peak superior gray blood demon could not deal with close to 20 half-step martial monarchs. In the center of the battlefield, an old man in black robes, exuding an incredibly strong aura, held a sword in his hand. With a stern expression, he said, "It's about time. The few of us will stop it from self-detonating. Old Go, Old Huang, Elder, and Old Mu, I will leave the cultivators who will arrive to you." After a pause, the old man continued, "I will hold on to the demon core for now. After this, we will split it evenly. Does anyone have any objections?" Old Qin, don't worry. Everyone still believes in the Holy Fire Manor's reputation. The 6 people who were named answered. Clearly, they trusted the old man. In reality, this was not the first time this group of people had come to the demon battlefield. Every time, Old Qin had been the one in charge. This old man's prestige and the power behind him guaranteed that they would not fight amongst themselves or kill each other. Hence, they trusted this old man. A black-robed blood demon, surrounded by a few people, gave off black smoke. A baleful aura radiated from his eyes as he roared angrily. He tried to use a secret technique to escape several times, but his escape route was blocked. The horrifying wounds of various sizes on the blood demon's body healed quickly. However, the rate of recovery was not as fast as the number of wounds increased. Horrifying killing moves containing overwhelming energy bombarded the blood demon's body. His life force drained rapidly. His time was almost up. "I am not satisfied. I spent 1,000 years to make a breakthrough. You bunch of lowly humans caused my 1,000 years of hard work to go to waste. If I die, let's all die together." The black-robed blood demon said with a ferocious expression. His skin started to swell up quickly. Old Qin's expression did not change. His deep eyes were like an ancient well. He said calmly, "Very good. He is going to self-detonate. Attack." Boom, boom, boom. A strong energy burst forth from the center of the battlefield. The red clouds in the sky churned continuously, forming a scarlet whirlpool. A strong wind blew from the whirlpool, making it hard for the crowd to keep their eyes open. An overwhelming, baleful aura was hidden in the wind. It was like an evil spirit lingering around the crowd. Those who were not mentally strong would collapse on the spot. That blood demon is going to self-detonate. Sensing the monstrous energy, the crowd started to get excited. It was finally over. No matter what the result was, the group of half-step martial monarchs would be exhausted. At that time, they would not be able to block so many people. Qi. However, just as the energy was about to reach its peak, 10 resplendent lights of various colors lit up below the whirlpool. When the lights faded, the whirlpool above them vanished without a trace. The battle was over. The strong wind that had been sweeping the battlefield for a long time finally stopped, and the dust settled. Xiao Chun muttered to himself. The self-detonation was stopped. It looks like this group of half-step martial monarchs came prepared. Boom! Just at this moment, when the dust settled completely, the blood demon suddenly shot out beams of dazzling lights. There were all sorts of secret treasures flying through the air. Xiao Chun counted them roughly. There were at least 100 secret treasures. 2 or 3 of them were rare medial-grade secret treasures. Secret treasures could only be used by humans. Fiendish demons collected secret treasures to attract the attention of humans and kill them. If they wanted to attract more humans and consume their hearts to increase their strength, they needed a sufficient number of secret treasures. Normally, the strong blood demons would hide a horrifying number of secret treasures. It's a secret treasure. He truly lives up to his reputation as a peak high-rank blood demon. He actually collected so many secret treasures. Haha. Indeed, we did not wait in vain. With so many secret treasures, everything is worth it. Quickly attack. The blood demon is already dead. If we do not attack now, there will be no more opportunities. The surrounding cultivators, who had been preparing for a long time, naturally did not want to miss this rare opportunity. If the group of half-step martial monarchs reacted, it would be too late. Xiao! 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 Countless figures rushed towards the center of the battlefield. All the cultivators had excited expressions on their faces, as if they could obtain secret treasures with a wave of their hands. The peak superior grade martial kings in the air charged towards the ground. Relying on their geographical advantage, they were ahead of everyone else. As Xiao Chun stood on the eagle, his expression remained calm. He did not rush forward with the crowd. Bai Lishi was already infected by the atmosphere of the crowd. Just as he was about to rush forward, he saw the stunned Xiao Chun, so he stopped as well. Bai Lishi, let's go quickly. If we are any slower, we will not be able to snatch anything. Indeed, although there are many secret treasures, there are even more cultivators. If we are late, we will not even be able to snatch the lowest-ranked secret treasure. Bai Lishi had a resolute gaze as he said, "There is no need. You all go first. Be careful. Those half-step martial monarchs are not to be trifled with." Bai Lishi, you're too timid. Half-step martial monarchs are indeed scary. Let's see how capable these half-step martial monarchs are. How can they block so many of us? Haha. In that case, we'll go first. You can wait on your own. When the time comes and you do not obtain anything, don't get jealous. The group laughed loudly and quickly flew forward. They did not take Bai Lishi's words to heart. Bai Lishi smiled bitterly and did not say anything. After all, he trusted his intuition. Since Xiao Chun had not made a move, he must have his reasons. So. Just as the crowd was about a kilometer away, 6 old men suddenly appeared. These people were expressionless, and their clothes fluttered without any wind. Their auras were terrifyingly strong. They did not seem like cultivators who had been exhausted for a long time. It seemed like they had been conserving their energy and had not exhausted themselves at all. When their auras merged, it was like a tall mountain blocking the path, suppressing everyone until they could not breathe. Oh no, these are peak half-step martial monarchs. When the peak superior grade martial kings felt the auras of the 6 people, they did not hesitate to retreat. Strong wind, lightning, cold ice, raging flame, earth wall, white fog, 6 different states spread out wildly from the 6 half-step martial monarchs. In the blink of an eye, the energy storm that had already stopped raging once again. All kinds of energy burned together, and even the air became a killing weapon, exploding nonstop. Hundreds of cultivators could not retreat in time and bore the brunt of the attack. The berserk energy immediately tore them to shreds. The few cultivators who managed to escape were severely injured as well. Their flesh split open and they fell to the ground. Only a few cultivators with peak inferior grade defensive secret treasures managed to escape unscathed. However, those secret treasures were completely shattered. They no longer had any value to use. This was a heart-wrenching sight. Because Bai Lishi's companions had arrived rather late, they did not notice the situation in front of them. By the time they arrived, they happened to run into the first wave of the strongest attacks. They did not even have a chance to retreat before they were blasted into smithereens. They could not be any more dead. Half-step martial monarch. What was a half-step martial monarch? It was someone who had been a martial king for a long time. Their state and essence had already reached the peak of the martial king realm. Chapter 4:15. As long as one's mental energy was sufficient to open their sea of consciousness, they could immediately advance to martial monarch. They would be considered one of the top experts in the entire continent. Experts of such cultivation would raise their states and cultivation to their limits. Unless they were martial monarchs, no one would be a match for them. Killing medial-grade martial kings and superior-grade martial kings would be as easy as killing pigs or dogs. At this moment, the only thing they feared was the peak superior-grade martial kings in the air. As for the others, it was not a matter of quantity, but quality. No matter how many came, it would be useless. Boom, boom, boom. The 6 old men moved forward 100 meters and attacked again. With all sorts of peak states, their normally simple martial techniques became fatal moves. Several cultivators died on the spot. The old man in the middle immediately stopped. When he saw the peak superior grade martial kings in the air whose auras were raised to their limits, he frowned slightly and muttered, "Everyone, just go back to where you came from. Things that are not yours, so don't think about reaping without sowing. Otherwise, I don't need to explain the consequences." The 100 peak martial kings in the air were expressionless as they looked at the secret treasures flying around. Clearly, they did not want to leave. One of them smiled coldly and said, "Unexpectedly, there are still 6 of you who have not made a move yet. No wonder a newly advanced peak high-rank blood demon could kill 3 of you. However, if the 6 of you want to monopolize all these secret treasures, it is not enough. That's right. At worst, we will fight to the death. No one will obtain them. The baleful aura of a peak superior grade blood demon's demon core is overwhelming. Without strong willpower, it would be difficult to extract it. If you do not let us take the secret treasures, we will not let you take the demon core." That's right. You could just take the demon core. If you want us not to take the secret treasures, that is impossible. It is impossible to return empty-handed. The 100 peak superior grade martial kings in the air withdrew their auras and argued with each other. Immediately, both sides entered a stalemate. If no one gave way, an even more intense battle would ensue. The medial grade martial kings and ordinary superior grade martial kings had already been frightened out of their wits, so they retreated 2 kilometers. When these peak superior grade martial kings saw the 100 peak superior grade martial kings, their thoughts started to stir. As they looked at the secret treasures flying around, their eyes revealed a desire. When Bai Lishi saw the earlier situation, he heaved a sigh of relief. He cultivated his physical body. Before he reached the great accomplishment stage, it would be difficult for him to match up to other martial artists in terms of speed. If he really charged in, even if he could retreat, he would be left with a body full of injuries. Xiao Chun looked at the secret treasures flying through the air, focusing on the 3 medial grade secret treasures. The other inferior grade secret treasures were no longer worth his attention. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense had been lingering in the middle of that group of people. When Old Qin opened his mouth to let the 6 of them pay attention, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense immediately sensed the state of these 6 people. His goal was to prevent the current situation. It can only be said that this person called Old Qin was very decisive. Even if some people died, he still wanted to preserve the strength of the 6 people. Presumably, the power behind him must be very strong. Otherwise, if they could not suppress these 6 people, they would be in big trouble. Looking at the 3 medial grade secret treasures in the air, then looking at the group of people negotiating anxiously, Xiao Chun took out a sculpture from his universe ring. A plan formed in his mind. There was a deep red demon core in the middle of the blood demon's corpse. It gave off a strange red light, dyeing the surrounding scarlet. At the same time, there was a faintly discernible barrier that entangled in the void. 100 meters away from the demon core, Old Qin and the other 10 people all had some bloody wounds on their bodies. However, their eyes revealed a fiery glow on their fatigued faces. They were clearly very excited. However, they still retained their rationality. They did not let their desires get to their heads. One of them said worriedly, "Old Qin, you exhausted most of your essence. Furthermore, you are injured. Can you withstand the impact of the baleful aura?" This blood demon died with a lot of resentment. "I think the impact of the baleful aura from his demon core is even stronger than that of a peak high-rank blood demon's demon core," another person said. Old Qin snorted coldly. "If you think your mental energy is stronger than mine, you can go and take it yourself. There is no need to speak nonsense with me." When the others heard this, they quickly said, "Old Qin, that is not what we meant. Naturally, your mental energy is the strongest among us. We're just a little worried." When Old Qin heard this, he smiled coldly and said, This old man's mental energy is only one step away from opening the sea of consciousness. I should be able to do it if I put in some effort. Just as Xianxia was about to step into the red light, Old Qin heard the conversation between the group of peak superior grade martial kings and Old Go. His expression turned somewhat hostile. Tell Old Go to just take the 3 medial grade secret treasures. Leave the rest to them. After we deal with the matter here, we will make them spit it out 100-fold. For now, we will let them off easy. After Old Qin spoke, he stepped into the red light without looking back. The moment he entered, countless illusions appeared before his eyes. All sorts of horrifying scenes appeared before Old Qin's eyes, like an azure hell. It was hard to tell the real from the fake. It felt like he would be swallowed up by evil spirits in the next moment. Old Qin's expression remained calm. His eyes were calm. He turned his mental energy into a sharp blade and chopped down all the illusions. However, that baleful aura was very difficult to deal with. Old Qin's mental energy could not completely destroy it. Evil spirits, Azura, and vengeful spirits continued to appear. Even though Old Qin was only 100 meters away, he had to take each step with great difficulty. Sweat poured down his forehead continuously. Clearly, Old Qin was not having an easy time. The 100-peak superior grade martial kings in the air stared at the 6 grave and stern old men on the ground. The old men withdrew their auras and grasped their saber hilts tightly to prevent the 6 from suddenly attacking. No matter what, the other party was a half-step martial monarch expert. In a one-on-one fight, none of them could last more than 100 moves against the old men. It would even be difficult for them to escape unscathed. The only thing they could rely on was their advantage in numbers. As for the cultivators on the ground who had retreated far away, they were not strong enough to last more than 100 moves against the old men. Before a half-step martial monarch, Xiao Qian's strength was insufficient. He did not even have the capital to negotiate. In reality, these people had not expected that there would be 6 half-step martial monarchs who were not exhausted at all. Otherwise, they would not have charged forward so recklessly. Hurry up and make your decision. Give us the secret treasures and the demon cores. Stop delaying. A peak martial king in the air said impatiently. He felt somewhat uneasy in his heart. If they obtained the peak high-rank blood demon's demon core, they would have nothing to fear. There would be nothing that could threaten the other party. Hurry up and make your decision. Stop dilly-dallying. Stop delaying. At worst, we will just break up. No one will benefit. You can forget about advancing to martial monarch in this lifetime. The peak superior grade martial kings in the air slowly lost their patience. If they continued waiting, they would not be able to obtain anything. Scram quickly. If you take another step forward, we will kill you without mercy. The 6 old men wore cold expressions as they faced the pressure from these people. They had no intention of retreating. More than 100 secret treasures would be a great fortune. How could they just give them up like that? Furthermore, there were 3 medial grade secret treasures. Even these half-step martial monarchs did not have medial grade secret treasures. All the more they could not give them up. The smell of gunpowder in the air started to build. Both sides were on the verge of breaking out. The atmosphere seemed like it would go out of control at any moment. Just at this moment, an old man quickly rushed over and whispered something into the ears of the old man with the family name Go. Old G's expression changed slightly. He muttered to himself for a while before saying to the people in the air, "Aside from the 3 medial grade secret treasures, the rest are yours." You are too naive. 1 medial grade secret treasure is equivalent to dozens of inferior grade secret treasures. Do you think we are fools? You really want to take all the benefits for yourselves, treating us like monkeys. The crowd could not take this lying down. A few cultivators with fiery tempers could not resist making a move. Old G's expression turned grave. He said coldly, "What are you thinking of doing? Don't be reckless." Chi-chi. Just at this moment, the cry of an eagle came from the sky. It sounded very loud, as if it was trying to attract everyone's attention. All the cultivators, including the 7 half-step martial monarchs, could not help but look up. They only saw an eagle spreading its wings and casting a large shadow. It quickly flew towards the secret treasures in the air. It's that white-robed brat. He is going to snatch the secret treasures. Is he crazy? Someone below exclaimed. Old Ji's expression changed drastically. Killing chi surged from his entire body, and the surrounding air stirred up. Strong winds blew as he said coldly, "You are seeking death." Old Gu waved his hand, and an extremely dense energy shot out. Boom! Boom! The remaining 6 half-step martial monarchs made their move almost at the same time as Old Gu. Sharp attacks rained down like a torrential storm. At the same time, the peak superior grade martial kings in the air started cursing. This brat is too dishonest. Unexpectedly, he dares to snatch the secret treasures alone before everyone else. All sorts of killing moves were unleashed at the same time. Hundreds and thousands of condensed attacks surged toward Song Ying in an instant. Ice flames, saber chi, sword chi, fist winds, sword lights, all sorts of killing moves were launched. Even if a true half-step martial monarch arrived, he would have to dodge and not clash head-on with such a large number of attacks. This was the principle of ants biting an elephant to death. Furthermore, Xiao Chun was not an elephant. Hence, in the crowd's opinion, unless Xiao Chun was crazy, he would not do something that attracted all the attacks. The goshawk, which was carved from stone, was instantly smashed into stone chips by countless fierce attacks. Then, it turned from stone chips into ashes and completely disappeared from this world. However, there was no one on the eagle. There were only 3 incredibly nimble wooden sculptures. The instant the eagle shattered, the chaotic and strong energy tossed them high into the air. The thumb-sized wooden sculpture was almost weightless. The shockwave from the explosion sent the 3 wooden sculptures flying several kilometers into the sky, far away from the horrifying energy attack. Is he dead? With so many attacks, not even dregs are left of this brat. Chapter 416. If I could survive this, I will dig out my own eyes. Haha, you really know how to pick an opportunity to say that. However, this brat does not have a chance to live. It looks like there is no need to dig out your eyes. This brat is crazy. Does he really think that he can get away by playing some tricks? If he could, we would have gone long ago. How could it be his turn? This is the result of trying to be smart. He will die without a complete corpse. This is a very realistic lesson. Looking at the resplendent sky that was exploding like fireworks, everyone sighed with emotion. When all the energy scattered and the blurry sky became quiet again, there were 3 white figures flashing in the air. 3 white figures flashed in the air, each heading for a medial-grade secret treasure. These 3 people wore white robes and had fair skin. They were handsome and had delicate features. There was a blue strip of cloth on their heads and a saber at their waist. Who else could it be but that Xiao Chun? Damn it! How can this be? Not only did he not die, he even turned into 3 people. The people below were shocked. Their mouths gaped open as they cried out in shock. Their eyeballs nearly fell out of their sockets. They could not understand what was going on. Even martial monarch expert could not withstand such an attack. How could he, an insignificant inferior grade martial king, obtain it unscathed? This was too illogical. It completely surpassed everyone's imagination. The cultivator who said he would dig out his own eyes had an expression of horror on his face. How can this be? How can this be? Shadow, doppelganger technique, chase. We cannot let him take away the secret treasures. When Old Goose saw the white figures about to obtain the medial-grade secret treasures, he was furious. He kicked up a strong wind and soared into the sky. The 3 Xiao Chun figures in the air grasped the medial-grade secret treasures tightly. They smiled faintly and executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations. Instantly, the 3 figures turned into 27 figures. Wuxia transforms to Qi. The sabers danced around, and a purple light flickered. Boundless purple saber Qi flew in the air without any pattern. They spread out over a large area, like a torrential storm. When the secret treasures in the air were struck by the saber Qi, they immediately fell to the ground like rain. Secret treasures. When the secret treasures appeared, all the cultivators recovered their wits and started fighting over them. The scene immediately turned extremely chaotic. The wooden sculpture, Xianxia, smiled in satisfaction. Immediately, the 27 figures all laughed as well. Bang! Bang! Old Goose swept out with his palm and shattered 7 clones in an instant. The remaining 27 clones quickly dove into the crowd. Under the cover of the clones, the 3 Xiaoqians with medial-grade secret treasures found 3 desolate cracks in the rocks. Then, they turned into wooden sculptures and hid in the cracks with the secret treasures. The palm-sized artifact and thumb-sized wooden sculpture were hidden in a small crack in the stone. With the current chaotic situation, no one would notice them at all. The spiritual would return to the wooden sculpture. Xiaoqian's fleeing clones immediately lost the support of energy, vanishing into thin air. Xiao the divine. Xiao they. Xiao Occasionally, miserable cries came from the crowd of several hundred people as they fought over the secret treasures falling from the sky. Even the originally calm, peak, superior grade martial kings could no longer endure. Xiaoqian had completely disrupted the situation. They could not find Xiaoqian. If they did not go down to snatch the secret treasures, not only would they fail to obtain the medial grade secret treasures, but they would also lose all the inferior grade secret treasures. Olga, what do you think? The 7 half-step martial monarchs continued to stand in the air, carefully scanning the surroundings. Old Ji's expression turned sullen. He said somewhat irritably, Old Qin said that we must obtain these 3 secret treasures. If we cannot protect them, we will not get any demon cores. What do you think we should do? The reason why Old Qin had them stay back to recuperate and build up their strength was because of this situation. This was originally a simple matter, but now they had completely messed it up. When they thought about it, they felt that they had no hope of getting any demon cores. They could not help but feel depressed. Don't make that expression. Split up and give chase. There is still a chance. I don't believe that this brat, an inferior grade martial king, can run that fast. Old Goose snorted coldly and headed south. He moved as fast as lightning, and in an instant he was far away. The others perked up and flew out to investigate. Naturally, these people would not be able to catch up to Xiaoqian. If they got his location wrong, it would be useless no matter how fast they were. The faster they flew, the more wrong they would be. Even if they managed to find Xiaoqian's location, they would only be 3 pieces of wood. In that case, where was the real Xiaoqian? In the boundless scarlet clouds in the sky, where even the air seemed to be frozen, Xiaoqian's true body was hidden in the drifting scarlet clouds. The scarlet clouds contained all sorts of horrifying negative states. Xiaoqian used his spiritual sense to form a tight barrier around himself to prevent these states from attacking him. The scarlet clouds were formed from the corpse qi, baleful qi, the resentment of the dead, the demonic qi of the fiendish demons, and the qi of massacre. One needed extremely strong mental energy to hide in the scarlet clouds. Otherwise, even a half-step martial monarch would not dare to hide in the scarlet clouds. Below Xiaoqian was the core of the earlier battlefield. The corpse of the blood demon lay there quietly. Its dark red demon core gave off a viscous red light. Old Qin's wrinkled face looked very fatigued. He walked with great difficulty in the scarlet light. The distance of 100 meters was like a rugged, heavenly road. He had barely covered half of it. Behind the scarlet light, 10 half-step martial monarchs stood in a circle, guarding the area. To them, they could lose the secret treasures if they had no other choice. However, they could not lose the peak high-rank blood demon's demon core. They could not afford to lose it. The demon core was their hope of advancing to martial monarch. It would be impossible for them to meet a peak high-rank blood demon in the inner area of the demon battlefield in the future. Xiaoqian raised his head and looked at the chaotic scene a kilometer behind them. 6 half-step martial monarchs were scattered in the air, trying to chase after Xiaoqian's clones. Xiaoqian revealed a faint smile as he looked at the glowing dark red demon core. He took a deep breath and his gaze slowly turned resolute. Xianxia knew what he was going to do next. He was going to snatch away the thing that the 10-odd half-step martial monarchs cared about the most. Any half-step martial monarch could easily kill Xianxia. Even if they were significantly injured and exhausted most of their essence, they could still kill him easily. It was just like how Xianxia could easily crush an inferior grade martial king, even if he was severely injured. This was a qualitative difference. At this moment, Xiaoqian's position had simply swapped. He had become the target that could be crushed easily. However, this was a rare opportunity. The 10-odd half-step martial monarchs were all exhausted and covered in wounds of various sizes. They had prepared for so long and encountered such a good opportunity. If they did not take the risk, they would regret it in the future. Being a yes-man had never been Xiaoqian's character. When it was time to attack, he would attack without hesitation. As long as there was a 50% chance of success, that would be enough. The figures of the 6 half-step martial monarchs that were not exhausted flashed and disappeared from Xiaoqian's vision. The time has come. Attack! Xiaoqian shouted in his heart. He continuously increased his weight and scattered the essence holding him in the air. Xiaoqian was like a mountain falling to the ground under the pull of gravity. Chi! Xiaoqian's speed instantly increased to the limit, surpassing Mach 4, which was the maximum speed a martial king could achieve. When the 10-odd martial monarchs guarding the side saw Xiaoqian falling like a meteor, their expressions changed greatly. Just as they were about to make a move, Old Qin, who had already traveled most of the distance in the red light, relaxed. He smiled sinisterly and said, "There's no need to bother with him. Let him come down. One wave of this baleful aura will kill him. How reckless! He can help me share some of the pressure." When the martial monarchs heard this, they thought it made sense. Even with Old Qin's cultivation, it would not be easy for him to endure. Given how fast this brat was falling, the impact of the baleful aura would be even stronger. Coincidentally, he could absorb most of the baleful aura, allowing Old Qin to complete the most difficult distance. The meteor-like Xiaoqian crashed into the red light. The ferocious, baleful aura immediately turned into countless malicious spirits. They charged at Xiaoqian like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The mental energy in Xiaoqian's sea of consciousness flowed continuously. Suddenly, his eyes turned golden. There was a deity in each of his golden pupils, standing quietly in the depths of his eyes. Wuxia. Xiaoqian's eyes widened. The two deities made their moves at the same time. A flood surged into the sky. The malicious spirits that were like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood were instantly purified, vanishing without a trace. Bang! Under the effect of gravity, Xiaoqian landed heavily on the ground, causing it to tremble. Old Qin immediately felt the pressure on him lessen. He looked at Xiaoqian, who had fallen beside the demon core. He revealed a mocking smile. "You overestimate yourself. The impact of mental energy is even more terrifying than an essence attack. You're just an inferior grade martial king, yet you dare to join in the fun." Scram! Old Qin shouted angrily. He prepared to kick Xiaoqian away. However, when Old Qin extended his leg, Xiaoqian, who was on the ground, started rolling. When Xiaoqian stood up again, the scarlet demon core on the ground had already disappeared. What's going on with this brat? Under the terrifying attack of that baleful aura, he can't even move. Even if his soul was not destroyed on the spot, he should be in a coma for at least a year. The expressions of the 10-odd half-step martial monarchs at the side froze. Their brains seemed to have short-circuited. Even Old Qin had to endure the baleful aura bitterly. How could this white-robed brat not do anything? Xiaoqian smiled faintly. Taking advantage of the moment these people were stunned, his figure flashed. Xiaoqian swept his universe ring and placed the corpses of the 3 half-step martial monarchs into it. Then, he activated the blood flame shoes. He moved at Mach 3, 5, heading for the group of people fighting for the secret treasure. Xiaoqian descended from the sky and picked up the demon core. Then, he picked up the corpses of the 3 half-step martial monarchs. This series of actions happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. Xianxia did not hesitate at all. It was like he had done this many times in his mind. He was very familiar with the process. Stop staring blankly. Quickly chase after him. This brat snatched away the demon core. Old Qin roared. Chapter 417. The 10 people were stunned for a moment before they reacted. They were shocked and furious. They quickly turned around and chased after Xianxia. All sorts of strong attacks flew behind Xianxia. After activating the blood flame shoes, Xianxia's speed reached Mach 3.5. While he was stunned, he had already moved more than a kilometer, easily dodging these attacks. That brat is back. He has a medial-grade secret treasure. Capture him and don't let him escape. When the originally chaotic crowd suddenly saw Xianxia rushing over, they immediately stopped fighting and surrounded Xianxia. Of course, inferior-grade secret treasures were not as attractive as medial-grade secret treasures. When Xianxia saw these people's actions, he smiled gently and ignored them. He executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations and soared into the air. Boom! 10 odd sharp attacks flew at Xianxia's previous position. A huge pit appeared in the ground, and a horrifying shock wave surged out. The cultivators who had rushed over excitedly bore the brunt of the shock wave and were immediately blasted away. The cultivators behind quickly stopped and looked up. They saw 10 half-step martial monarchs. Their faces were filled with rage, and their auras swept through the dust on the ground. They kicked up a strong whirlwind as they rushed over. Seeing that the 10 people were about to attack again, the crowd was startled. They quickly scattered in different directions. Bang! 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 Attacks flew at Xianxia, who was moving up and down in the air. Several dozen clones immediately shattered into pieces. However, Xianxia's true body dodged the attacks, not suffering any damage. The attacks containing all sorts of peak states blasted hundreds of pits of various sizes in the ground. Even the smallest pit was at least 100 meters wide. Clearly, these half-step martial monarchs were extremely enraged. They did not hold back at all. What kind of grudge do they have? They even managed to peel off a layer of the ground. What exactly did this brat do? 10 half-step martial monarchs are attacking without any regard for their lives. Even if they have a medial-grade secret treasure, there is no need for such a large formation. This white-robed brat is extraordinarily courageous. First, he snatched 3 medial-grade secret treasures right before everyone's eyes. Now, he offended 10 half-step martial monarchs for some reason. The crowd moved aside and looked at the countless deep pits in the ground, the lingering energy, and the 10 enraged half-step martial monarchs. They all felt confused. As Xianxia flew past a crack in a boulder, he waved his hand, and the 3 wooden carvings and the medial-grade secret treasure flew into Xianxia's hand. Why is one intermediate artifact missing? Xianxia looked at the 2 artifacts in his hand with a puzzled expression. When Xianxia looked back, he saw Bai Lixi's tall figure in the crowd. He held a secret treasure in his hand as he smiled and waved at him. If there was anyone present who could see through Xianxia's plan, it would be Bai Lixi, who had been keeping an eye on Xianxia. Never mind. It is already pretty good that he left 2 behind for me. I should leave first. Xianxia placed the secret treasures in his universe ring and dodged the relentless attacks behind him. Then, he continued to rush forward. Young man, as long as you hand over the demon core, I will let you go immediately. You can take the 3 medial-grade secret treasures and the corpses of our companions. My holy fire manor will not seek trouble for you. Otherwise, no matter who you are or what power you have behind you, you will not be able to escape the holy fire manor's pursuit in the ancient desolate land. Old Man Qin's voice was filled with vigor. It reverberated within 10 miles, and everyone could hear it clearly. Damn, this brat is too greedy. Medial-grade secret treasures, the corpses of half-step martial monarchs, and the demon core of a peak high-rank blood demon. Unexpectedly, he took them all. When the many cultivators heard the old man's words, they immediately burst into an uproar. This fellow was too greedy. They were still fighting to the death for a few inferior-grade secret treasures. However, He took all the most valuable treasures in one go. What is a gap? This is a gap. If this brat can escape alive, he will be someone to be reckoned with in the future, a peak superior grade Marshal King said with a sigh. However, even if he escapes, he will not have a good ending. The Holy Fire Manor is too powerful in the southern islands of the ancient desolate land. It is not a good thing to offend the Holy Fire Manor. Someone at the side smiled and said, "You all are oversimplifying things. I remember who this brat is. He is the White Robe Bladesman, who recently became very famous in the Great Qi Nation. When he first appeared, he offended most of the noble clans in the Great Qi Nation. I believe that with his temper, the Holy Fire Manor will not be able to suppress him. Just wait and see. It will be fine if Old Qin can catch up to him. However, if he cannot, he will end up with the demon core of this peak high-rank blood demon and the treasures in his companion's ring. The 3 medial grade secret treasures will all be for naught." Xianxia could not be bothered with Old Qin's words. He continued to run forward. The other party was on his tail. Even with the help of the blood flame shoes, he could not shake off these half-step martial monarchs. Xianxia still had to dodge the overwhelming attacks. His speed was already affected. If he got distracted by the other party's words, they would catch up to him. As for what the other party said about letting him go if he lost the demon core, Xianxia did not believe it. "Old Qin, this fellow's speed has reached Mach 3. 5. It will not be easy to catch up to him," an old man said, panting slightly. Old Qin moved like lightning as he flew quickly. He said indifferently, "In that case, you can stay. However, you can forget about the demon core." The moment Old Qin said that, the old man fell silent. Even if he exhausted his essence, he would not be able to stop. Xianxia pushed off the ground and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art to its limits. It was like a blue dragon flying around. Boom, boom, boom. The 10 half-step martial monarchs in pursuit in the air sent all sorts of attacks at him. Xianxia weaved through the torrential rain and wind. The horrifying energy made one's heart palpitate. If one got hit, Xianxia would be finished. The attacks are too concentrated. At this rate, I'll get hit sooner or later. Furthermore, my speed will be affected. I have to split them up. Xianxia did a somersault on the ground. As he got up, he thought to himself. With a flip of his hand, 3 more wooden sculptures appeared in his hand. Life bestowal spell. 3 white figures appeared around Xianxia. The moment they appeared, they immediately ran in 3 different directions. It was hard to tell which was the real one. If one asked Xianxia who he was most familiar with in this world, it would definitely be him. Hence, the wooden sculptures were the most charming. They could almost pass off as the real one. "Old Qin, what should we do? Where do we go?" When the 3 figures appeared, the 10-odd people in pursuit immediately stopped. They were at a loss. When they used their mental energy, they found that the 4 figures were all real. They could not tell which were which. Old Qin's expression turned sullen. After muttering to himself for a while, he quickly made a decision. This brat has many tricks up his sleeves. Let's not bother about him. We will split up and chase after him. We cannot let any one of them off. We cannot let this brat escape. The 10-odd people immediately split into 4 groups, each heading in a different direction. Old Qin and an old man quickly follow behind Xianxia's real body. Old Qin was 60% confident that this was the real body. However, he did not dare to be too sure. This was not the time to think too much. If he thought too much, Xianxia would run further. Hence, he could only split up and chase after Xianxia. With only 2 people left, the densely packed attacks immediately decreased by half. Xianxia felt much more relaxed. With a flip of his hand, another wooden sculpture appeared. It was Yu's sculpture. These 4 statues could have been used for a long time. Xianxia could only use them now. With a flip of his palm, Yu immediately brandished her spear and blocked the 2 people behind her with a flourishing aura. Old Qin's expression changed slightly. He said in astonishment, "This is the Great Qin Nation's first princess. How can it be? No, it is a clone. Block her. I will continue chasing." An old man at the side nodded and said, "Old Qin, be careful. This brat is full of tricks. You have exhausted yourself. Be careful." Old Qin snorted coldly. Don't worry. He is just an inferior grade martial king. No matter how many tricks he has, I can crush him with one hand. Finally, only one person remained of the group chasing after him. Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. A beam of light descended from the sky and appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. Xiao Chun smiled gently. He had finally arrived at the exit of the demon battlefield. Trying to leave? How can it be that easy? Giant sand palm. Old Qin shouted and smashed his palm towards the ground. A huge, formless palm appeared out of nowhere and instantly imprinted itself on the ground. Huqi, Huqi. The hard ground trembled continuously. It was like the waves on the surface of the sea, rising and falling. In an instant, the entire ground turned into a sea of sand. Boom! A huge palm made of sand quickly formed. It was more than 200 meters tall. When it spread its fingers, it covered the sky and the sun. In an instant, it completely encased Xiao Chun. A large shadow appeared, and Xiao Chen's vision immediately turned dark. He felt a sense of danger. When he checked his surroundings with his spiritual sense, he was startled. The timing of this giant sand palm was very precise. It took into account Xiao Chen's speed. The instant it appeared, enveloped him. As long as the 5 fingers closed in, Xiao Chun would be severely injured, even if he did not die, under the horrifying pressure. I have to charge out quickly. Xiao Chun did not even think. He immediately infused some essence into the blood flame shoes. His body flew uncontrollably towards the only bright spot in front of him. Bang! The palm made of sand closed in, and there was a loud explosion. The power of the peak state of Earth surged forward. Xiao Chun, who had just escaped, was caught off guard and was struck by this force. Xiao Chun vomited a mouthful of blood and tumbled a few times in the air before crashing to the ground. Old Qin's complexion was frighteningly pale. There was no trace of blood at all. Clearly, that move earlier had exhausted a lot of his essence. When Old Qin saw Xiao Chun vomit a mouthful of blood and continue rushing forward, he said angrily, "Damn it, you let him escape like this." Sand cage. Old Qin shouted and landed on the ground. He pressed his right hand tightly to the ground. The entire ground immediately rippled like waves, moving continuously. Xiao Chun felt the ground under his feet loosen, and he immediately sank into it. Chapter 4:18. The countless grains of sand in the surroundings moved continuously, quickly forming a huge cage, trapping Xiao Chun within as it shrank continuously. Wuxia breaks the heavens. After struggling out of the sand-filled ground, Xiao Chun did not hesitate to execute one of his strongest killing moves. At this moment, he could not afford to hesitate. He only had one chance. If he could not break out of this cage, he would be completely sealed. So he immediately executed Wuxia breaks the heavens. A pillar of light quickly elongated on the snow-white saber. Soon, it was a kilometer long. It merged 2 strong states and tore a large hole in the sand wall above him. Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he rushed out. "Brat, you won't be able to escape this time, right?" The moment Xiao Chen came out, he saw Old Qin flying at him with a sinister expression. He was less than 100 meters away. Old Qin spread his fingers and grabbed at Xiao Chun. Chi! Chi! Old Qin's sharp fingers contained a strong force. Everywhere they passed, 5 faint marks appeared in the air. One could easily imagine how strong this force was. The old man's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance of 100 meters. He pulled his fingers downwards, looking like he was about to pierce through Xiao Chen's shoulder. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chun turned around and pressed 2 fingers on his right hand against the other party's shoulder. A huge force came from Xiao Chen's shoulder, causing him some pain. Old Qin circulated his essence and dissipated the force. He smiled faintly and said, "With your strength, even if I stood here and let you hit me, you would not be able to break through my defense. Furthermore, you want to snatch my things? Die." Bang! Just as he finished speaking and his right claw was about to land on Old Qin, a bloody hole suddenly appeared on his shoulder. Old Qin's body fell to the ground. Xiao Chun waved his hand, and the 3-inch-long palm sword flew back to him. Xiao Chun did not care how strong this sword strike was or how much damage it dealt to Old Qin. His figure flashed as he flew towards the pillar of light. Old Qin clutched the bloody hole in his shoulder, his pale face showing a pained expression. He had never imagined that Xiao Chun would actually have a peak, low-rank secret treasure in his palm. With a flip of his palm, Old Qin took out a pill. A pained expression appeared on his face as he hesitated for a moment before swallowing the pill. The medicinal pill melted in Xiao Chun's mouth, and the bloody hole in his right shoulder healed at a visible rate. Soon, it returned to normal. This was a Tier 8 healing panacea. It had the effect of reviving the dead at a crucial moment. Old Qin was only using it to heal his wounds. He had no choice but to use it. It was obviously overkill. For the sake of recovering the monster core, he had lost yet another healing panacea. The hatred in Old Qin's eyes grew even more intense. Seeing Xiao Chun pass through the pillar of light, he hurriedly chased after him. After Old Qin passed through the pillar of light, his vision blurred for a moment. Then, he exited the demon battlefield and returned to Boulder Island. He quickly looked around for Xiao Chun. Strange, where did this brat run off to? Why can't I see him anywhere? It is impossible for him to be so fast at Mach 3. 5. Old Qin looked around at the empty surroundings, his eyes filled with doubt. Just as Old Qin was feeling suspicious, a strong aura of massacre appeared above him. Along with the state of massacre was a tyrannical dragon might. Old Qin's expression changed greatly as he looked up. He saw Xiao Chun descending from the sky. An azure dragon image coiled around his right hand. Xiao Chun clenched his fist and punched at Old Qin. Boom! There was a dragon roar, and ripples appeared in the sky. Old Qin instantly felt a supreme dragon might descend from the sky, like a mountain pressing down on him. Old Qin could not move an inch. He could not help but be horrified. He quickly took out a small, exquisite shield and blew on it. The shield rapidly expanded, emitting a light blue luster as it blocked in front of him. The blue light was clear and transparent, and the spiritual energy it contained was overwhelming. This shield was actually an inferior grade, medial grade, defensive secret treasure. However, the surface of the shield was slightly dim. It was clear that Old Qin had exhausted too much essence and was unable to bring out the full potential of this secret treasure. Bang! The dragon head crashed into the shield, and the blue ripples immediately scattered. Blood leaked out of the corner of Old Qin's mouth. He held the shield and instantly retreated a kilometer. Blue dragon tail whip. Xiao Chun shouted, and the azure dragon image immediately gathered the last of its energy on its tail. It moved in an arc, bypassing the shield and striking Old Qin's body. Pussy. Old Qin vomited a large mouthful of blood, and his body was sent flying. When Xiao Chun saw Old Qin drifting through the air like a withered leaf, many thoughts flashed in his mind. In the end, he resisted the urge to charge forward and kill Old Qin. Old Qin's companions had not arrived yet. If Xiao Chun charged forward and got delayed, it would be all over. Xiao Chun's figure flashed, and he quickly left. He felt it was a pity. This time, he had used all his trump cards, but he still could not kill Old Qin. In the future, there would probably be no more opportunities for Old Qin to exhaust his essence or exhaust his mental energy. Not long after Xiao Chun left, the Pillar of Light flashed a few more times. The half-step martial monarchs chasing Xiao Chun's clone finally arrived. When they saw Old Qin lying on the ground with his shield tossed aside and a pale complexion with blood flowing out of his mouth, they were astonished. They quickly gave chase. Old Qin, are you all right? Old Qin stood up weakly and looked in the direction that Xiao Chun had taken. His eyes looked like they were going to spew fire. He said coldly, I won't die. That brat cannot have left the southern islands so quickly. Quickly bring me back to the Holy Fire Manor. If I do not find that brat, I will not be able to quell the hatred in my heart. The group exchanged glances and looked at the severely injured Old Qin. They could not understand how Xiao Chun, an inferior grade martial king, could injure Old Qin. Even though old Qin had exhausted a lot of his essence, he still had his foundations. It would be easy for him to crush an inferior-grade martial king to death. On the lake northeast of Boulder Island, a small silver boat was moving quickly. Xianxia sat cross-legged in the boat's hold. He held a medial-grade spirit stone in each hand as he slowly recovered his essence. Xianxia used the blood flame shoes, a medial-grade secret treasure, for a long time. Furthermore, he used the life bestowal spell and the roaming dragon's 9 transformations at the same time, which significantly increased the drain on his essence. In merely 4 hours, Xianxia had exhausted most of his essence. Fortunately, he managed to escape the pursuit of old Qin and the others before he ran out of essence. This was not much different from what Xianxia had planned. After the Purple Thunder Divine incantation reached the 6th layer, the speed at which Xianxia absorbed spiritual energy had tripled. The medial-grade spirit stones that could have allowed him to cultivate for half a day had been used up in half an hour. Xianxia opened his eyes and felt that the purple qi whirlpool was only filled with essence liquid. He frowned slightly. 2 medial-grade spirit stones were only enough for him to cultivate for an hour. Furthermore, it was only half as effective. The exhaustion of a heaven-rank cultivation technique was much greater than Xianxia had expected. Calculating it, he had exhausted at least 10 medial-grade spirit stones a day. If the Purple Thunder Divine incantation advanced in the future, the exhaustion would increase exponentially. Right now, Xianxia had more than 50,000 medial-grade spirit stones. He did not have to worry about this. However, it would be hard to say in the future. No wonder those peak geniuses all want to find a strong power to back them up. The competition between geniuses was not just a competition of their own talent. There were also all sorts of natural treasures and superior-grade resources. These were all important aspects of the competition. The principle was very simple. With the same talent and aptitude, one person could use an unlimited amount of resources while the other could only use half of the other person's resources. Over time, this difference would be extraordinarily large. It might even form an insurmountable chasm. Furthermore, this was only for cultivation below Martial Monarch. If one wanted to maintain such a fast cultivation speed after advancing to Martial Monarch, they would have to use superior grade spirit stones every day. If that was the case, the exhaustion would be even more horrifying. Given the situation of the Great Qin nation, even the royal court would find it hard to sustain such a huge expenditure. In that case, who could afford to raise a peak genius who had advanced to Martial Monarch? Perhaps only the Great Qin nation had such a strong sect that could afford to raise such a genius. Xianxia collected his thoughts and took out the Haotian medallion from the universe ring. He grasped the Haotian medallion tightly with his right hand, and a pensive look appeared in his eyes. The Supreme Sky sect was one of the 10 peak sects of the Great Qin nation. Xianxia did not know if they could afford to raise his cultivation to Martial Monarch. However, once he accepted someone else's resources, he would be bound to the other party's war chariot. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Never mind. Thinking about this is giving me a headache. The resources I have now are sufficient for me. I will worry about this later. Let's take a look at my harvest first. Xianxia put away the Haotian medallion and took out the corpses of the 3 half-step Martial Monarchs from the universe ring. The wounds on these 3 corpses were very horrifying. A black aura lingered on the wounds. The surrounding flesh was corroded into a horrible sight, and a strange smell wafted out. Xianxia gently touched the wounds, and a drop of the black aura came into contact with his fingertip. Z. The black aura continuously corroded the skin and flesh of his fingertip, trying to enter his flesh. This caused Xianxia to feel some pain. His mood seemed to turn agitated. A strand of purple flame appeared on his fingertip and burned the black aura into nothing. Illusory, miserable cries resounded in Xianxia's mind. The black aura seemed to be alive. What a horrifying, baleful aura. If such an attack pierced through my flesh and I did not get rid of it in time, it would be fatal. When the baleful aura invaded my meridians, even the smallest wound would be fatal. This should not be an ordinary state of massacre. It was infused with the negative states unique to demons, such as despair, pain, rage, etc. Otherwise, it would not have such an effect. In the future, if I run into similar wounds, I cannot be careless. Otherwise, it might lead to a great disaster. These three people might have died like this. Xianxia removed the spatial rings from the corpses and tossed the corpses into the lake. Then, he started to check the treasures in the spatial rings. Xianxia opened the first spatial ring with his spiritual sense. Instantly, he saw a large pile of medial-grade spirit stones. With a rough count, there were at least 20,000 medial-grade spirit stones. As for the inferior-grade spirit stones, there were a horrifying number of 100,000. What a fellow! Xianxia had killed so many peak martial kings and obtained only 50,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Unexpectedly, this half-step martial monarch had accumulated 20,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Chapter 419. However, when Xianxia thought about it, most of these old men had lived for more than 100 years. They had probably been half-step martial monarchs for several decades. It was not strange for them to have such an accumulation. Xianxia continued looking. There were some high-ranked blood demons' demon cores in the ring. These should be the demon cores they killed in the demon battlefield. Aside from these, there were also a few inferior-grade secret treasures. However, they were just ordinary secret treasures. They did not attract Xianxia's attention. Just as Xianxia was about to withdraw his spiritual sense, he noticed an unremarkable black box in the corner. The box was about the size of a palm. If not for Xianxia's sharp eyes, he would not have noticed it. This box was placed in an inconspicuous corner. What could it be? Xianxia thought for a while before taking the box out. The box was not locked. Xianxia opened it easily. 10 exquisite white pearls lay in the small space. The pearls were as smooth as crystal. However, they did not give off any spiritual energy. Compared to spirit stones, they were very plain. When Xianxia picked them up and sent his spiritual sense into them, he could feel the pure spiritual energy in them. They were even purer than the spiritual energy in medial-grade spirit stones. According to Xianxia's estimation, this small white pearl was equivalent to 100 or more medial-grade spirit stones. Xianxia was startled. He found this pearl familiar. Suddenly, he recalled that there were two similar pearls among the burial items of the Savannah King. He quickly took them out and compared them. The two pearls were the same size and looked very ordinary. They did not leak any spiritual energy. Only when Xianxia sent his spiritual sense into them could he sense the horrifying energy contained in them. The difference was that the two pearls of the Savannah King were blue. Their color was clearly deeper. Furthermore, the energy they contained was on a completely different level from the white pearls. Xianxia felt that he was confident of absorbing the spiritual energy in the white pearls. However, he did not dare to think the same for the blue pearls. With his current cultivation, he would explode and die on the spot if he absorbed it. Xianxia muttered, "These two pearls should be the same item. However, they are of different grades. However, I have never heard of such an item before. I have to look into it in the future. Aside from spirit stones, there are other things that can store spiritual energy." Xianxia placed the spirit stones and the mysterious pearl into his own universe ring. Then, he tossed the other items into the corner of the universe ring, including the spatial ring. In the remaining 2 universe rings, Xianxia obtained another 40,000 medial-grade spirit stones. However, he did not find any more of the mysterious pearls. However, he found 100 superior-grade spirit stones in the 3rd universe ring. This was a pleasant surprise. With this, Xianxia's total number of medial-grade spirit stones reached a horrifying 110,000. As for inferior-grade spirit stones, he had more than 1,000,000. In this trip, Xianxia had a great harvest. Chens, spirit chens. Spirit demons, spirit demon chens. On this trip to the demon battlefield, Xianxia had reaped a great harvest. The only thing he had lost was half of the Wutong spiritual tree and the dragon chi in his arm. He needed some time to accumulate before he could use it again. After doing all this, Xianxia sorted out all the items in the universe ring. he discovered that some of the small items and miscellaneous items had already accumulated to a certain level. These items were obtained from the cultivators he killed. If they were individually, they would not be worth much. However, when accumulated, they would be a great harvest. If there were too many of them, it would be troublesome to store them in the universe ring. Xianxia took out a map of the ancient desolate land and muttered to himself, I have to find a place to exchange for all these items. At the same time, I can ask around about the various factions in the ancient desolate land and how strong the Holy Fire Manor is. The ancient desolate land was very large. It far exceeded Xianxia's expectations. Not counting the few cities at the periphery, just the Heavenly Extermination Lake alone was already larger than the Great Qi Nation. Rather than calling the Heavenly Extermination Lake a lake, it would be more accurate to call it an ocean, an inland sea. This was because it was simply too vast. According to the map that Xianxia bought in Boulder City, the entire Heavenly Extermination Lake was divided into the Southern Islands, Western Islands, Northern Islands, and Eastern Islands. There is also the Central Islands with the desolate city at the center of the Heavenly Extermination Lake. Aside from these, there were many unknown areas on the Heavenly Extermination Lake. To cultivators, it was a forbidden land. It was hard to imagine that during the Tianwu dynasty, the core of the entire continent had become like this. Boulder Island was an unremarkable island in the southern archipelago. If not for the existence of the demon battlefield, very few people would have landed there. There were thousands of islands in the southern islands. Some islands were desolate and uninhabited, filled with ferocious demonic beasts and demonic plants. Cultivators used them as experiential training grounds. There were also some islands filled with flowers and plants, filled with overwhelming spiritual energy. The entire island was filled with spiritual energy, filled with spirit herbs and boundless gardens. However, most of the islands were no different from human cities. Thousands of ordinary people lived there. There were cities, lords, and sections. The island that Xianxia wanted to go to was called Red Cloud Island. It was the island closest to him that had humans living on it. It was considered a middle-sized island in the Southern Islands. Even though it was very close, it was only the distance shown on the map. It was only 1 finger's distance on the map. However, in reality, it was 2,000 kilometers. However, there was one good thing about the lake. One could travel in a straight line, unlike the 2 cities that were clearly very close. Sometimes, one would have to take a long detour due to various obstacles such as mountains, lakes, or grasslands. Xianxia estimated that if he took it easy, he would be able to arrive in 3 days. Xianxia had already left the boundaries of Boulder Island. On this vast lake, Xianxia's lone boat was like a drop of water in the sea. It would not attract any attention. Xianxia did not believe that the Holy Fire Manor's people would be able to find him. Hence, he intended to travel in a relaxed manner. At the same time, he would use these 7 days to temper his physical body. There was a threshold for cultivating the firmament body tempering art. One's vital qi had to reach 150 tons of force before one could practice it. When Xianxia practiced the dragon and tiger body tempering art to its peak, he could only exert 150 tons of force. In the end, he was still lacking. If Xianxia wanted to improve further, he could only rely on external help. The so-called external help referred to the body-tempering spirit herbs that Xianxia had obtained on Qian Island. Xianxia had once consumed a large number of body-tempering spirit herbs in the underground world of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Hence, regular body-tempering spirit herbs were not very effective on him. On Qian Island, the body-tempering spirit herbs that Xianxia found were all at least 500 years old. Unfortunately, there were only 6 of them. Xianxia placed the 6 spirit herbs that increased vital qi on the bow of the boat. He muttered, "There are only 6. However, 3 of them are at least 1,000 years old. If I consume all of them, I should have no problem increasing my strength by 25 tons of force. 150 tons of force would be sufficient." At that time, when Xianxia cultivated the inferior grade heaven-ranked body-tempering secret art, his physical body would explode forth. The silver boat moved at an unhurried speed on the calm lake, gliding calmly in the direction that Xianxia had determined. After Xianxia consumed a spirit herb, he sat down cross-legged and focused on refining the medicinal energy. He absorbed every drop of medicinal energy into his bones. For days passed in a flash. Every time Xianxia refined a spirit herb, he could feel his bones, meridians, and even his flesh becoming tougher. His vital qi also increased significantly. On this particular day, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes and circulated all the vital qi in his body. Then he punched the calm lake. Bang! The fist wind formed by Xiaoqian's vital qi created a 20-meter-wide whirlpool on the lake. After a while, a pillar of water soared into the sky from the whirlpool. All sorts of fish and shrimps fell continuously from the water pillar. They fell for a few minutes before they all fell. It was easy to imagine that the force of this punch had to be at least 300 meters deep before it could cause so many fish and shrimps to fall. Xiaoqian withdrew his punch and revealed a satisfied smile. He had finally achieved 150 tons of force in 5 days. There was still a 1,000-year-old spirit herb that he had yet to refine. However, Xiaoqian did not continue refining it. At his current cultivation, a 1,000-year-old spirit herb would not have much of an effect, since he had already reached the threshold of the firmament body tempering art. There was no need to waste it. 5 days. I should be at Red Cloud Island by now. Xiaoqian muttered as he looked at the lake in front of him. There was a white mist on the distant lake. Behind the mist was the indistinct silhouette of an island. That should be Red Cloud Island. It is time to rush at full speed, Xiaoqian thought to himself. With a thought, the small silver boat immediately turned into a beam of purple light and entered Xiaoqian's right eye. Xiaoqian pushed off the water and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. Xiaoqian was like a blue dragon flying quickly on the water surface. Boom, boom, boom. Not long after Xiaoqian flew, he felt intense energy fluctuations coming from in front. There were loud shouts and waves surging. Clearly, there was a battle going on in front. Based on the energy fluctuations, the cultivators fighting should not be of low levels. Xiaoqian hesitated for a while before flying in the direction of the sounds. After 10 breaths, Xiaoqian finally saw who was fighting. A kilometer away, a black-robed cultivator and a girl in a blue dress were fighting on the water surface. The black-robed old man was a medial-grade martial king. He held a pitch-black sword in his hand. A black aura surrounded the sword. The aura of the black-robed old man was very strange. His moves were very ruthless, targeting the vital points of the white-robed girl. The white-robed girl's cultivation was higher than the black-robed cultivators. However, because of the strange black aura, she had to be careful. This made the situation look very unsightly. However, in Xiaoqian's opinion, the white-robed girl had the upper hand. The black-robed cultivator tried to escape several times, but the white-robed girl blocked his path. Clearly, the white-robed girl wanted to play it safe. She wanted to use the advantage of her cultivation to drag things out slowly. Then, she would deal a fatal blow to the black-robed man. Xiaoqian frowned slightly. He was somewhat astonished. The aura of the sword was similar to that of the scarred man on Qianren Island. It was clearly the demonic qi of the demonic world. Chapter 420. Unexpectedly, this black-robed cultivator was a remnant of the Dark Church with a demonic beast martial spirit. According to the rules of the continent, when one saw a remnant of the Dark Church, they had to work together to kill him. After all, the other party was once the public enemy of the continent. Xiaoqian thought for a while and stomped on the ground. An intense fist wind flew at the black-robed cultivator. When the black-robed cultivator saw Xiaoqian suddenly appear, he was somewhat surprised. However, when he discovered that Xiaoqian was only an inferior-grade martial king, the shock on his face turned into a smile. You overestimate yourself. I can use this brat as a hostage and leave this place quickly. This girl is too strong. Dragging this out is not a solution. The black-robed cultivator knocked away the white-clothed girl's attack with his sword. He clenched his left fist and strands of black qi surrounded it. He revealed a sinister smile as he clashed with Xianxia's fist. Be careful, there is demonic qi on his fist. You cannot clash head-on with him. When the white-clothed girl saw Xianxia suddenly appear, she could not help but feel anxious. Why did a fellow who does not care about his life appear out of nowhere? Xianxia's expression remained calm. He did not care too much about it. He only merged his essence and vital qi. Under the situation where a full-powered strike could carry 150 tons of force, the essence he infused could reach 250 tons of force. This could be considered the peak punch of Xianxia in his perfect state. Bang! There was a loud Xianxia sound, and a huge force spread out. The black-robed cultivator's entire arm was crippled. His bones broke. When the two fists met, there was a loud sound and an intense shockwave. A 10-meter-tall wave soared into the surroundings. Before the white-clothed girl's astonished gaze, the black qi surrounding Xianxia's fist wind blew away without a trace. Wuxia, the black-robed cultivator vomited a large mouthful of blood. His pale face was filled with shock. Xianxia's strength had reached an incredible level. It was at least 250 tons of force. Aside from peak superior-grade martial kings who cultivated superior-grade earth-rank cultivation techniques, it would be difficult for anyone to achieve such strength. I have to run quickly. That girl is already difficult to deal with. Now there's this strange brat. If I do not leave now, I will not be able to. The black-robed cultivator turned around and dove into the vast lake, trying to escape underwater. You want to leave? Not so easy. Xianxia stepped forward and shouted. Then, he punched the surface of the water, and a huge whirlpool appeared in front of him. A pillar of water shot up into the sky. Amidst the countless fishes and prawns, the black-robed man's body was directly lifted into the air by the water column. At this time, the white-clothed woman also came back to her senses. She flew forward and brandished her sword. The white-clothed woman was like a butterfly, fluttering up and down. In the sword light, it was extremely sharp. In the air, it was as if it was real. Xianxia had never seen such a condensed sword light before. In an instant, Xianxia sent out more than 100 sword lights, creating more than 100 bloody holes of various sizes on the black-robed cultivator's body. Bang! When the water pillar fell, the black-robed cultivator's body landed on the surface of the lake as well. However, he was already dead. He could not be any more dead. This woman looked delicate and elegant. However, when she attacked, she was extraordinarily decisive and sharp. Xianxia, the white-clothed woman, chopped off the black-robed cultivator's head. Then, she tossed the head into her universe ring. Then, she removed the other party's spatial ring. Her movements were very smooth and practiced. Thank you for your help. What's your name? After the white-clothed woman finished all this, she raised her head and looked at Xianxia. Then, she smiled gently. Originally, Xianxia thought that the other party's help would drag her down. Unexpectedly, it saved her a lot of time. The white-clothed woman felt somewhat curious about this unfamiliar and strong youth. Xianxia said calmly, "It's fine. He is a remnant of the Dark Church. It is only natural for me to kill him." When the white-clothed woman heard this, she was slightly stunned. She carefully sized up Xianxia and smiled gently. "You had just arrived in the ancient desolate land, right?" Xianxia felt somewhat suspicious. He said, "Yes, I have indeed just arrived in the ancient desolate land. However, how did you know?" The white-clothed woman smiled and said, "After staying in the ancient desolate land for a long time, you would not say that." "What do you mean?" The white-clothed woman organized her words and explained everything to Xianxia in detail. It turned out that there were many remnant members of the Dark Church in the ancient desolate land. Furthermore, they had formed a moderately large faction. However, no one bothered about them. There was no other reason than this was the ancient desolate land, where the various factions gathered. There were many wanted criminals of the various nations, bandits, and tyrants who kill without batting an eyelid. As long as they came here, the wanted posters of the outside world would lose their effect. Since the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty, the ancient desolate land had always been a lawless place. It had always been extremely chaotic. Furthermore, due to some strange reason, there had never been any news of the 5 great nations or the strong sects planning to monopolize the ancient desolate land. At some point in time, the ancient desolate land became an absolutely neutral place in the continent. Even the evil tyrants and evil cultivators that everyone in the outside world would not be killed by righteous people in the name of chivalry. In the ancient desolate land, strength was everything. Righteousness and chivalry were just jokes to others. Even the survivors of the Nether sect, the common enemy of the human race, would not gang up on them here. They were no different from ordinary cultivators. They would only be hunted down if they violated the interests of others. After Xianxia heard this, he suddenly understood. This ancient desolate land was a miraculous place. However, he did not know why the various great nations and sects did not dare to encroach on the ancient desolate land. The ancient desolate land was a huge place. It cannot be described as a piece of juicy meat. There should be an extremely strong faction in the ancient desolate land looking out for it in secret. Otherwise, it would not be able to prevent others from spying on it. After the white-clothed woman finished speaking, she continued, "Let me formally introduce myself. I am Xianxia from the Great Xia Nation's Thousand Sword Pavilion." Xiaochen had heard of the Thousand Sword Pavilion before. It was a peak sect in the Great Xia Nation. Its strength was similar to the Great Chu Nation's Heavenly Sword Gate. It was somewhat famous in the 4 great nations. Xiaochen nodded gently and said, "I am Xiaochen from the Great Qi Nation. I do not belong to any sect at the moment." Xiaoxian's pretty face revealed a stunned expression. Clearly, she did not believe that Xiaochen did not belong to any sect. Xiaoqin's punch contained 250,000 kilograms of force. Even in the Great Jin Nation, where there were many geniuses, a large sect would value him. However, although Xiaoxian was curious, she would not try to get to the bottom of things for no reason. Everyone had their own secrets to some extent. Looking at where you're going, you seem to be going to Heavenly Spring Island. Coincidentally, I have completed my mission as well. Let's go together. Xiaoxian invited. Xiaochen was stunned. He said, "Isn't that Red Cloud Island in front? How did it become Heavenly Spring Island?" Xiaoxian said with certainty, "Heavenly Spring Island is in front. It is one of the 6 great islands, second only to the main island in the south. You must be going in the wrong direction." Xiaochen took out the map and looked at it. He could not help but smile bitterly. Red Cloud Island and Heavenly Spring Island. One was in the south, and the other was in the north. The distance between them was close to 500 kilometers. Xiaochen really did not know how he got here. "How did you get here?" Xiaoxian asked softly. Xiaochen thought for a while and answered honestly, "I took a boat here." Since he took a boat, that should be a flying-type secret treasure. Xiaoxian felt excited. She had not expected Xiaochen to have such a treasure. However, this could explain the reason for this. Xiaoxian said softly, "No wonder. The Heavenly Extermination Lake looks calm, without any waves. However, there are many undercurrents. Sometimes, they even form a strong undercurrent. If one was not an experienced boatman, even if one had a map, they would definitely deviate from the right direction." The main island of the southern archipelago, Longyang Island, was similar to the capital of the Shihe province. It was the core island of the southern archipelago. The only difference was that it did not have any jurisdiction over the other islands. Around Longyang Island, there were 6 islands that were second only to it in terms of size and position. This Heavenly Spring Island was one of them. Never mind. Since I am already at Heavenly Spring Island, I might as well take a look. Red Cloud Island is just a small island. Whatever it can do, Heavenly Spring Island should be able to do as well. The 2 of them executed their movement techniques and quickly headed for Heavenly Spring Island. Along the way, Xiaochen understood why Xiaoxian and the black-robed cultivator ended up fighting. The name of the remnant forces of the Dark Church in the ancient desolate land had changed slightly. They were still called the Dark Church. There were many experts in the Dark Church. However, compared to the Dark Church in the past, they were much weaker. Not long ago, the Dark Church had gotten into a conflict with another faction in the ancient desolate land, the Bloodwolf Gang. Both sides had issued missions in the Heavenly Extermination Union to kill the other's disciples and obtain rewards. Xianxia had come to this Heavenly Spring Island to do something. Coincidentally, she accepted the mission from the Blood Wolf gang. Xianxia asked, "What rank is that black-robed cultivator in the current Dark Church? How many rewards can I obtain for killing him?" Xiaoxian's figure flashed on the surface of the water. She said softly, "The Dark Church has 1 church master, 2 vice church masters, 9 elders, and 108 protectors. The rest are just a bunch of miscellaneous soldiers of varying strength. The one I just killed was one of the 108 protectors. However, the current protectors cannot be compared to the protectors of the past. The older protectors were at least half-step martial monarchs. Unfortunately, most of them are already dead. The one I just killed was just to make up the numbers." Given this, Xiaochun had a rough idea of the current strength of the Dark Church. Even though it was much weaker than before, the 9 elders should all be martial monarchs. However, the 9 elders should all be martial monarchs. Furthermore, there were some protectors who had not died. Such a force was probably much stronger than the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Xiaochun continued, "Why did they fight? Do such large-scale battles happen frequently in the ancient desolate land?" Chapter 4:21. Xiaoxian smiled gently and said, "Haha, you really have a lot of questions. When I first arrived, I was the same as you. It's all about fighting for territory, islands, spirit veins, or rare treasures. It is very normal. After a while, you'll not feel anything." The two chatted for a while. Then, they rushed at full speed and soon arrived at Dragon Spring Island. The island was very large. It could no longer be called an island. There were at least 10 cities the size of Whitewater City. Under Xiaoxian's suggestion, Xiaochun went to the largest city on the island. It was also named after the island, Dragon Spring City. In that case, let's part ways here. Thank you again for helping me. If you have time, you are welcome to come to the Clear Spring Inn to look for me. After Xiaoxian entered the city, she said goodbye to Xiaochun. Xiaochun nodded gently and headed to the shops in the city. Along the way, Xiaoxian told him about the strength of the Holy Fire Manor. The Holy Fire Manor was considered a strong faction in the Southern Islands. However, compared to the Dark Church and the Blood Wolf gang, which covered the entire ancient desolate land, they were much weaker. The Manor Lord of the Holy Fire Manor was a martial monarch. There was also a consecrator who was also a martial monarch. There were also 10-odd elders who were half-step martial monarchs. Old Qin was one of them. Given this, Xiaochun felt more at ease. The chances of the other party sending an elder to capture him were not high. After all, Old Qin was only an elder. It would be difficult for him to order the other elders around. As long as half-step martial monarchs did not make a move, even if Xiaochun faced a peak superior grade martial king, he would be able to leave easily. There were many people on the streets of the city. Most of them were ordinary people with low cultivations. However, there were many experts as well. There were many martial kings. Occasionally, 1 or 2 peak superior grade martial kings could be seen. What surprised Xiaochun was that he saw many fiend race cultivators. These people looked very different from humans. For example, the barbarian ox race cultivators had small horns on their foreheads, the heavenly wolf race cultivators with silver eyes and pointy ears, and some fiend race cultivators who had not completely transformed. The fur on their bodies was very thick, and some even had long tails. However, when most people saw these fiend race cultivators, their expressions were very calm. They did not feel surprised at all. Even the ordinary people were not surprised. On the contrary, Xiaochun looked around and seemed to be making a fuss about nothing. "Brat, what are you looking at? What's there to look at? Watch me tear you apart." A loud roar suddenly roared at Xiaochun. The sound was like thunder, shaking everyone's eardrums. It was a burly tiger race, cultivator more than 2 meters tall. He was bare-chested and had thick yellow fur all over his body. Seeing that Xiaochun was looking at him curiously, he felt extremely displeased. He bared his teeth and shouted. He clenched his fists so hard that they crackled. Then, he charged at Xiaochun with an aggressive aura. On the noisy street, this thunderous voice immediately attracted the attention of countless people. These people did not seem to find such a situation strange. When they saw that there was a commotion, they immediately went over. Xiaochen could not help but feel somewhat embarrassed. He had not expected his curiosity to attract such trouble. Based on the aura of this tiger race cultivator, he was no weaker than a medial-grade martial king. Sorry, I just arrived in this ancient desolate land and was somewhat curious. I apologize for my rudeness. Here are 200 medial-grade spirit stones. The less trouble, the better. Xiao Chun had offended the holy fire manor. Furthermore, this person had a few companions behind him. It would not be good if this matter blew up. Furthermore, Xiao Chun was indeed in the wrong in this matter. He looked at someone like they were monsters for no reason. Anyone would feel displeased. It would be fine if he could settle this with some spirit stones. That tiger race cultivator caught the bag that Xiao Chun tossed over and counted the spirit stones. He said, 200 is too little. Take out 1,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving here alive. So he is here to extort me. Xiao Chen's expression turned cold. He said in a cold voice, sorry, I have the spirit stones. However, I will not give them to you. The tiger race cultivator could not help but become enraged. He said, you are really seeking death. Even if you hand over the spirit stones now, is useless. Die. The tiger race cultivator shouted and stomped on the ground. Small cracks immediately appeared on the street. His figure wavered as he punched at Xiao Chun. Bang, bang, bang. It seemed like a ferocious tiger appeared on Xiao Chen's fist. Its aura instantly surged. The fist wind exploded, creating intense sonic booms in the air. Kasie. Just as Xiao Chen was about to make a move, a purple-clothed man jumped down from a restaurant at the side of the street. The purple-clothed man opened his palm and grabbed the other party's fist, easily neutralizing this punch with its overwhelming aura. No matter how hard the tiger race cultivator tried, he would not be able to move an inch. The purple-clothed man turned around and said to the tiger race cultivator, return the spirit stones to him, and you may leave. Xianxia. When the tiger race cultivator saw the purple-clothed man's appearance, his expression immediately changed. He handed the bag containing the spirit stones to the purple-clothed man and turned to leave. When the surrounding people saw that there was no more excitement to watch, they all dispersed and went to do what they had to do. The purple-clothed man tossed the bag of spirit stones to Xiao Chun and smiled gently. Don't be so generous next time. Here are your spirit stones. Xiao Chun caught the bag of spirit stones and looked at the handsome, imposing purple-clothed man. After thinking for a while, he said, you are also a fiend race cultivator. Why are you helping me? When the purple-clothed man, Xianxia, saw that Xiao Chun saw through his identity, he was not too surprised. He smiled faintly and said, I am not helping you. I am helping them. With your strength, even if their companions work together, they would not be a match for you. Aside from the azure rhombus mark on this person's forehead, there were no other characteristics of a fiend race cultivator. In reality, when Xiao Chun said that the other party was a fiend race cultivator, it was only because of his strong mental energy. He could feel an aura that was different from that of a human from this person's body, but he could not confirm it. There was no way for Xiao Chun to confirm what kind of fiend race the other party was. Xiao Chun also felt it was strange. Why did some fiends not have any special characteristics? However, some of the fiend race cultivators had very obvious characteristics. There are also some that only had some special characteristics. Logically speaking, there should not be such a difference between fiends. Of the fiend race cultivators, the tiger race cultivators love to take advantage of others. They often threaten humans who come to the ancient desolate land for the first time. If you had only taken out 10 medial grade spirit stones at the start, they would probably only ask for 100 medial grade spirit stones from you. So, don't be so extravagant in the future. Xianxia smiled faintly and explained unhurriedly. Xiao Chun smiled calmly and said, in other words, I have become a sucker. You can say that. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders slightly and smiled faintly. That's right. You should have received an invitation as well, right? If so, why don't you come up with me? We will be going the same way. Xiao Chun was somewhat confused. He asked suspiciously, "What invitation? I don't know what you were talking about." That should not be the case. The other party is so young, but his aura is very long. Furthermore, his mental energy is terrifyingly strong. Logically speaking, he should have received an invitation. Jiang Zimo felt somewhat confused. He gave Xiao Chun a deep look and said, "Do you dare to receive a palm strike from me?" Xiao Chun did not understand what was going on. However, he knew that the other party did not want to fight him. The other party only wanted to test him. After hesitating for a while, he happily agreed. After all, there would not be any losses. Perhaps there might even be some unexpected benefits. Sorry for the offense. When Jiang Zimo saw Xiao Chun retreat by 100 meters, his figure flashed. Then, he sent a palm strike at Xiao Chun's face without any fancy moves. This palm strike did not have any fancy moves. It did not look very fast. Either, there was not even a palm wind. There were no energy fluctuations in the space. It was very simple. In terms of aura, it was not even 1% of the tiger race cultivators. The feeling it gave was very strange. It was like a child playing house. He said he wanted to hit him, and then he hit him. It was very ordinary. However, Xiao Chun's expression suddenly changed, becoming extremely grave. He was startled in his heart. He withdrew his essence, not letting it leak out at all. He focused all his energy on his palm. Such control was truly frightening. One had to know that there were countless pores on the palm. Regardless of whether one was aware of it or not, there would always be some aura coming out of the pores. However, Jiang Zimo managed to do it. Furthermore, when he attacked, his speed was very fast. However, there was not even the sound of wind. Clearly, he had truly reached the state of being one with nature. Even some martial monarchs would not be able to do such a thing. They would need at least 10 years of bitter cultivation and startling talent before they could do it. Jiang Zimo's palm had already arrived in front of Xiao Chun. There was no time to waste. There was no time to think. Furthermore, he agreed to receive this palm strike head-on. Thus, Xiao Chun could not use a trick like the roaming dragon's 9 transformations to dodge. He could only receive it head-on. Xiao Chun clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. His bones crackled as he gathered all the vital qi in his body. The image of a tiger and a dragon circled around his arm. The dragon and tiger roared. Unlike Jiang Zimo, who was extremely ordinary, Xiao Chun raised his aura to the extreme. Since he could not completely withdraw his aura, he might as well release it with all his might. Bang! The fist and palm collided, and a strong wind blew. The instant Jiang Zimo's extremely ordinary palm strike clashed, it erupted with a force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas. A strong wind blew, and Xiao Chun's hairband was blown off. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his clothes fluttered. The strong wind made it difficult to open one's eyes. The huge force traveled from Xiao Chun's arm to his feet. Then it spread to the ground. Bang! 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 The stone tiles on the surrounding street suddenly exploded. It was dragged up by the strong qi and kept rising in the air. It spiraled around the two of them and kept spinning. Xiao Chun's palm felt sore. He nearly got knocked back. It was hard to imagine that when one was extremely calm, it would erupt with such a strong might. Furthermore, Jiang Zimo's energy was endless, growing endlessly. It was like a gushing river surging toward Xiao Chun. This cannot go on. The cultivation technique that Jiang Zimo cultivates is somewhat strange. The force of his palm strike is very uniform. From the start to the end, it did not weaken at all. Chapter 422. In terms of perseverance, Jiang Zimo would definitely last longer than Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun had to knock him back in one breath. Xiao Chun opened his eyes wide, and the purple qi whirlpool in his dantian spun rapidly. He merged his essence and vital qi together. The force in his palm immediately increased explosively. Boom! The sudden increase in strength caused Jiang Zimo's body to fly back 5 steps before he slowly came to a stop. Bang! Bang! The surrounding rubble also fell to the ground. After Jiang Zimo's palm strike ended, he stopped attacking. His expression was extremely calm. He did not even need to adjust his breathing before he walked over to Xianxia again. Xianxia withdrew his fist and relaxed. He adjusted his essence for a while before the surging energy in his body slowly calmed down. When Xianxia saw Jiang Zimo casually sending out a palm strike, he could not help but feel even more curious about the cultivation technique that Jiang Zimo cultivated. Jiang Zimo performed a cupped fist salute and smiled. "Not bad. You're the first in the same generation to knock me back with one punch." Xianxia smiled bitterly. "What do you mean not bad? I already did my best. Looking at your calm expression, you clearly only used 20% of your strength." Jiang Zimo smiled and explained, "There is no need to be humble. I also use my full strength. It is just that the cultivation technique I cultivate is rather special. Even if you beat me to the brink of death, I will still maintain this calm expression." When Xianxia heard this, he could not help but smile. This person's words were really humorous. He was rather broad-minded, which suited Xianxia's temperament. However, this cultivation technique was really strange. Using 20% of one's strength and using one's full strength would result in a completely different aura and might. The exhaustion was also different. No one would use their full strength the moment they started. If they did, their essence would be completely drained. Suddenly, a strange thought appeared in Xianxia's mind. Jiang Zimo's full strength might last as long as Xianxia's 20% strength. If that was really the case, then the other party's cultivation technique would be extremely horrifying. Jiang Zimo continued, "Your strength meets the requirements. It was their mistake not to receive an invitation. May I know your name? Which nation do you belong to? What sect do you belong to?" Xianxia performed a cupped fist salute and said, "I am Xianxia of the Great Qi Nation. I do not have a sect for now." Jiang Zimo muttered Xianxia's name. He found it familiar, but of course, he could not recall where he came from. "Brother Xianxia, how about this? On the 17th of the next month, if you have time, go to the Clear Spring Inn's backyard. I believe you will be interested. I have a recommendation for you." Clear Spring Inn. Isn't this the inn where Xianxia is? Could it be that Jiang Zimo and Xianxia are here for the same thing? Xianxia set aside this thought for now and raised his head. When he saw the dignified Jiang Zimo, he said with some doubt, "Speaking of which, this seems to be our first meeting. Is there a need to be so enthusiastic?" Jiang Zimo laughed and said, "Are you afraid that I will harm you? That's right. Let's put it this way. On the 17th of next month, I'm not forcing you to come. If you're willing, just make some time to come. I promise you won't be disappointed. I'll take my leave first." "All right, those Tiger Tribe members will probably ambush you later. Remember to go easy on them." With a light leap, Jiang Zimo returned to the restaurant. Xianxia did not linger and continued to head for the largest shop in the city. In the restaurant, a silver-haired woman stood in front of a table next to the window, looking at Xianxia's back thoughtfully. The silver-haired woman had a pretty face, as if she was a fairy that had fallen into the mortal world. Her temperament was otherworldly, but her silver eyes did not have the slightest hint of emotion, appearing extremely cold. When he saw Jiang Zimo, he asked anxiously, "Zimo, who is that person? Which sect is he from?" When Jiang Zimo saw the silver-haired woman's anxious expression, he was astonished. This was the first time he had seen the silver-haired woman so concerned about a human cultivator. "Xianxia, do you know this person?" The silver-haired woman shook her head and said, "He looks very similar to someone I know. However, his appearance is completely different." Jiang Zimo nodded and said, "He is Xianxia. His strength is pretty good. However, he does not belong to any sect." When the silver-haired woman heard this, she felt somewhat disappointed. She said softly, "Oh, it looks like I got the wrong person. The person I know is surnamed Yi." There were many shops in the city that specialized in selling cultivator goods. Xianxia stopped in front of the largest shop. The shop was simple and unadorned. It was a majestic wooden building. There were many people coming and going. It was very lively. The golden signboard above the door had the words "Flowing Wind Pavilion" written on it. Xianxia followed the crowd and entered. The shop was very large. Xianxia looked around. There were all sorts of goods in the hall on the first floor. There was a counter for spirit weapons. There were rows of wooden shelves filled with all sorts of spirit weapons. The ranks of the spirit weapons were all there as well. There were even several hundred profound ranked spirit weapons and above. Beside the counter for spirit weapons, there were shelves for all sorts of battle armors. The shelves for spirit weapons and battle armors formed a circular area for weapons. The circular area for weapons was in the center of the hall. The shelf along the walls had all sorts of spirit pills and herbs, as well as lingji of different ages. The entire arrangement was very scientific. When Xianxia stood there, he felt like he was in a supermarket in his previous life. However, it was more ancient than a modern supermarket. It was more natural. This young hero, are you looking for spirit weapons, battle armors, or custom-made weapons? Our shop is one of the few partners of the Heavenly Craft Manor in the ancient desolate land. We can fulfill any request you have. When a manservant saw Xianxia strolling in front of the weapons area, he quickly smiled and greeted him warmly. When this manservant spoke about the Heavenly Craft Manor, he was very pleased. It was like being able to work with the Heavenly Craft Manor was something incredible. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "I am not buying anything. I have something to sell. Will the Flowing Wind Pavilion accept it?" The smile on the manservant's face did not change. He said, "Of course we will. Take the stairs over there. After you pass the treasure pavilion on the second floor, you will go up to the third floor. There is a professional appraiser there to help appraise the items. I guarantee that young hero will not suffer a loss." There were very few people in the treasure pavilion. It was less than half of the hall. Xianxia took a look and roughly understood what was going on. This treasure pavilion originally sold all sorts of cultivation techniques and martial techniques. There were also some inferior grade secret treasures, some rare medicinal pills, and all sorts of high-ranked ores. They were all very expensive, so it made sense that only a small portion of martial artists could afford to buy them. Xianxia continued walking forward and arrived at the third floor of the Flowing Wind Pavilion. Compared to the second floor, there were even fewer people on the third floor. It was also much quieter. There was no bustle or clamor like the first floor. Everyone waited quietly. Xianxia sat on a wooden chair. Immediately, a maidservant came over to serve him tea. Her service was very thorough. Xianxia picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then, he asked the maidservant, "How long do I have to wait before it is my turn?" The maidservant smiled and said, "Young hero, in order to maintain the fairness of transactions, the appraisal hall of the Flowing Wind Pavilion can only entertain 3 customers at a time. Some treasures are very easy to appraise, while others are very difficult. It is hard to say how long it will take." Xianxia looked at the number of people waiting. It looked like it would take at least 2 hours. So, Xianxia put down the teacup and closed his eyes to take a nap. Fortunately, he was quite patient and didn't feel particularly bored. The people beside him, on the other hand, couldn't stay idle and started chatting. "Have you heard? The Holy Fire Manor's 7th elder, Qin Feng, led people to the demon battlefield to kill blood demons. They lost 3 half-step martial monarchs. The peak high-rank blood demon that they managed to kill with great difficulty was snatched away. Suddenly, someone mentioned the matters of the demon battlefield. The Holy Fire Manor was considered a major force in the Southern Islands. Upon hearing about the Holy Fire Manor, the others in the hall also became interested. A yellow-robed cultivator asked, "When did this happen? Why do we not hear any news about it?" "Hee, news from a week ago. Of course I wouldn't hear it. Right now, it has only spread to Monolith Island and Holy Fire Manor's headquarters, Holy Fire Island. I reckon it won't be long before it spreads to the entire Southern Islands." The green-robed cultivator who spoke first said proudly, "Who is so powerful? To be able to snatch away a peak high-rank blood demon from under the noses of 10-odd half-step martial monarchs. He must be at least a martial monarch." The green-robed cultivator laughed loudly and said, "Wrong, very wrong. Why don't you think about it? Why would a martial monarch want a peak high-rank blood demon's demon core? They have already opened their sea of consciousness. If they wanted to use it, they would use the demon core of a blood demon general. The demon core of a blood demon is not very useful to them. There must be a peak half-step martial monarch who snatched it away. Coincidentally, they need a peak high-rank blood demon's demon core to open their sea of consciousness. The green-robed cultivator continued. Wrong again. The person who snatched away their demon core is just an inferior grade martial king. Not only did he snatch away the demon core, but he also snatched away the 3 medial grade secret treasures and the corpses of 3 half-step martial monarchs. How can this be? How could an inferior grade martial king do all this under the noses of so many half-step martial monarchs? That is absolutely impossible. You are exaggerating. The people at the side all shook their heads and revealed doubtful expressions. They felt that the green-robed cultivator's words could not be trusted. The green-robed cultivator smiled faintly and did not bother to refute. It is up to you whether you believe me or not. Soon, you will be able to prove whether what I said is true or not. This topic continued for a while. Then, someone brought up a new topic. The trial of the ancient desolate tower seems to be starting again. I wonder how many people will qualify to enter this time. This time, there will probably be more people than in the past. There are too many geniuses in this generation. It will be difficult for the Great Gene Nation to continue dominating the 5-nation youth competition. I don't think so. In the Tianwu continent, the Great Gene Nation has the most spirit veins. There will only be more geniuses. It will be difficult for the other 4 nations to occupy the top 10. Let's wait and see the results of the ancient desolate tower. If someone can reach the 7th floor, they will have a chance. It will be difficult. Aside from the group of people from the Thunder Emperor's time, no one has been able to reach the 7th floor in the past few thousand years. Right now, it is just the beginning of the flourishing era of cultivators. We will have to wait for at least another 10 years. Chapter 423. The trial of the ancient desolate tower is about to begin. Could it have something to do with Jiang Zimo and Xiaxian's matter? Xiaochen opened his eyes. Xiaochen revealed great interest in the topic everyone was talking about. So, he decided to ask about it. Young hero, it is your turn. At this moment, a charming young girl walked over leisurely and softly said with a smile. Xiaochen could only give up for now. However, now that he knew the clues to the ancient desolate tower, it would be easier for him to find out more information when he came out. Xiaochen stood up and followed the maidservant into a treasure inspection hall in front. When the cultivator in green who spoke first saw Xiaochen suddenly stand up, he entered deep thought. Earlier, when Xiaochen was sitting there, he did not attract his attention. However, when the cultivator looked at Xiaochen's back, he started to think. They are all white-robed cultivators, inferior grade martial kings, and no older than 20. Unfortunately, I do not see his saber. It should be in his spatial ring. The cultivator in green thought to himself, I should follow him closely. If he is really a bladesman, it is very likely that he is that person. Inside the treasure inspection hall, an old man was drinking tea. When he saw Xiaochen enter, he smiled and said, I am the Flowing Wind Pavilion's old ma. Young hero, are you selling something? Take it out and let me see. Xiaochen nodded and did not say anything. He pointed the universe ring at the center of the hall, and a large pile of items fell like rain. When the noise stopped, there was a 1-meter-tall pile of miscellaneous items in the hall. Old Ma nearly spat out the tea in his mouth. Old Ma swallowed the tea with some difficulty. His expression was somewhat unsightly as he said, Little brother, are you here to cause trouble? What kind of place is my Flowing Wind Pavilion? To think that you're using a pile of street goods to brush me off. Clearly, the other party did not think that all these items were valuable. He felt that Xiaochen was here to make fun of him. Xiaochen sat down calmly and said, Whether they are street goods or not, you will know when you see for yourself. Seeing how confident Xiaochen was, Senior Ma hesitated for a moment before squatting down dubiously. Then, he casually picked up a bottle of pills and looked at it. When Xiaochen opened the bottle, a fragrance wafted out. Old Ma took a deep breath, and his expression changed. He said, This is a rank 6 medicinal pill, an earth spirit pill. When consumed by a martial saint, it can greatly increase their cultivation. It is worth 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. As he spoke, he quickly picked up a yellowing secret manual and read it. This is an inferior grade, Earth-ranked cultivation technique. It can be used until Martial King. It is worth 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones. There are also 10 low-grade Earth-ranked spirit weapons. This is a 300-year-old snow ginseng. This is a battle armor. This is a high-grade Earth-ranked martial technique. And this is a low-grade secret treasure. With every sentence that Xianxia spoke, Senior Ma's expression changed. How is this something that could be found in a street stall? He had really misjudged it earlier. Although the value of each item wasn't top-notch, a single one of them couldn't pique his interest at all. However, looking at the quantity, there were at least 1,000 of them. When added together, the value was startling. With so many miscellaneous items on one person, this person either robbed a strong clan or killed many high-ranked cultivators. Senior Ma's thoughts raced. When he saw that Xianxia was not even 20 years old, no matter which one it was, this youth's strength was unfathomable. He was not as simple as he looked. Senior Ma no longer delayed Xianxia like before. He stood up and performed a cupped fist salute. He said, "Sorry for the offense earlier. This old man misjudged it. I hope little brother does not take it to heart." Xianxia said indifferently, "It's not a problem. Just help me appraise them quickly. I only do business. I do not care about anything else." It was unrealistic to rely on Senior Ma to appraise so many items by himself. Senior Ma called over a maidservant and gave her some instructions. After 1 hour, 10 young appraisers came out from the back door of the appraisal hall. Senior Ma explained they were transferred from another branch. "Don't worry. Don't look down on them because they are young. They should have no problems dealing with your items." Xianxia nodded and did not have any objections. 2 hours later, under the laborious appraisal of 10 appraisers, the various miscellaneous items in the forest were finally appraised. The 10 appraisers from the other branches took their leave. Now, only Xianxia and Senior Ma remained in the appraisal hall. Holding a list, Senior Ma looked somewhat fatigued. He said to Xianxia, "Little brother, take a look. They are worth a total of 3 million inferior grade spirit stones. If converted to medial grade spirit stones, that would be 25,000. These are the rules. You should know about them." Xianxia looked through the list and indicated that he had no objections. As for the so-called rules, Xianxia already knew about them long ago. Naturally, he would not say anything. Senior Ma smiled gently and said, "That's good. Take out your ancient desolate pass. We will sign it, and the spirit stones will be yours immediately." When Xianxia heard this, he could not help but be stunned. He had not expected the transaction to require an ancient desolate pass. He could not help but feel somewhat depressed. "I have not gone to apply for an ancient desolate pass yet. Can I make the transaction?" Senior Ma frowned slightly, clearly stunned. This youth had just arrived in the ancient desolate land. He had not even applied for an ancient desolate pass. This is a little difficult. It is not that this old man is making things difficult for you, but without an ancient desolate pass for such a large transaction, the taxes will be very high, Senior Ma explained softly. Since it was just a matter of money, then it was easy to resolve. Xianxia said, "How about this? Give me the receipt for 25,000 medial grade spirit stones. I will only take 20,000 medial grade spirit stones. How about that?" The miscellaneous items in this transaction could be considered extra gains for Xianxia. It did not matter how much he earned. It would be troublesome to apply for an ancient desolate pass later. Senior Ma understood. He knew why Xianxia was so generous. This pile of treasures must have been obtained from killing others. Now, he was in a rush to make a move. However, Senior Ma still reminded Xianxia, "You have to think it through. It will take you less than half a day to apply for an ancient desolate pass. You will be able to save 5,000 medial grade spirit stones." Xianxia shook his head and said, "There is no need. I have already made up my mind." After the two signed the contract, Senior Ma immediately took out boxes of spirit stones for Xianxia to count. After checking with his spiritual sense, Xianxia confirmed that the numbers were correct. Then, he tossed them into his universe ring. With this, Xiaoqian's universe ring became much emptier. He now had more than 150,000 medial grade spirit stones, 1,000,000 inferior Great Spirit Stones, and 100 invaluable superior Great Spirit Stones. After leaving the inspection hall, Xianxia looked around. He saw that the cultivator in green had not left yet. Furthermore, when the cultivator saw Xianxia come out, his eyelids twitched. That's not right. A regular transaction would not take more than 15 minutes. Logically speaking, he should have left long ago. Xianxia noticed that the cultivators he was chatting with earlier had already left. All that remained were cultivators he was unfamiliar with. He knows about the situation on Boulder Island. He must be suspicious of me. Xianxia kept this in mind. His expression did not change as he walked down the stairs. Not long after Xianxia left the Flowing Wind Pavilion, his spiritual sense immediately detected a figure following him. It was that cultivator in green. This person is a superior grade martial king. If he sneak attacks me, he will pose a threat to me. However, since I have already noticed him, it is not a big deal. Coincidentally, he should know about the ancient desolate tower. If he tries to harm me, I can capture him and ask him about it. Thinking of this, Xiaoqian's lips curled up in an arc. He walked forward unhurriedly, pretending that he did not know anything. Soon, Xiaoqian arrived at a rather desolate alley. When he saw the surrounding people and the desolate environment, he nodded slightly. This is the place. Bang! Just at this moment, 4 ferocious tiger race cultivators leaped out from both sides of the alley. They were tall and strong, and they surrounded Xiaoqian from all directions. They were more than 2 meters tall, blocking the sunlight and casting a large shadow. They were the tiger race cultivators that Xiaoqian had offended earlier. The tiger race cultivator that Xianxia forced back earlier was filled with killing qi. He walked over to Xiaoqian and smiled coldly. Brat, I told you to hand over 2,000 medial Great Spirit Stones first, but you did not. Now, I will chop off one of your legs and let you know what regret is. Is that so? Unfortunately, you are not able to do that. Xiaoqian smiled faintly. Xianxia was right. With a flip of his palm, the lunar shadow saber instantly appeared in his hand. The 4 tiger race cultivators were all medial grade martial kings. When they worked together, they were quite strong. Unfortunately, with one look, it was clear that these people were not the core cultivators of the fiend race. They had not practiced any strong martial techniques or cultivation techniques. When Xiaoqian used his full power, they did not stand a chance. After 15 minutes, the 4 tiger race cultivators lay on the ground, moaning nonstop. Occasionally, electricity flickered on the wounds of various sizes on their bodies. Following Jiang Zimo's instructions, Xiaoqian did not deal a heavy blow. Although their wounds looked horrifying, they did not injure any vital points. He only taught them a lesson. Scram, I will only obey Jiang Zimo's words once. Don't let me see you again. Xiaoqian returned the lunar shadow saber to its scabbard and snorted coldly. The tiger race cultivators felt like they had been relieved of a heavy burden. They knew they had kicked a metal plate, so they quickly got up and fled. Not bad. What a beautiful saber technique. Even when fighting 1 against 4, you're still able to hold an overwhelming advantage. At some point in time, the cultivator in green was already standing on the wall of the alley. The sunlight shone down from his back, obscuring his appearance. Xiaoqian smiled faintly and said, After following me for so long, you finally could not endure it any longer. The cultivator in green shrugged his shoulders. He was not surprised that Xiaoqian noticed him. He asked, Did you go to Boulder Island a week ago? Xiaoqian did not answer the cultivator in green's question directly. He took out the peak high-rank Blood Demon's demon core from his universe ring and said, You want this, right? The cultivator in green smiled and said, Very good. You can die now. I will hand your head to the Holy Fire Manor and exchange it for a bounty. That will allow you to make the most of your value. After he spoke, the cultivator in green leaped down from the wall and chopped twice in the air. A sharp palm wind flew at Xiaoqian like a sharp saber. Xiaoqian drew the lunar shadow saber again. Purple electricity flickered as he chopped the palm wind in half. Huge whale palm. The cultivator in green shouted, and a faint mist appeared in the surroundings. The ground of the alley turned into soft water, rippling continuously. Xiaoqian lost his balance and started to sway along with the water. What a powerful state of water. This person is not an ordinary superior grade martial king. No wonder he is so confident. Chapter 424. A huge whale, made of quintessence, appeared behind the green-robed guest. He pulled it out with his palm strike. The huge whale opened its jaws, revealing sharp teeth that gleamed with a cold light. Then it charged at Xianxia. The green-robed guest was very confident in this palm strike. He believed that with this palm strike, he would be able to kill Xianxia quickly. The green-robed guest had already practiced this palm strike to 100% perfection. Furthermore, he cultivated the state of water. With these two complementing each other, the might of this move would be able to display a 1/12 of its might. Not only was it very mighty, but the strong, mysterious phenomenon would also break the opponent's movement technique, preventing them from dodging. Several cultivators stronger than the green-robed guest had died under this palm strike. Even if an inferior grade martial king could block it, he would be severely injured. Xianxia circulated his vital qi and rooted himself to the ground. He instantly increased his weight by 50,000 kilograms. Then, he firmly planted himself to the ground without any fluctuations. When Xianxia saw the huge whale flying at him, he did not dare to be careless. He circulated his state of thunder to its limits, and thunder roared in the sky. Wuxia shakes the heavens. Xianxia shouted and hacked down with the lunar shadow saber. The divine Wuxia tree was like a mountain. It carried a boundless electric energy as it clashed with the huge whale. Of the Wuxia saber techniques, Wuxia shakes the heavens was the strongest move when clashing head-on. There were no techniques involved. It simply turned the vast state of thunder into a strong force. The stronger the state and the denser the essence, the stronger the might of this move. Since the other party wanted to clash head-on, then Xianxia would give him this opportunity. Let's see who is stronger. Bang! The huge whale, made of quintessence, clashed with the divine Wuxia tree. A strong force immediately burst forth. Thunder and water roared, and the walls of the alley immediately crumbled. The huge whale, made of essence, lasted for a moment before it scattered. However, the light of Xianxia's Wuxia tree dimmed slightly, but did not disappear. The Wuxia tree landed on the ground with a paw sound. The rippling ground also calmed down. The other party's state of water was broken. The green-robed cultivator paled. He took a few steps back before he came to a stop. He could not believe that Xianxia had broken his palm strike. The green-robed cultivator suppressed the surging essence in his body and smiled coldly. You have some strength. No wonder you can strengthen that demon core. However, you still have to die. Wild dance of whales. Waves of water instantly appeared on the ground. Those were not illusions, but real waves of water. Xianxia frowned slightly when he saw his pants soaked by the waves. He pushed off the ground, wanting to fly out. However, he discovered that there seemed to be a pair of invisible hands in the water grabbing his legs. More than 100 whales made of essence appeared behind the azure-robed cultivator. They hissed as their auras merged and soared into the sky. This chaotic dance of whales is comparable to an inferior grade heaven-ranked martial technique. I can only use it once every 3 months. Unless you are a half-step martial monarch, you can forget about breaking out. Die. This chaotic dance of whales is comparable to an inferior grade heaven-ranked martial technique. I can only use it once every 3 months. Unless you are a half-step martial monarch, you can forget about breaking out. Die. The green-robed cultivator laughed maniacally. More than 100 whales made of essence covered the sky as they flew toward Xianxia. The scarlet throne mark on Xianxia's forehead immediately appeared. His aura also changed. The state of massacre started to merge with the lightning. The purple and red lights on the lunar shadow saber flickered continuously. Xianxia. The saber hovered above the water for a while. There was a flash of saber light, and the formless hands around Xianxia's legs were instantly chopped in half. State of massacre. The green-robed cultivator was startled. He quickly controlled the essence whales to move faster. The hundreds of whales suddenly accelerated midway. Xianxia grasped his saber with both hands and activated the blood flame shoes. Then, he quickly moved through the huge whales. Saber lights danced around, containing the killing chi of the state of massacre. With every saber strike, the essence whales were chopped into countless pieces. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions resounded continuously in the narrow space. The berserk energy of water spread wildly in all directions. Xianxia executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art to its limits. He left behind afterimages in the air. With the help of the blood flame shoes, his speed reached Mach 3. 5. Xianxia was able to dodge the moment the essence whales exploded. It was like a storm raging on the sea. Huge waves soared into the sky as Xianxia moved around. However, he did not get hit by the waves. Instead, he hacked down with his saber. The boundless electric light and the state of massacre hidden in the electric light seemed to be suppressing the huge waves. Damn it! Unexpectedly, he comprehended two states at the same time. Furthermore, his speed is so fast. When the green-robed cultivator saw Xianxia hack apart the huge whales, he revealed a horrified expression. He hesitated for a moment, but when he looked in another direction, he persevered. Fortunately, he had made preparations in advance. He knew that this fellow could escape from 15 half-step martial monarchs. He should be a genius cultivator who could fight above his cultivation realm. Hence, when the green-robed cultivator made up his mind, he used a messenger bird to inform his companions. As long as he could hold on for a while longer, when his companions arrived, he would be able to capture this fellow. A peak high-rank Blood Demon's demon core was worth the risk. Whether it was sold or used to open his sea of consciousness, it would be worth cities. Thinking of this, the green-robed cultivator's expression slowly turned resolute. When Xianxia killed the final essence whale, his figure flashed. A palm wind rang out by Xianxia's ear. He sensed the other party attacking from an extremely tricky angle. Without turning around, Xianxia sent out an arc-light chop. A purple and red saber light moved in a strange arc, forming a semicircle that encased Xianxia's body. Bang! When the green-robed cultivator's palm wind struck the arc-light chop, it exploded. A shockwave blasted the green-robed cultivator back. Xianxia took advantage of this opportunity to quickly turn around. He looked at the pale, green-robed cultivator and said calmly, "Even now, you still have not tried to flee. You still have companions, right?" The green-robed cultivator was startled. However, he did not answer Xianxia. Instead, he charged over again. From the other party's expression, Xianxia already knew the answer he wanted. He said indifferently, "You overestimate yourself. If you have not comprehended the state of water to its limits, you would not be qualified to fight me." Thunder rumbled as Xianxia took a big step forward. His aura flourished as he charged forward, using offense as defense. The berserk energy combined with the boundless state of massacre completely suppressed the green-robed cultivator's aura, forcing him to retreat continuously. Wuxia. Finding an opportunity, Xianxia swung his saber and broke through the weakest part of the other party's palm wind, leaving a wound on his chest. Chop! With this strike succeeding, Xianxia did not give the green-robed cultivator a chance to react. He used the most direct move of the 8 saber techniques and hacked down diagonally. Pa! In the time it took for a spark to fly, the green-robed cultivator clasped his palms together and clamped down on Xianxia's saber. Xianxia smiled coldly to himself. "You dare to use your bare hands to clamp down on my saber?" Thunder exploded. The electric light infused with the state of massacre instantly exploded, easily breaking the essence that the green-robed cultivator had on his palms. As the electric light flashed, the green-robed cultivator's palms immediately swelled up. Xianxia's saber continued to hack down. A saber light flashed and landed on the other party's inner vest. Zzz. The scarlet electric light crackled and flickered on the saber, creating a long electric light. With the aid of the state of massacre, it easily broke through the other party's inferior-grade inner vest. The green-robed cultivator's skin tore open, leaving a 1-meter-deep wound on his chest. Blood and flesh were clearly visible. The electric light leaped around the wound, causing the green-robed cultivator's face to twitch in pain. Xianxia took a step forward. Before the green-robed cultivator could flee, he placed his saber on his neck. If you don't want to die, then don't move. Answer my question. Dita. The green-robed cultivator's chest had a bone-deep wound. Blood dripped down continuously. His expression was one of extreme pain, but he did not seem dispirited. Do you think I will believe you? If you want to kill me, then just kill me. I have long since come to this ancient, desolate land. If I do not climb up by stepping on the corpses of others, I will die under the saber of others, becoming their stepping stone. The green-robed cultivator's resolve was rather high. However, Xianxia was still confident of getting the answer he wanted. As the saber pressed against the other party's neck, Xianxia moved forward a little. Do you think you have a choice? If you answer my question, I can buy you some time. Who knows, when your companions arrive, you might still have a chance to live. If you don't answer, I will kill you now. The green-robed cultivator's neck was scratched. As death approached, the green-robed cultivator's instinctive fear finally made him submit. Xianxia's final words ignited his hope. If his companions arrived early, they might be able to save his life. Ask away. Very good. What is going on with the ancient desolate tower? Tell me in detail, Xianxia said with a calm gaze. When the green-robed cultivator heard this, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. He had thought it was some incredible secret. It turned out that it was just that. In that case, there was no need for him to continue pressing on. In Desolate City, there was a stone tower that had existed for an unknown period of time. It was said that it had existed since the ancient era. There were many mysteries in the tower. There were strong martial techniques, mysterious secret treasures, profound cultivation techniques, and even holy weapons that came from outer space. All sorts of things that cultivators dreamed of could be obtained in there. Cultivating in the tower could even increase one's cultivation speed. The tower had 9 floors. The higher one went, the more benefits there would be. Furthermore, the strangest thing was that this stone tower only allowed youths below the age of 25 to enter. Once one's bone age exceeded the limit, no matter what cultivation realm one had, even if it was Emperor Wu, one would not be able to enter. It was like a land of fortuitous encounters prepared for geniuses. The green-robed cultivator continued. Of course, if you want to enter, there are many difficulties. The ancient desolate tower opens once every 2 years. First, you have to pass some external tests. Then, you have to compete for a limited number of spots. Finally, you have to pass the test of the ancient desolate tower itself. Wuxia. Just as Xianxia was about to ask how to qualify for the test, a golden dart suddenly flew towards his forehead. The golden dart was very dazzling. It was like a golden sun. It hurt Xiaoqian's eyes. Chapter 425. Its speed was incredibly fast, reaching Mach 4. Furthermore, it contained an extremely tyrannical energy. Its aura was startling. It was not like a dart, but a sword that could move the 9 heavens. It was incredibly dense. Everywhere it passed, it pierced through the air like it was a thin piece of paper, leaving behind a long, thin crack. Xianxia felt a dangerous aura. The black-winged blood flame eagle on the blood flame shoes flickered with light. His speed instantly reached Mach 4 as he dodged to the side. Xiao, a figure followed closely behind the dart. Then, he pulled the golden dart back. Then he grabbed the cultivator in green and retreated at lightning speed. Just as Xianxia was about to give chase, a few auras of half-step martial monarchs came from the city and quickly headed in his direction. They should be the administrators of the city. They must have sensed the battle here and came to check it out. Not wanting to cause any more trouble, Xiaoqian quickly left in another direction. Qin Pingyu, why didn't you help me kill him? The cultivator in green questioned the cultivator beside him after he was rescued. The cultivator, called Qin Pingyu, played with a golden dart in his hand. He smiled faintly and said, "Let's go back first. I can only use my golden flash once a day. Furthermore, the people from the city lord's residence are here. Let's not talk about this anymore. Are you sure it is him?" The cultivator in green nodded and said, "I am sure. I saw him take out that peak high-rank blood demon's demon core." When Xin Pingyu heard that it was a peak high-rank blood demon's demon core, a greedy look flashed in his eyes. He said, "That's good. Keep an eye on him first. We will make our move after he leaves the city. You could take this opportunity to recuperate. Give me 1 month. When my comprehension of the state of water reaches its peak, I will personally kill this brat," the cultivator in green said ruthlessly. Back in Heavenly Spring City, Xianxia spent some inferior-grade spirit stones to find a courtyard for cultivators. Aside from bedrooms, such courtyards also had specialized cultivation rooms, dueling grounds for practicing martial techniques, and all sorts of equipment for tempering one's strength. If one spent some money, one could even find a training partner. Inside the cultivation room, Xianxia took out the firmament body tempering art. His strength had already reached 150,000 kilograms of force. After dealing with the miscellaneous items in the universe ring, it was time to practice this heaven-ranked body tempering technique. Xiaochen already had a rough idea of the ancient desolate tower from the cultivator in green. Without a doubt, it was a place that geniuses must go. Although they did not know how to get there, the most basic requirement was probably their own strength. If one didn't have the strength, even if they knew the way to enter, they wouldn't be able to pass the test. As for the clear spring in that Xianxia mentioned on the 17th of next month, it was likely related to this. Xiaochen also thought of going there to take a look. However, before that, raising his own strength was undoubtedly the most important thing. At the very least, Xiaochen was not confident of defeating Xianxia. It would be difficult for Xiaochen to advance to medial grade Martial King within a short period of time. This was because Xiaochen's foundation was much larger than that of ordinary people. If there were other inferior grade Martial Kings, their essence would be like a clear pond, and a regular genius's essence would be like a gushing river. However, Xiaochen's essence would be like a vast ocean. Aside from regular peak geniuses, very few could surpass Xiaochen. Just as heaven-ranked cultivation technique, the purple thunder divine incantation could leave many people in the dust. Furthermore, Xiaochen had consumed all sorts of spirit herbs in the herb garden. As a result, his essence was much larger than that of a regular cultivator's. This made it even more difficult for Xiaochen to advance. It was like a tall building built from flat ground. Xiaochen's foundation was several times that of a regular cultivator's. Even if Xiaochen wanted to reach the 5th floor, he would spend more time than others. However, as long as he reached the height, the space inside would be several times that of a regular person. Thus, for the time being, Xiaochen intended to focus on tempering his physical body, focusing on cultivating the firmament body tempering art. The firmament body tempering art had a total of 12 layers. The first 3 layers were the foundation. They mainly strengthened the bones, flesh, and meridians. Starting from the 4th layer, the firmament body tempering art would increase the cultivator's vital qi. Every 3 layers was a huge hurdle. After every layer, one's vital qi would increase by leaps and bounds. Xiaochen closed the firmament body tempering art's secret manual and sat cross-legged on the prayer mat. Then he closed his eyes. Xiaochen started to circulate the vital qi in his body. He followed the firmament body tempering arts method and started to cultivate the inferior grade heaven-ranked body tempering art. Vital qi was different from essence. In layman's terms, it was the strength that a cultivator could circulate when they were not using their essence. In reality, as long as one was an ordinary person, they would have some strength. However, only cultivators who cultivated the body tempering art would be able to skillfully control their vital qi. They would be able to circulate their vital qi, like essence, achieving the effect of tempering the body. They would even be able to release their vital qi. They would be able to split mountains, shatter rocks, and fly. Of course, they would have to cultivate to a relatively deep realm before they could do that. 3 days later, Xiaochen successfully broke through to the firmament body tempering art's 1st layer. All the bones in his body crackled continuously, becoming even tougher and unbreakable. At the same time, Xiaochen's bones underwent an earth-shattering change. His bones started to tremble from the inside out. This feeling was extremely painful. It was like someone had stabbed a steel needle into his bones. All the bones in his body were pierced by tens of thousands of steel needles. Xianxia clenched his teeth and endured. He did his best to prevent his mind from collapsing under this bone-shattering pain. The pain lasted for an hour before it slowly subsided. Finally, a warm current flowed quickly through his bone marrow. The earlier pain was swept away, making him feel very comfortable. If one looked carefully, one would discover that Xianxia's delicate body had become even more robust. The lines on his face looked like they were carved by a knife. They were very sharp, very distinct, and very handsome. After enduring it, Xianxia continued to work hard and started to break through to the firmament body-tempering art's second layer. The first layer was tempering the bones. The second layer was tempering the blood. Blood referred to the flesh and skin, not just the blood. Time went by slowly. Xianxia cultivated bitterly day and night. With the aid of the fasting pill, he even saved time for meals. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. Xianxia was finally about to break through to the firmament body-tempering art's second layer. This was different from tempering the bones. The tempering of the flesh and blood did not cause much pain. It was just an unbearable itch. The skin and flesh on his bones wriggled continuously, making him restless. He wished he could stop breaking through immediately. Xianxia's expression was very conflicted. He smiled faintly. It felt like there were countless caterpillars moving around in his flesh. Xianxia guarded his mind and did his best to calm himself down, to forget that unbearable itch. This state lasted for 2 hours before it stopped. Xianxia nearly could not endure it anymore. Compared to the pain of his broken bones, this feeling was even more unbearable. No wonder so many cultivators in the continent were not willing to cultivate the body-tempering art. Just this kind of torture was enough to make a regular cultivator shrink back. After Xianxia successfully broke through to the second layer, his flesh underwent an earth-shattering change. However, there were no obvious changes on the surface. However, the muscles on Xianxia's arms and limbs started to swell. His originally delicate figure now looked much more muscular. Next up was the third layer. The third layer tempered the meridians. It was also the most important layer of the foundation. Meridians were the foundation of a cultivator. If the meridians were crippled, the cultivator would be crippled. No matter how powerful they would not be able to use them. If a cultivator could truly temper their meridians, there would be many benefits. When the meridians became tougher, the cultivator would be able to use more essence and would not have to worry about the meridians bursting. The might of the various martial techniques would immediately increase by a level. This was the visible benefit. As for the invisible benefits, there were even more. Breaking through to the third level wasn't something that could be done in one go after a period of preparation. Instead, Xianxia needed to continuously expand his meridians and prepare carefully at all times. He could not be too impatient or too timid. If he was too impatient, he would injure his meridians. That would be equivalent to crippling his cultivation. If he used too little, there would be no effect at all. It would just be a waste of time. Xianxia needed to focus at every moment of the day, exhausting a large amount of mental energy. He could not relax for even a moment to expand and temper his meridians. After half a month, Xianxia finally opened his eyes. He had a fatigued expression on his face. His eyes were sunken, and he did not look spirited at all. However, there was an unconcealable joy in the depths of his eyes. After persevering for half a month, he had finally reaped some benefits. Xianxia had finally broken through to the third layer of the firmament body-tempering art. After spending more than 20 days, he had completely laid down the foundations of the firmament body-tempering art. All that remained was to consolidate his foundations and make preparations to break through to the fourth layer at any time. Although the difference between Xianxia and Bai Lishi, who had managed to cultivate the fourth layer and break through to the fifth layer in 1 month, was quite large, Xianxia was still very satisfied. It looked like with the help of the flowing light marigold, Xianxia's comprehension ability had improved significantly. Otherwise, he would not have used only 20-odd days to cultivate to the third layer. Xianxia stood up with much difficulty. He wanted to go out and take a breather to recover his mental energy. Who knew? The moment he took a step, his body would sway and he would collapse. Xianxia struggled to keep his eyelids open. He felt sleepy and actually fell asleep on the ground. Half a month of intense mental energy exhaustion was much greater than Xianxia had imagined. Even with his vast mental energy, he could not hold on for much longer. In reality, at such a cultivation realm, only Xianxia would dare to expend energy like this day and night. No one else in the same generation would be able to do so. This sleep lasted for 2 days and 2 nights before Xianxia woke up. He had recovered most of his exhausted mental energy. Gurgle, gurgle. Xianxia's stomach growled in hunger. He sat on the ground and smiled bitterly. The effects of the fasting pill have worn off for a few days already. I have to take a bath and eat a big meal to ease my hunger. Xianxia got up and walked out of the cultivation room. When he arrived at the courtyard, he rang the bell in front of the courtyard. Soon, a pretty maidservant walked over. This was a small courtyard for cultivators to cultivate in. It was provided by a very strong power. It had all sorts of services available. Naturally, there was food and hot water. Of course, this was all on the premise that one was willing to spend spirit stones. If one was willing to spend a lot of money, they could even provide a courtyard with spiritual energy comparable to the heavenly saber pavilions. Chapter 4:26. The maidservant looked at Xianxia and asked, "Young hero, do you have any instructions?" Xianxia said softly, "Prepare some hot water and a table of food. That's right. Help me call a sparring partner over as well." The maidservant remembered everything. After Xianxia finished, she said, "What rank do you need to be a sparring partner?" "The fees vary according to rank." Xianxia thought for a while before saying, "Peak Superior Grade Martial King." The maidservant was mildly startled. Peak Superior Grade Martial King. This youth is clearly only an inferior grade Martial King. He wants to find a sparring partner 2 ranks higher than him? Isn't he overestimating himself? Seeing that the maidservant did not move, Xianxia could not help but frown. He said, "What's wrong? Have they all been called away? In that case, you could bring a superior grade Martial King." No, there is someone. However, we will have to wait a little longer. The fee is 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones for 15 minutes. The maidservant quickly said after she recovered her wits. 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones for 15 minutes? To a peak superior grade Martial King, this was not particularly expensive. Xianxia took out the wooden box containing 5,000 inferior grade spirit stones. He said, "As long as someone comes, it is good. I do not mind waiting a little longer." The maidservant counted the spirit stones and placed them in her spatial ring. Then, she went to make preparations. The hot water arrived first. As Xianxia soaked comfortably in the bathtub, he completely relaxed. After soaking in the water, the fatigue from cultivating for half a month was completely swept away. His entire being felt refreshed, and he felt 100 times more spirited. After changing his clothes, Xianxia hesitated for a while as he prepared to put on the clear wind robes. It was not because his clothes were dirty. This kind of secret treasure had an automatic cleaning ability. It was definitely cleaner than washing it. Even ordinary holes could be repaired automatically. There would not be any problems even if he wore it for 10 years. The key was that the color of his clothes was too conspicuous. Back at the Flowing Wind Pavilion, the cultivator in green had followed him because of his attire. After thinking for a while, Xianxia used a small technique in the shape-shifting spell to change the color of his clothes to blue. As for changing his appearance, Xianxia did not give it much thought. Even if he did not like it, it was not to that extent. It was just a holy fire manner. After going out, the table in the hall was already filled with dishes and wine. Not having eaten for a long time, Xiaoqian's appetite had greatly increased, and he devoured the food like a mountain sweeping away the clouds. After the food was completely digested, Xiaoqian slowly walked into the courtyard. At some point in time, a middle-aged man with an awe-inspiring aura was already standing there. Xiaoqian felt the other party's aura. Based on his cultivation, he was indeed a peak superior grade martial disciple. However, he did not know if his state had reached great perfection. I'm Lu Yu. Can we begin? The middle-aged man said indifferently. He looked at Xiao Chun from head to toe and did not pay any more attention to him. However, an ordinary inferior grade martial king was not worth paying too much attention to. Xiao Chun nodded and said, "Yes, I can." Lu Yu took out an hourglass and placed it upside down on the stone table. The sand started to fall slowly. His lips twitched as he said, "My time is limited. Whatever you want me to do it quickly. I'm only good with my fists and legs. I can forget about weapons." A cultivator that was good with his fists and legs was what Xiao Chun wanted. "Just punch me with your full power." Lu Yu was stunned. He suspected that he heard wrong. Is this brat trying to be funny? What if I kill you? It was not that Lu Yu had never received such a request before. However, if he wanted to punch an inferior grade martial king, he would be seeking death. There is no need to overthink. I am confident. When Xiao Chun saw that Lu Yu did not make a move, he continued. Xiao Chun's physical body was originally made of dragon, tendon tiger bones. Now that he had undergone the rebirth of a heaven-ranked body tempering cultivation technique, his defense and toughness had increased significantly. Xiao Chun urgently needed to know how strong his defense was. That way, he would be able to deal with it more easily in battle. Xiao Chun knew which attacks he needed to dodge and which he did not need to dodge. He could take advantage of the situation to counterattack, achieving an unexpected result in battle. Lu Yu did not waste any more time. He got into a stance and prepared to attack. Since Xiao Chun requested it, Xiao Chun would let him do as he pleased. However, he still held back 40 to 50% of his strength. If he really killed Xiao Chun, it would be hard to explain himself. He just wanted Xiao Chun to suffer a little and not be so arrogant. "Uchi!" Lu Yu shouted, and his suppressed aura burst forth. A strong wind blew. When his aura surged, the fallen leaves and dust on the ground were instantly blown up. Lu Yu stepped forward and punched Xiao Chun's chest with a surging fist wind. Bang! As expected, Xiao Chun did not get knocked back. Instead, it was Lu Yu who felt like he had punched a pile of steel. It was extremely painful. When Lu Yu saw the calm and unmoving Xiao Chun, his face filled with shock. How can this be? Although I did not use my full power in this attack, it should be more than enough to deal with an inferior grade martial king who is 2 grades lower than me. Furthermore, the most important thing was that Lu Yu did not feel any fluctuations of Xiao Chun's essence. That was to say, Xiao Chun had relied on his physical body to block this punch. Xiao Chun frowned slightly and said, "Why did you not use your full power?" Lu Yu took 3 steps back and said with a grave expression, "In that case, as you wish. Don't blame me for being too heavy-handed." Lu Yu raised his aura to its peak and shouted. He leaped into the air and punched. Strong essence infused his hand. A long mark appeared in the air, giving off a piercing sonic boom. Its aura was very horrifying. Xiao Chun's expression turned grave. He circulated his vital qi and prepared to receive this punch. Boom! When the fist wind struck Xiao Chun's body, it gave off a thunderous explosion. Xiao Chun's body shook, but he did not move his feet in the end. The surging essence exploded in Xiao Chun's chest. Under the pain of the shockwave, Xiao Chun's clothes and hair fluttered continuously. Xiao Chun closed his eyes and felt the situation in his body. He discovered that his internal organs had moved slightly, but there were no major problems. Xiao Chun's bones and flesh had blocked most of the force from the essence. He had managed to block this punch. Xiao Chun opened his eyes. He did not want to waste any more time. He continued, "This time, I will continue to use my full power. You can use your martial techniques now. Let's start with the yellow-ranked martial techniques first." The rank of the martial techniques slowly increased. Before Lu Yu's somewhat numb expression, Xiao Chun raised it to a superior grade, earth-ranked martial technique. After that, he infused his state into it. After testing it a few more times, Xiao Chun felt fatigued and called for him to stop. After testing it out, Xiao Chun had an accurate understanding of his bottom line. Without using his state, he could easily block a superior grade earth-ranked martial techniques attack. After using his state, if he continued to block it head-on, it would be significantly easier. At most, he would be severely injured after 3 times. Receive another punch from me, and you can leave. Remember to defend with all your might. Do not be careless. Lu Yu nodded and crossed his arms. He was no longer as careless as before. The other party had given him too much of a shock. If he got careless, he might end up suffering significant injuries. Xiao Chun clenched his fist tightly, and his bones crackled. He started to gather all the vital qi in his body. A purple qi whirlpool spun quickly, and essence flowed through his wide meridians and into his palm. After his meridians were widened, the amount of essence that he could instantly move was more than 20% more than before. This gave Xiao Chun a pleasant surprise. Xiao! Without any pause, Xiao Chun clenched his fist tightly. The instant his vital qi and essence merged, he punched out. Xiao Chun wanted to know how strong he could burst out with his current strength in the shortest time possible. Boom! An overwhelming force surged over. Lu Yu felt his arms tremble, and a huge force knocked him into the air. So! Lu Yu flew back several dozen meters. After he landed, he took a few more steps back before he managed to stabilize himself. Lu Yu felt pain in his hands. Both of his arms had been fractured. His bones had snapped in half. He would need at least half a month to recover. Lu Yu's expression was somewhat horrified. He thought to himself, that's 350,000 kilograms of force. This fellow did not even have time to store up energy. Unexpectedly, he managed to unleash 350,000 kilograms of force in one go. In the end, I still underestimated him. If he had used all his might to defend, his arms would not have fractured. This deal was a complete loss. Widening my meridians can indeed increase my explosive power. In the past, I could only unleash 250,000 kilograms of force by merging my vital qi and essence. Now, it has increased by 100,000 kilograms of force. The firmament body tempering art truly lives up to its name as a heaven-ranked body tempering cultivation technique. Xiao Chun revealed a joyful smile. When Xiao Chun saw Lu Yu's broken arms, he took out 3,000 medial Great Spirit stones and said, "Sorry for injuring you. Consider this a small compensation." Lu Yu's pale complexion finally revealed a smile. He swept the spirit stones into his spatial ring and said, "Thank you, brother. Goodbye." After that, Xiao Chun flew off to find someone to reconnect Lu Yu's bones. Xiao Chun looked outside the courtyard and muttered, "It will be the 17th day after tomorrow. With my current strength, I should have a 50% chance of defeating Jiang Zimo. I think I should be strong enough to make a trip to the Clear Spring Inn." However, before Xiao Chun went, he had to settle something first. He had to get an ancient desolate pass. Xiao Chun now understood the importance of an ancient desolate pass. Not only did he need it to pay taxes in the city, but he also needed it to do business in the shops. Even now, he had to pay a lot more spirit stones to stay in this cultivation courtyard because he did not have an ancient desolate pass. Xiao Chun finally understood the inconvenience of not having an ancient desolate pass. After calling over a maid, Xiao Chun asked for the location of the Heavenly Extermination Union in the city. Then, he immediately left the cultivation courtyard. In an inn in Heavenly Springs City, the Green-Robed Man and Qin Pingyu were currently chatting at a table on the second floor. This brat has been hiding in the cultivation courtyard for almost a month. I wonder how much longer he will have to hide. If the Holy Fire Manor's people find him first, he will have nothing left. The green-robed cultivator drank a large mouthful of wine as he spoke somewhat depressedly. Qin Pingyu, who sat opposite the green-robed man, appeared rather indifferent. He smiled coldly and said, "Don't worry. The Holy Fire Manor will not look for him immediately. He cannot possibly remain in the cultivation courtyard forever." After they parted ways with Xiao Chun that day, the two immediately sought out a local intelligence clan. They spent a large sum of money to obtain information on Xiao Chun's whereabouts. After that, they waited for a long time. The green-robed cultivator smiled sinisterly and said, "Although my state of water has not reached its limits in 1 month, I have cultivated the medial grade earth-ranked autumn water art to the 7th layer. If I meet this brat again, I will be able to deal with him in 10 moves." Chapter 427. When Qin Pingyu heard this, he was slightly startled. Medial-grade Earth-ranked cultivation techniques normally only had 7 layers. If that was the case, the other party had cultivated a medial-grade Earth-ranked cultivation technique to the limit. This is not easy to deal with. Although the superior-grade Earth-ranked cultivation technique I cultivate has 9 layers, I have only cultivated it to the 8th layer. There is still a gap between me and the 9th layer. Given this, I do not have much of an advantage in terms of cultivation techniques. I can only think of other methods. Seeing Qin Pingyu remain silent, the cultivator in green smiled coldly to himself. How could he not know what Qin Pingyu was thinking? The green-robed cultivator tapped his finger on the table a few times. He squinted his eyes and looked at Qin Pingyu. I advise you not to have any other thoughts. Just obediently kill this brat and split the treasures. Don't forget that this brat has many good things on him. Qin Pingyu smiled embarrassedly and said, How can that be? You're overthinking. This brat is not that easy to deal with. If he has any other thoughts, both of us will die at his hands. The cultivator in green snorted coldly and said, It's good that you know. Dong, dong, dong. Just at this moment, a shifty-eyed, skinny man came up to the 2nd floor. He looked around and saw Qin Pingyu and the cultivator in green. He pretended to walk over casually and handed over a note. Then, he wandered around the restaurant twice before slowly leaving. The cultivator in green said, The people of the Wind Surveillance Hall are really cautious. Even a manservant is so cautious. No wonder they can stand firm in Heavenly Spring City. Qin Pingyu opened the note. After he finished reading it, he revealed a faint smile. The latest news is that this brat has come out. He is rushing in the direction of the Heavenly Extermination Union. The cultivator in green's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, This brat should have gone to apply for an ancient desolate pass. Previously, I overheard in the Flowing Wind Pavilion that a white-robed youth did not apply for an ancient desolate pass and ended up losing spirit stones in the great competition. Qin Pingyu used his essence to crush the note into powder. Then, he muttered, It is more troublesome to apply for an ancient desolate pass in Heavenly Spring City than outside. He has to complete a mission first, and he has to leave the city. The location of the Heavenly Extermination Union's branch in the city was very easy to find. It was just beside the city lord's residence. It was a vast, circular building that was much taller than the city lord's residence. From afar, one would be able to see it with a single glance. However, the city lord's residence could not. Comparing the two, it was clear whose position was higher. Inside the spacious gate, there were streams of people, but there were only people going in and no one coming out. Although there were many people, it was not chaotic at all. Every floor above the 2nd floor had 8 doors and windows. Occasionally, cultivators would fly out from them. It looked like this was the exit of the Heavenly Extermination Union. Xiaoqian found a receptionist on the 1st floor and explained his purpose. The receptionist immediately led him to a counter on the 2nd floor. Since you want to come to Heavenly Spring City to apply for a pass, then we will follow the rules. You can choose any one of the missions on the wall over there, the old man behind the counter said with an indifferent expression. Xiaoqian looked in the direction of the old man's finger and saw 7 walls of different colors. There were many cultivators gathered in front of each wall. The old man continued, You are a martial king. There is no need for you to look at the missions on the white walls. You can only choose from the walls behind. Through the receptionist's words, Xiaoqian understood the rules. If he was in a border city of the ancient desolate land, like Underworld City, you would only need to register his identity to apply for a pass there. If one wanted to apply for a pass there, one only needed to register one's identity. After entering the Heavenly Extermination Lake, there were different rules for each place. The rule of Heavenly Spring City was that one had to complete a mission for the Heavenly Extermination Union for free. Of course, the rank of the mission would not be very high. Xiaoqian could not help but feel regret. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. Xiaoqian did not feel any resentment. There were the most cultivators in front of the 1st white wall. Most of them had low cultivations. They were all martial saints, standing there and watching. Xianxia arrived at the second blue wall. Most of the missions on the wall had already been accepted. The remaining ones were all difficult and unrewarding missions. Xianxia stared at the wall for a long time. Then, he tore a mission slip that was stuck on the wall. The requirement of the mission was to collect 10 stalks of illusionary grass. The reward was 500 medial grade spirit stones. The illusionary grass was one of the main ingredients for refining the poison shadowless pill. A peak rank 6 spirit beast, the dazzling shadow leopard, guarded the area where it grew. The dazzling shadow leopard was not very strong. However, it was good at concealing itself. Furthermore, it usually moved in pairs and was not easy to deal with. The mission was troublesome and the reward was low. As a result, the mission slip had remained on the wall for a few days. However, Xianxia did not feel any pressure. He had the help of his spiritual sense. The most troublesome concealment technique of the dazzling shadow leopard was not difficult for him. That dazzling shadow leopard was only a peak rank 6 spirit beast. To Xianxia, it was not difficult for him to deal with it. The old man behind the counter received the mission slip from Xianxia. The indifferent expression on his face warmed up. He smiled and said, "This is a troublesome mission. However, you have helped us a little. Leave your name and a drop of blood. After you complete the mission, you will be given the pass." After everything was settled, Xianxia took the mission slip and descended from the window. The mission slip had the address of the illusionary grass. It was in the inner valley of the Heavenly Spring mountain range in the west of the city. This saved Xianxia a lot of trouble. After Xianxia left the city, he rushed towards the Heavenly Spring mountain range. The mission was rather simple, so Xianxia did not think of any schemes. He just needed to go there and use his strength to suppress them. Up on the city wall, Qin Pingyu and the cultivator in green watched expressionlessly as Xianxia left. The cultivator in green said, "According to the news from the Wind Whispering Hall, this fellow accepted the mission for the illusionary grass. We have already confirmed the location. However, this brat's mental energy is very strong. I'm afraid I will be discovered before I get close." The last time the cultivator in green followed Xianxia had discovered him in advance. This time, he was somewhat worried. Qin Pingyu took out 2 bottles of medicinal pills and smiled confidently. "I came prepared long ago. This is a medicinal powder refined from sage-tail grass. If you sprinkle it on your body, even a regular martial monarch would not be able to sense it." The cultivator in green immediately revealed a joyful smile. He said, "You are really willing to part with your capital. With this medicinal powder, this brat will definitely die. If I am unwilling to part with the bait, how can I catch a big fish? Let's go. Don't let him get too far behind." The Heavenly Spring mountain range was filled with lone peaks. However, they were not more than 2 kilometers tall. However, the mountain range stretched for hundreds of kilometers. Xianxia spent 4 hours before he found the valley where the illusionary grass grew. When he scanned it with his spiritual sense, he immediately discovered the illusionary grass. What a fellow! There are actually more than 10 dazzling shadow leopards. That is equivalent to a small tribe. No wonder no one came to accept this mission. Xianxia withdrew his spiritual sense and exclaimed in surprise. It looked like the cultivators here were all very cunning. However, there were many illusionary grass as well. Xianxia had more than enough to collect 10 stalks. His efforts were not in vain. In the surroundings of the illusionary grass, there were invisible figures moving about in the air. There were not even any footprints on the ground. No one could detect them with their normal senses. This was the dazzling shadow leopard that gave ordinary cultivators a headache. With more than 10 dazzling shadow leopards gathered together, even a half-step martial monarch would find it difficult to deal with them. Xianxia had to think of a way to separate them. Xianxia casually punched the ground, and rocks of various sizes immediately shot out. Xianxia took out a carving knife and started carving carefully. Soon enough, dozens of lifelike stone eagles appeared. Life bestowal spell. Xianxia formed hand seals and shouted. The stone sculptures on the ground instantly came to life. They pounced at the group of dazzling shadow leopards. Sha! Sha! There was a lot of noise. When the eagles pounced, the entire group of leopards fell into chaos. Two dazzling shadow leopards were lured away. By the time the dazzling shadow leopards shattered the eagles, they were already several kilometers away from the valley. Xianxia smiled faintly and drew his lunar shadow saber. Boom! 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 There were loud explosions on the ground as electric light flashed. Without the advantage of being invisible and alone, Xianxia did not have to spend much effort to kill these dazzling shadow leopards. After 45 minutes, the corpses of two dazzling shadow leopards appeared on the ground. Xianxia dug out their spirit cores and continued killing dazzling shadow leopards. For hours later, there were no more dazzling shadow leopards in the valley. They had all turned into spirit cores in Xianxia's universe ring. Xianxia took out an inferior grade spirit stone and quickly replenished his exhausted essence. Then, he started to pick the illusionary grass. However, just as Xianxia was about to make his move, the massacre throne in his sea of consciousness trembled slightly. Xianxia's expression turned grave. He held the lunar shadow saber horizontally in front of him, his face filled with wariness. Xianxia scanned the area within a kilometer with his spiritual sense a few times. Finally, he found the hidden Qin Pingyu and the cultivator in green on a towering tree. There were no energy fluctuations coming from the two of them. It looked like they used some kind of medicine to evade the detection of mental energy. Xianxia smiled coldly to himself. His spiritual sense was different from regular mental energy. It was like his eyes. Unless one had a special secret treasure, no one would be able to block his detection. Qin Pingyu put away the flashing golden light in his hand and frowned. This fellow is too sensitive to killing qi. He should have discovered us already. It's fine. Now that we are within a kilometer of him, he has no chance to escape. We will crush him head-on. The two of them no longer hid themselves. They spread their arms and leaped off the tree, quickly flying toward Xianxia. So. The two of them flashed in the air a few times. In 3 breaths of time, they covered the distance of a kilometer. The cultivator in green looked at Xianxia and smiled coldly. I have been waiting for you for a long time. You are destined to regret not killing me that day. Xianxia ignored the cultivator in green's words. He looked at Qin Pingyu, who was beside him. The dart that Qin Pingyu used that day had left a deep impression on him. If it were not for the blood flame shoes that could increase his speed, Xianxia would not have been able to dodge it in a short time. However, with the force of his saber, he should be able to deflect that dart. Qin Pingyu said indifferently, Little brother, hand over the peak high-rank blood demon and the secret treasure, and you may leave. You are so young and have such a cultivation. Your future is bright. You have to know that a dead genius is no longer a genius. Xianxia smiled gently and said, A dead genius is indeed no longer a genius. However, you're not qualified to say that. Chapter 428. Stubborn Fool. Huge Whale Palm. Seeing that Xianxia was unwilling to agree, the cultivator in green immediately executed the killing move that he had been preparing in secret. A watery light filled the air, and ripples appeared on the ground. They looked like waves, rising and falling. This was the result of the other party infusing his state into his martial technique. The lines on the skin of a huge whale formed from essence were clearly visible. Its sharp teeth flickered with a cold light. It looked very real. Xianxia's eyelids sank slightly. The essence of this cultivator in green was much stronger than it was in the past month. However, it was unfortunate that he ran into Xianxia. In the past month, Xianxia's improvement was much greater than his. This fight was destined to end in tragedy. The pure state of thunder and saber technique of the lunar shadow saber merged continuously. Surging essence burst out uncontrollably. With the expansion of his meridians, the amount of essence that Xianxia could move in an instant increased by 20%. Naturally, the might of his saber technique increased as well. When Xianxia swung his saber, electricity surrounded the saber. Puchi, puchi. Countless arcs of electricity shot out from the saber. Purple arcs of light tore through the air, and the power of thunder spread out. The entire space seemed to be covered in a layer of electricity. The hidden weapon in Qin Pingyu's hand gave off purple arcs of electricity, giving off a ZZ sound. His fingers actually felt numb from the electricity. How strong is this brat's state of thunder? Why does it seem like it completely suppresses the state of water? Qin Pingyu thought in astonishment as he circulated his essence and eliminated the electric arcs. Xiao Chun shouted and stomped on the ground. His essence merged with his strength, instantly reaching 350,000 kilograms of force. Bang! 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 The undulating waves on the ground immediately quieted down. The entire hill shook continuously. The green-robed cultivator's state of water was crushed by the force of Xiao Chen's stomp. Break! Xiao Chun moved to the side and stabbed his saber into the right side of the huge whale made of essence. Then, he leaped up, and the saber left a long arc of electricity in the huge whale's body. The electricity crackled and flickered continuously. Every time it flickered, the luster of the giant whale became much dimmer. When Xiao Chun pulled out his saber, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. The giant whale exploded with a crisp sound. Xiao Chen's essence chi shook and dispersed the shock wave formed by the giant whale. It was extremely domineering. On the other hand, the azure-robe cultivator was blasted back by the shock wave. Qin Pingyu also flew backward. Kill! Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed, but he didn't stop at all. With a soaring aura, boundless lightning flashed, and lightning surrounded his body. He was like a god of thunder as he charged forward. The azure-robed cultivator was greatly startled. He had not expected Xiao Chun, who needed some time to cripple his gargantuan whale palm a month ago. Now that the giant whale palm had been strengthened, Xiao Chun felt even more relaxed. He did not even need to use the state of massacre. The green-robed cultivator stood firmly and looked at the surging aura of Xiao Chun. Not daring to hold back, he raised his aura to the limit. The azure-robed cultivator shouted and charged forward. Then he sent out 6 palm strikes at lightning speed. With each palm strike, a giant whale made of essence appeared out of nowhere. Xiao Chun sent out 6 palm strikes in a row. The 6 essence whales connected their heads and tails, forming a long line as they charged at Xiao Chun. Soul extinguishing 5 poison. Qin Pingyu, who had been holding back for a while, finally made his move. His figure flashed 5 times in the air, and 5 darts flickering with dim multicolored lights flew at Xiao Chun from 5 different angles. The dim multicolored lights were all different, looking incredibly strange. Clearly, they were all venomous. The angles at which they shot out were also very tricky, and their speeds varied as well. The 5 darts connected one after another. Even if Xiao Chun dodged one, he would not be able to dodge the other. The angles and speeds were all calculated to their limits. There was no way to dodge them. Immediately, there were 6 giant essence whales with vast auras in front of Xiao Chun. If he was not careful, there might be a chain of explosions. The might of the explosion of 6 essence whales was easy to imagine. Then, there were 5 more darts that Xiao Chun could not dodge. He could only receive them head-on. His path of retreat was blocked. He had nowhere to retreat to. Xiao Chun's expression remained calm as he thought quickly. In an instant, thousands of scenarios appeared in his mind. Then, he quickly reacted. Ding dang, ding dang. Xiao Chun executed the azure cloud soaring dragon art. His figure spun around and turned into a huge electric storm. The 5 darts were instantly repelled. Chi, chi. When the darts passed through the trees, a black chi spread out. Those trees immediately lost all signs of life and withered. When the azure-robed cultivator saw the situation, he could not help but smile. If Xiao Chun dodged the darts, he would not be able to dodge this chain of whales. Even a half-step martial monarch would not dare to face the might of 6 whales exploding together. Qin Pingyu's face sank slightly, but he did not get careless. A golden dart appeared in his right hand. Then, he pushed off the ground and landed on the top of a tree, waiting for an opportunity to strike. After knocking back the 5 darts, the The huge whale, made of essence, was already less than a meter away from Xiao Chun. There was no time for him to dodge. The surging aura combined made it difficult to breathe. The ferocious aura caused Xiao Chun's hair to flutter wildly. Ka-cha! Xiao Chun sheathed the lunar shadow saber and stabbed it into the ground. A golden image of a tiger and a dragon appeared on Xiao Chun's body. They coiled around each other and roared endlessly. Xiao Chun clenched his fists tightly and looked at the huge whale flying at him. He took a deep breath and punched. Bang! 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 Explosions resounded one after another, creating huge pits in the ground. Dust and rocks flew into the air. However, the scene that the azure-robed cultivator had imagined, the 6 whales exploding together, did not happen. This was because every time Xiao Chun destroyed an essence whale, he would use his body to withstand the impact of the essence. Xiao Chun quickly destroyed an essence whale, not showing any intention of retreating. He continued forward, punching 6 times. Chaotic dance of whales. When the azure-robed cultivator saw Xiao Chun emerge from the cloud of dust without any injuries, he did not think too much. He was about to execute his killing move. The black-winged blood flame eagle in the blood flame shoes flashed, and Xiao Chun's speed increased by 20%, reaching Mach 4. As the azure-robed cultivator rushed forward, Xiao Chun kicked the azure-robed cultivator's right head. Bang! The half-executed chaotic dance of whales was immediately broken. The azure-robed cultivator vomited a mouthful of blood as the kick knocked him into the air. Using the might of a medial-grade secret treasure, the speed and strength of Xiao Chun's kick reached the peak of a martial king. A half-step martial monarch would not dare say they could block it. When the azure-robed cultivator landed on the ground, he was no longer breathing. The force of Xiao Chun's kick had shattered half of his head. The brain was a vital point of a person. Since half of it was shattered, naturally, the azure-robed cultivator was dead. A clump of red light instantly entered Xiao Chun's forehead. The azure-robed cultivator's talent was average. He did not have a good opportunity to cultivate a peak cultivation technique. The longer this dragged on, the greater the gap between him and Xiao Chun. From the very start, Xiao Chun had not considered the azure-robed cultivator a threat. Now that he had kicked the azure-robed cultivator to death, he did not feel anything. Xiao! An intense sense of danger came. A dazzling golden sun appeared behind Xiao Chun from nowhere. The dazzling light was so bright that no one dared to look at it directly. Qin Pingyu had finally brought out his golden flash, which could reach Mach 4. He had seen Xiao Chun use the secret treasure on his leg. Xiao Chun would not be able to use it a second time within a short period of time, so he did not hesitate to make a decisive move. Xiao Chun closed his eyes and turned around in an instant. He landed beside the lunar shadow saber and grasped its hilt with both hands. Then he drew it. Xiao Chun's series of actions were like flowing water. There were no obstructions at all. It was extremely smooth and natural. A dazzling purple light flashed. The saber erupted with a purple light that was even more dazzling than the golden flash. Cassie. The light extinguished, and there was a melodious sound. The golden dart split into 2 and fell to the ground. Shock filled Qin Pingyu's face. He had not expected Xiao Chun to chop this peak inferior grade offensive secret treasure in half with one saber strike. Under an attack that was 4 times faster than the speed of sound, how much explosive power would it take to split a person in half with a single slash? Qin Pingyu felt horror in his heart. He did not care whether the azure-robed cultivator lived or died. He turned around and ran. Xiao Chun suddenly opened his eyes. A bloody hole appeared on Qin Pingyu's left chest. Blood flowed out continuously. A purple flame burned on the wound, preventing the essence from healing him. In his panic, Qin Pingyu ignored the wound and continued to run. You think you can run? Xiao Chun snorted coldly, and a 1-meter-long flying sword appeared in his palm. He leaped out, and a basketball-sized wound appeared on Qin Pingyu's chest. Then, he slowly fell over. Xiao Chun removed the spatial rings from the two's hands. He could not be bothered to look at them, so he casually tossed them into the universe ring. Then he started his unfinished business, picking the illusionary grass. The largest restaurant in the city, the Clear Spring Inn, closed early on the 17th of the month. A sign saying "temporarily closed" was erected at the entrance. 2 rows of expressionless black-clothed cultivators stood at the entrance. Occasionally, youths would step forward and hand over their invitations before entering. The crowd on the street stood on both sides of the street. They did not understand what was going on. However, based on the atmosphere, it was clear that something big was about to happen. The person who just entered seems to be the Great Xia Nation's Thousand-Sword Pavilion Xianxia. This girl is a rare genius of the Thousand-Sword Pavilion. She comprehended sword intent at the age of 16. Now, she is an influential person of the Great Xia Nation's younger generation. She is one of the hot favorites for the top 20 of the 5-nation youth competition. There is also the Great Chu Nation's Heavenly Sword Gates, Ding, Fengqiu, and Jin Wuji. These 2 are here as well. They were in the top 100 of the previous Tianwu ranking. The Great Tang Nation's Beast Taming Abodes people are here as well. That fellow seems to be the second disciple of the Beast Taming Abodes sect master. He is very strong and is one of the top experts of the Great Tang Nation. That seems to be the Holy Fire Manor's young manor lord, Lung Yun. He is ranked 4th among the younger generation of the Southern Islands. Unexpectedly, he is here as well. What is going on? Why is he being so mysterious? The crowd watched as the youths handed over their invitations and entered. The more they talked, the more they felt that something big was about to happen. The people who entered the Clear Spring and were all young geniuses of the various nations. Aside from the Great Jin Nation, there were many geniuses from the other 4 nations. Could it be related to the opening of the ancient Desolate Tower? The ancient Desolate Tower opens once every 3 years. It seems like it is about time for it to open. Suddenly, someone in the crowd thought of something and said excitedly,